Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Something like that to a person. I have a firm moral standing on that I don't believe in exploiting people, especially if they have feelings for me. I don't think that that's right. I think it is amoral. And I just won't.
I don't even think that it's always intentional. That's just the way that it is.
I was just about to say that it could be subconsciously. You don't even realize you're doing it. Like,
correct. It's all about people's perception. It has nothing to do with how
we're talking about reality of like what we do know. I mean, listen, I could have left 5 minutes earlier and backed out my car, and maybe the person in back of me would have, had a delay and then wouldn't have gotten a car accident 5 seconds later. Like, why are we doing that? Like, we're talking about.
We're talking about perception. Perception is reality for a lot of people. If people perceive you as someone that is just unpleasant, then that is their experience. That is their reality. If
yeah, but
you
that wasn't the argument. The argument was, have you gotten over somebody? Have you deliberately gotten with a person knowing that you want to exploit them for your own gain? That's not whether or not I'm pleasant or not. That's two different.
No. He was asking if all of us have ever had it where every single man or men have felt like
the panel
he made them better after they've left, or if we have affected them somehow or caused them some kind of disdain. Not necessarily, we're just getting over on them. Have we been good people to every single man that we've ever run across, or have we been showing our ways to certain men?
I understood it as like when like for instance, let's say I did this back in the day. I'm 38. Let's say I did it when I was like 25. Boom. I'm dating a guy. Maybe he's medium ugly, right? And I know that. And
wait, what? He's what?
Like let's say he's medium ugly, right? And
what does that
mean? But he has money. He's not the the most handsome person, right? But I know that he has money. I'm 25, and I'm like, oh man, I don't know how I'm gonna pay my car note or whatever. My car note's maybe $150. And well, how much is your car note? My car note's like $700. Oh, that's okay. I got that. Knowing that not only is my car note not due, I have the money, and it's not that, but I said that to take the money. So I am in turn using my outward appearance. I'm a damsel in distress. Honey, I love you. You know, I'm not talking about you. But I'm using that to my advantage for a monetary gain.
But what if? Sorry, but
No,
what?
I haven't done that. I haven't done that unless he was my
super chats, y'all. We
boyfriend.
gotta go super chats.
I mean, I've never done that to somebody who I just was dating, who's like my boyfriend.
No. I'm saying a boyfriend.
No, you didn't. You said he was medium ugly. You weren't really into him. I'm saying I choose
like
dating.
But dating.
No, and I'm saying no. I didn't do that. But yeah, if you're my boyfriend, yeah. But I don't know what you're talking about. No.
We gotta go super chats, y'all.
That is such an angel. I'm so
Medium ugly nigga is crazy.
Oh, I know that.
And I've never asked a guy to pay my car payment, so that's
I know Pink is a lot to deal with. He's a lot to deal with in another type of way. Not in a traditional way, in a whole nother.
Oh my god!
You got to be a certain type of guy to tame that.
Oh, all right. Well, shout out to everybody here in the chat. We appreciate you guys. Make sure you hit the like button. It's low. Hit the like button. Okay, all you medium ugly men in the chat. Quentin says, shout out to that beautiful white woman. You are loved. Jerry says the panel looks absolutely gorgeous tonight. Chadford says, I was jamming out to Satisfy You by Diddy all day. Chef said 21 is too young for a young lady to make adult decisions, but a 21-year-old man can go to war and kill. I thought women matured faster than men. Danny says Diddy isn't on trial for what happened with Cassie. Her testimony is laying the foundation to answer one question. Did he use his company's organized freak-offs where illegal activities took place? Manuel says, what up, Anton? Hello to you and lovely ladies on the panel. Just showing love for the show. How to get some sleep. I listen to the show on my way to work. Coach Icy says, cute Kate, AC on here. She lowers my black fatigue from Dalen. Quentin says, Anton, cash up AC my paycheck. Letitia says, women always have an excuse for bad behavior. That girl ain't said one word. Letitia says, Cassie's like the person acting like they didn't know ice cream makes them fat, or that art degrees will be worthless. In all three situations, the person knows. They just do it anyway. She's not a victim. She was a partner in crime. Quentin says, if you need rent money, stay that. Don't me too, my guy Diddy. Letitia says, Cassie told because Young Miami was living too good. Coach Icy says, Cassie wasn't a freak. She was a fairy. Will says, hey, Pink Pill, welcome to You know that thing on TikTok?
Yeah.
That was a good one. Will says, hey, Pink Pill, welcome to Red Pill. We hold people accountable for their actions. This is not Red Pill. Stop. Coach Ice says, AC looking like she was invited to the barbecue. Go and get yourself a plate, baby. Would Leslie Jones get the same sympathy Cassie getting? I don't know. Says, waiting for AC to start talking so that Jess can say she was talking with too much dip on her chest, while Daylin tell her no one care about her dog. Slow three. Johnny, y'all names be hard. Johnny Depp 2. Wait for the bed sheets to come out. Kalani says, y'all need to remember Cassie was exposed to ample amounts of drugs, and we all know that people who are extremely addicted will do some immoral things. Diddy was her connect for both drugs and money. Reese says, is that Chris Lynn? I was the white man's Karaz and the queen of divesting. Didn't know you was still on YouTube. I thought Tommy ran y'all off long time ago. Charlie says, Diddy's handlers called it in. When Diddy was about to sue that vodka brand that sealed his fate, Diddy is an informant, low-key, low-level Epstein. He was sex trafficking underage victims / kids. Bieber was 14. C. Rob the Great says, most RICO cases involve other criminals testifying against their co-defendants. Chill. Son of the Sun says, Cassie created an entire fake flyer so she can go cheat on her then-boyfriend, Ryan Leslie, with Diddy. Marriage, Politics, and Sports says Cassie wanted to be famous, and she was willing to do anything to get it. I still don't see where the crime is just yet. Pete says, can someone please ask AC her thoughts? James says, the pink pill, from my observation in the hood and in life, a lot of beautiful, pretty women be the biggest hoes just in the truth. Coach Tracy says, Pink, come on now. The 70s was a freak fest. Reese says, side note, Anton, there's no DNA marker for being Jamaican. Trey says, y'all forgot there that she was with a man for 10 years older than her for 3 years prior to Diddy. Do you think she was getting sexual experience with Ryan Leslie? Corey says, Amber Cole, age 14, back of the school. A Black Beauty says, every hoe deserves a payout. She had fun. She's a mom now. She had the head honcho and she ate. Salute to Cassie. I hope she invests her bag. Ricky B says, Cassie was in the modeling industry and with Ryan Leslie for 3 years before cheating as well. Modeling industry is known to turn out young women. To call her green when she got to Diddy is sisterhood ignorance. Michael M says, Ty, ask a silly question. Should women be held to the same accountability as men? Ma'am, if you commit a crime, you don't get sentenced on a curb. Connor White Wolf says, Dalen cute. What's her IG account? James said, didn't Ty say one time that she gonna control her husband money after he dies? LOL. Shake my head. They gonna learn the hard way. Smooth Artist says, dang, Anton, why you do her like that? Now she in trouble with her man. Bookie says, ha, 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 let him cook. Delani says, Anton sees himself in Diddy. That's why he's conflating his points. He's sweating harder than Diddy, and he's not on trial. You okay, big dog? Sylvia says, everyone that testified today said Cassie would say she couldn't leave because he would take her car, house, and money. She didn't say she was afraid. Kim Wan says, Q, you want a 10th person on the show? Unless you a woman, you can come out. Okay, Coach Tracy says, stay with your chest. I bet you won't. MP says, Buddy gonna be tossing and turning tonight after this stream. Gina says, Anton, you better stop playing with God. Ben says, Anton, spin. All these women have a price. Shadow Dragon says, Tone Dog starring the I Choose You tour early. Reese says, of course they got a price. Black women during slavery, all they did was bend over for the white man and got to be in the big house while the black men
my
suffered.
Lord.
Thank you, Jose, for the 199 ball.
Oh,
Crazy P
Jesus.
says, happy 100th
What
birthday,
an
Malcolm X.
anti-black
Mix,
black.
you king. Mr. Robertson says, I know she was faking that chameleon ways. I knew because of her tattoos. Stay up, Anton. Shout out to everybody in the chat. We appreciate you guys every Monday. Hey, the chat people be funny. Y'all be funny sometimes. I ain't gonna lie. But we gonna continue. Okay? It's if any woman wants to join, hit me in my IG. Put woman, natural born woman. Just hit me in my IG and you can join the panel.
I ain't trying to mess up nobody's brand. I don't want to stop y'all from getting y'all money. So do y'all thing.
Well, let's continue to the next segment. I don't know if you ladies are interested in sports. Angel and Caitlin, they had a little scuffle on the court. But a lot of people had stuff to say. I mean, in the past months, they kind of make it a race thing at times. So this is a little video of some men kind of talking about it a little bit. And yeah.
Women deal with a lot from Black men who have chose to date or marry outside of their race. They always feel like they have to go the extra mile to prop up the woman that they're married or the woman that they're with over Black women by denigrating Black women. I feel like we should have an opportunity to move past that and understand that Angel Reese can be great in her own right, as Caitlin Clark is as well. Caitlin Clark is a likable and lovable superstar. She pays homage to the stars of the past. She pays homage to the Black women that have come before her. And now she is carrying the mantle forward. So there's no need to pin those two against each other and paint them based on stereotypical tropes. And I think this is what I like RG3 to know, that no matter how much he continues to echo the microaggressions of racists, he'll be no less Black than me.
Okay. So we can talk about two things. We could talk about the Angel Reese and the Caitlin, if you ladies know about the little scuffle and or we can talk about what he's talking about. Why do men denigrate?
Talk about what he's talking about.
Okay, so why do men denigrate Black women over other races? So if AC wants to talk, or Dalen, since we haven't really heard a lot from y'all.
Oh, I know Jess won in on this one.
AC, let AC go first, and then we can hop around. Go ahead, AC.
So, hi everyone. So, I'm a basketball fan, and what Caitlin Clark did, I don't think had anything to do with race. She did a take foul. It's common in basketball. She just did a basketball play. I do not think it had anything to do with race itself. Of course, you can go back to Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese. They had to suffer, like, in NCAA, and then to the first year of the rookie year. But to me, I don't think it was anything racial or racist.
I agree. If you don't mind me asking, AC, what's your race? Because people assuming you're white.
I'm Mexican and Filipino.
Okay, yeah, she's not white, y'all. Jacqueline, so keep it check. But so back to the main topic. Okay, I know you
The
talked about
anti-blacks
the Reese thing.
want to know.
Do you think men of today, mostly black men, they downgrade black women over other races?
They do it because it's easy.
Why?
My opinion. Okay, so
Well,
we'll
it's easy for the men who know you.
That's right. There are some truth to stereotypes, and sometimes black women do. I'm speaking about black women specifically. They do act in stereotypical ways, right? But on the flip side of that, when I say it's easy,
That's why there's
for an
stereotypes
example,
there.
sometimes black women, we get told we have attitudes, whereas Hispanic and Latina women get told that they're spicy and hot, or white women get told that they're passionate. But we could be exhibiting the same emotion based off of the same thing that is happening
She must
to
have
us, but
talked
it'll
to
be
Deacon
perceived
Dave.
differently depending on the race. So I think it's easy.
I'll give you an example. Black women groups don't tip. Is that a true stereotype or no?
No, because I've seen some black folks who can tip their ass off.
No.
I can't
Black women in groups don't tip.
Now I will say this. Now I love my black women's. I love y'all, but sometimes they can be a little particular about their food and being at the table, and I have seen that. I'll call a spade a spade.
So they don't tip.
Well, I have to object, Anton. So you said the other day, you said something about, I have never seen a group of black women who have gone on a trip and done things and come back and still be close. I've done multiple trips with black women who are part of my group, and we come back even closer than ever. And we make an effort, huh?
All of them?
All of them. All of them. We've gone to Cancun. We've gone to Italy. We've gone to Greece. We've been out here doing things. We enjoy each other, but I think that there's a segment of black women that are largely ignored. I mean, we're here. We're just not seen because we're not doing the things that go viral. But
no, I think that you are you're the anomaly. There's always an anomaly.
Correct. Well, then how come I have so many? I do have followers though. So I'm saying is that the followers that follow me and follow the pink pill, we go places.
You believe
and
all
we
of
are
them?
the distinction. Like
you believe them?
Do I believe what?
Your followers.
I follow her.
I can say that when we've gone on trips together, there's never been a fallout.
Let me talk to your follower. Yo, Danielle.
I don't know her, and she's never been on a trip.
No, you can't divest yourself.
I'm just saying. I'm talking about trips and hanging out together in real life, not somebody who's just following me on social media. I'm saying in real life, a trip, and we're actually doing activities.
Okay, what's she saying, Anton? What's up?
Don't worry, I'm gonna come back to you. You are a particular type of woman.
Like, what do you mean?
Don't worry about it. We'll get there. I want to give everybody an opportunity to get their thoughts off before we deep dive into this. So,
what was the thing that happened between the two? It's not that thing, because that happened a while ago.
Are you talking about
what did they get? Yeah. What happened?
Two different things. If whoever, like, we can talk about the Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, what just happened at their last game, whether it was a foul or not.
Yeah,
foul.
what happened?
Hold on. It was a hard foul. Angel Reese looked like she was upset about it, and then Caitlin Clark went on to put on a triple double on her head, and they lost by double digits. But the bigger conversation then became this racial thing about how men are not necessarily supporting black women. We're not picking a side. And it also became about RG3, for example, and him saying that Angel Reese looked angry, which she did look angry because RG3 has a white wife. And so Ryan Clark, the guy that y'all just seen on the video, then came back and basically was saying that Black women have been through more, and more importantly, we don't necessarily have to put down Black women in order to celebrate Caitlin Clark. So that's the gist of it, okay?
But did he put her? I'm confused. So did the person that they're speaking of, who's married to the white woman, did he say something specifically bad about Angel Reese?
Yeah, he said she had an attitude.
Anything?
He said she was angry. That's it.
Okay.
But more importantly, they don't like the fact that RG3 celebrates his wife and that he, Ryan Clark went on to say more inside of the clip, but he celebrates his wife. He always pedestalizing her and stuff like that. And so a lot of people translate that and they take that to mean that he's basically spitting in the face of Black women by highlighting how white women is so awesome.
But did he say, wow, Angel Reese is so angry. I'm so grateful I have this white woman over here who never gets angry. Did he say that?
No. But they've been making
what is happening here? He just made an observation.
But
well, let me tell you what's happening. It's that it always becomes about race.
With them too.
Yep.
When it comes to things that women are involved in. And the reality is this: one of the reasons why the WNBA, because I don't have a problem with Angel Reese being angry on the court at Caitlin Clark. I don't even have a problem if she hated her, because that is a part of sports. You are supposed to hate your opponent. I'm okay with rivalries. I'm okay with them beefing. It boosts the ratings. Larry Bird hated Magic Johnson and them in the 80s when Boston was battling the Lakers. Michael Jordan hated the Pistons. The Pistons hated Michael Jordan. It's okay because that is sports, is rivalry. It just goes on. And I'm okay with that. I don't even think that Angel Reese should be held accountable for it. What I have a problem with is people like Ryan Clark simping for people like Angel Reese and trying to make it about race trying to make it about that type of stuff, when I don't have a problem with RG3 pedestalizing his wife. And she just so happens to be white, but I don't tell people who they can and can't love. And so I'm trying to understand why everything becomes about putting a Black woman down, when in reality that has nothing to do with this subject. And why do we always make everything about race when it comes to sports and all that? Sports is the thing
absolutely
that used to,
stupid.
We could hate
this
each other for it, but we could be cool
pretending to
or
be dumb.
we could come together as a result of it and root against our team or root for our teams. But it was a thing that kind of brought us together.
This is seriously
and gave us a healthy
stupid
outlet. And I almost believe that women
don't understand why it's about race.
Is starting to ruin
fucking
sports
moron.
in a way, because everything then becomes about race when I don't even have nothing to do with the subject. But I think that every time
it has
a white
nothing to do
woman
with
wins,
the subject, why are
Black
you
women feel
talking?
like they become a victim.
Are you?
There
due
was
to
some
him?
validity in what he said. However, the particular situation just wasn't applicable. So I don't necessarily think the Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese situation is racially motivated per se. But, I do believe there was some valid things that he did say as it relates to Black women being put down, or
like
maybe
what?
Just like historically, just like saying
No, the
that
fuck he's not.
Black
He's
women are
rambling.
known to have an attitude, but
Okay,
there are a
Fred,
couple of different reasons that come into play as to why maybe
he doesn't understand why things are about race in the United States of America. Really? Oh my God. You know what? Apparently he is 5 years old and he hasn't discovered that America is a pretty racist place. Everything is about race. And the problem is people just can't figure that out.
maybe a woman's aura might be the way that it is. And then even then it says that even when Black women suffer from anxiety or different things, it
Fred,
exhibits itself very
I
differently.
don't care about Caitlin Clark or Angel. You're right about that. What I'm saying, what I'm mocking is Anton Daniels saying he doesn't understand, because they were also talking about why Black men put Black women down. RG3 and his white wife and people being pissed off about his comments. When Anton Daniels says, I don't understand why this is about race, he wasn't talking about the basketball. He's talking about, well, I don't think he thinks that black women are being put down. But I'm not sure. It's just my impression. For a 40-some-year-old black male in America, not understanding what America is about is laughable. And maybe I'm misunderstanding him.
Than in other races. So she
So
may
you're saying that
angry.
the melanin in your skin dictates how you react to anxiety differently.
No, not the
What's up,
melanin in my
Alex? How you
skin,
doing?
But it could be some of the things that I've gone through in life.
Like, give me an example.
I mean, I still believe racism exists to this day. We don't have to tie it to racism, but I'm just saying.
Wait.
Come on, you
Fred, you're gonna have to forgive me because I've been sipping on some Bud Light. Did you know Bud Light is made with rice? Who knew? What I'm saying, and Kimmy, yeah, America's obsessed with race because it is a fundamentally racist country. America was founded on an economic system that literally used slave as its engine. The economic engine was slavery. The country was founded upon that economic engine. So, of course, we're obsessed with race. Why are we surprised? Why are we shaking our heads? We know this. It's literally in the history books. So I'm not particularly fussing. I'm just saying, why is Anton surprised? Why is anyone surprised? Especially black people. You know what? I could see if little white Timmy, who grew up in fucking Idaho, northern Idaho, where he never met a black person in his life, I could kind of understand him being confused. But anyone who grew up in the South or on the East Coast, not knowing this or intuiting it even, I kind of shake my head.
Are you gonna break your neck? Your neck, okay, sweetie? I'm not saying that it's
No, you see what you just did?
Sweetheart.
No,
No,
yeah, hold on,
I'm not
Kamaya.
saying
Hold on, Kamaya.
I'm
Hold on, Kamaya. Hold on, Kamaya.
I'm not trying to
Oh,
fight
wait,
race.
wait. Jess, you just exhibited the angry black woman stereotype.
Yes.
Well, let me stop this right quick and figure out what Chuck is asking. Chuck, I think you're overcomplicating things. I think. Let's see if we can parse this. Stanley, do you believe that our individual actions don't matter at all? I believe our individual actions are literally definitional of who we are. So it more than matters. It's existential. Second part, and all black problems can be chalked up to broad societal discrimination. I think racializing problems, black problems, define black problem. Chuck, let's start with that. I don't actually think they're black problems. So we can start from there. Societal discrimination. I'm not even sure I understand what societal discrimination is. Do you mean racism? Racism is not technically enshrined in law anymore. I don't think the society, are you talking legal code? Are you talking cultural? You need to be much more specific and ask the question in a better way. I will suffice to say individual actions are definitional, almost existential to individuals. And there are no such things as black problems. Racializing problems is like racializing crime. that's not how you solve it, by racializing. So hopefully that comes close. If you have follow-on questions, word them better, Chuck, and in like a form that's English.
I said Kamaya was doing the snake in the background, so I wanted to make sure Shorty was good because Shorty was doing all of this.
Yes,
it was
yes.
me being
Yes,
honest, but I
you
wanted to
did
make sure she
though.
didn't snap
You
her
did.
neck on live.
You did what you did was the tiny clap back, like the pre.
So
the,
her
the,
doing
the,
all
you know
of
the
this
you,
is
like
okay,
the,
but I
you're
can't say
trying
love
to
is
do
your
the
neck okay.
preventative.
But that's the whole. But that's the whole point.
I can't say
You're doing the
love. Is your
proactive
neck
clap
fine?
back.
No, but
Nah,
that's
y'all not gonna gaslight me.
that's
Y'all not
the
gonna
whole
gaslight
the
me.
whole point.
Y'all not gonna
Hold
gaslight
on,
me.
hold on.
You're gaslighting yourself. That's the whole point.
Love, you almost
Nobody,
snapped your whole neck.
nobody
because
can
you
do
disagree with me,
anything.
and y'all gonna flip it on
Nobody
me.
can do anything without black women having something to say.
And
Why
getting
do you
offended
always
for
have to have
everything.
some kind of remark? Why? Just why? Why can't you just be okay with someone having body language that's different? Why can't y'all just be okay? Why can't y'all just be indifferent?
That's not cool.
Always something that they have to point out. And it's always been like that. That is the problem.
Very aggressive.
That's the problem. And see, and that doesn't bother me. But it bothered you enough to say something and feel like you want to point it out. Like, why? Let me be extra. I can be extra, Jess. I can be extra sweet.
So can I, love?
She could have had a crook in the neck.
Jess, it's just that you're taking all this time to still not make a point about racism because I'm still trying to find it, honey. Just like you trying to find it. Let's hear some more about the racism that you've experienced in life.
Yo, this is a funny panel tonight. Oh wow.
No, I mean, but honestly,
We're
'cause
waiting.
you know what? Like, for example,
we're waiting.
Like, I'll give you an example. I'm gonna be for real. We'll talk about it in a minute. I'm gonna let y'all get this thing back. But if you honestly think about it, like, do you know why they think that Pink and even Q are anomalies? Like, they don't look at Pink and Q the same way that they look at most black women. They look at them and they be like, y'all not regular. Y'all must not be from wherever it is that the rest of these women's from, because they don't carry themselves and they don't exhibit the same characteristics as most black women. It's just the facts. It's just true.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to.
Like the way that they carry themselves, the way that they communicate, even like regardless of whether we think they're right or they wrong, they just don't get out of pocket like that.
Well, I think that there's some. Here's what I think. I was never able to do it. I didn't identify. I am a different type of person, but I would say that there are people in our community that reinforce and reward that kind of ratchet behavior. Like, nobody does something repeatedly unless they get.
I'm gonna
some
be
payoff
honest
for it.
with you,
So who
Alex.
is it within the?
Alex, I think Crystalline is very masculine. If you've ever seen her videos, and I'm sure a lot of people, maybe even you have seen them, she, if you want to define being assertive and sure of yourself is masculine, Crystalline is that. So, black women being masculine, I think what happens is insecure black males tend to mistake assertiveness as masculinity. And I keep saying this, and with my kind of voice and kind of my demeanor, people are going to laugh when I say this, but there is nothing wrong with a black woman being assertive or masculine. As long as you are a man, you'll automatically be more masculine. A woman will actually figure out her role. A man will figure out his role once you've coupled up. I think this whole black women are masculine bullshit. I think it's just that bullshit. Okay, there are plenty of masculine white women and other races of women, for starters. And I think weak and maybe young black men mistake assertive for masculine. You just need to be a man and things will work out. Don't be afraid of a masculine woman, or I think a better term is assertive. That's not a bad thing.
In the community that is allowing for the people to get the payoff to behave in this way. And it's like, yes, there are a lot of
Fred, I'm not going to even bother arguing with you. I always lose. I think if you're a
we're not
man,
the ones who are
don't
going
worry
viral.
about masculine women.
We're not the ones
they
who
will
are on
feminize.
hip hop. We're
Nope,
not
that's
the
not
ones
true,
on
Pam.
body cam. We're
Not
not.
true. Not true. It's a lot of women that are pretty ratchet that's not going viral. We just don't capture it on camera.
But what I'm saying, the behaviors are what get the attention. But when black women are just minding their own business, we don't get any attention. And so maybe you think we just don't exist.
I know that, y'all. It's like, you know what they call women that is not argumentative or don't go crazy. You know what they call them? They call them unicorns. They call them
what?
Dude.
They call them unicorns.
Is that what you meant by unicorn? Wait, hold
in
it.
my life, and this is how you can point out.
Kim, you said something about you could be a unicorn walking down the street. Is it the kind of unicorn that Anton just described? Please let us know. An argumentative woman? I need to rewind that a little bit.
They call them what? They call them unicorns. It's not our. It's like, you know what they call women that is not argumentative or
okay.
You know what they call them? They call them unicorns.
So is that what you meant by you could be a unicorn, Kim? A non-argumentative woman walking down the street, they won't care if you're a unicorn. Gotcha. I'm just teasing.
They call them unicorns.
You know what I've heard a lot in my life, and this is how you can point out. I'll speak to someone for the first time. Oh, you talk like a white girl, and that's always just thrown because it's just like, what is that really supposed to mean? You talk like a white because.
Oh, let me tell you what it means, dear. I just made this criticism of Crystalline, the pink pill. She is trying to sound like a white girl. I think Danielle's a little bit more natural, but you know what? If you upset the pink pill or you upset Danielle, they're going to revert. I can tell it in your speech pattern. So what they mean, maybe not so much with Danielle, but definitely with the Crystalline. If I upset you, you will not be talking like a white girl. You were, you will revert back to your natural state. Kind of like a hot Latina, a hot-blooded Latina. When the stereotype is when they get pissed off, they revert back to Spanish. They curse you out in Spanish when they speak perfectly good English. That's what I think a Crystalline will do.
Yeah, because you have good grammar, but
we're gonna get to you in a little bit. Don't worry about it. I'll get to you in a little bit. Don't worry about it. We'll get there. But the fact of the matter is the expectation is if y'all go to the restaurant that they're not gonna get no tip, that there's always gonna be something
pretty funny,
wrong with
Fred.
Food, that the attitude is always there and it's always ready to pop off if just so happens something play out like that. Like it's a thing. It's a thing. I think that y'all can be retrained. Like you can retrain yourself, or
you have to want to be retrained though.
Well, I would just.
Oh, you just got to run into the right one. You just got to run into the right one.
Honestly, the reason I don't tip is because it's not. I mean, I think it's just my reason, and I guess a lot of people that are like me, because I'm Nigerian. So, like, the reason I don't tip is because of my culture is different. Like, I grew up differently, so we don't do like. So it's kind of like rewarding people for what you're supposed to do. So why?
You got a strong father in your life too.
The way we think about it is you're supposed to bring the food if you're the server. Why would I tip you for doing what you're supposed to do? So that's how I think about it. I mean, if you do exceptional,
You said you're Nigerian.
Yeah. So if
you got a strong father in your life.
Yeah.
But he wear open toe sandals too, don't he? Do he?
Wait a minute.
He got them open toe sandals, don't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
But is he? You live in America?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so
he still got open toe sandals. They all wear them. Trust me.
Hey, Caribbean men wear open
Very,
toes.
very, very tough.
Well, that's because he works in the rig. So when he comes home, he's
put them open toe sandals on. Put them dogs on.
Yeah.
Well, I hope I'm not going to be offensive when I say this. It does make sense what you're saying. Why am I paying you for what you're supposed to do? But in this country, the reason why wait staff does get tipped, and also hotel staff, it's also good etiquette to tip them as well, is because they're grossly underpaid. And so it's a way to sort of compensate and reward them for going above and beyond with their service for you, because they are underpaid.
But what do you term as?
So it's like if you come to this country culturally, and it's actually, it's not even just like you can have whatever reason that you can have, but in our culture, in American culture, we tip, and it is considered good etiquette to tip, regardless of what you may rationalize.
I'm not going to, because
then deal with the consequences, and you're the reason why I can't go anywhere and get good service because you don't tip. But okay.
That's fine. I work in the hospital and I don't get tipped for doing my job. A good person. Yeah. So like, I mean, when I do my, I'm sorry, what'd you say?
No, I was just, so you don't believe in tipping, right?
I don't believe in tipping. I believe in being polite. I believe in saying thank you very much. I believe in being, nice, respectful. If you do a job, obviously I won't be rude to you or anything. I would obviously say thank you so much. I'll be very polite because I'm very polite. But I feel like why do you want me to pay you for what your employee is not paying you? Like, that's not my responsibility.
Nigerians have a bride price, and you're supposed to give money to the bride.
Yeah, they're giving money to people, not giving money.
That's true.
But if that's American culture, and this is when people travel, you got to learn their culture and kind of know how to move. That's like when Anton does those videos of those women going overseas and acting a fool, smoking, or getting locked up, is because you don't know their culture and you're not kind of assimilating to their culture or knowing what's disrespectful and not respectful. So if it's America's culture to, hey, you got to tip the waiters, that I think people that come to America, like, and you want to live in America with Americans, work with America, eat American food, I think maybe because I tip well. So it's like,
well, let me say this too, Q. Let me say this.
I do tip sometimes, but that's just.
Are you in?
Let me say this.
I'm not.
You know what I hate? You know what I hate when people say a lot of times, and she hasn't said this, so this isn't applicable to her. But just in general, I hate when people say, well, that's not what they do in other countries. That's bullshit. That is 100% bullshit. And I haven't been to a whole lot of countries outside of the United States of America, maybe 6 or 7, right? But like, for example, they'll say, well, that's not normal in Japanese culture. Bullshit. When I was over there, they very much appreciated, loved, and they didn't ask for it.
That's like, a good callback, Lou.
Really? thank you. We
Is
really
is
appreciate it.
tipping
And we are
is
very
tipping your
appreciative.
hairdresser a thing? I honestly had no clue. Okay, damn it.
People come through and
What
they
on
actually
earth
do
is
this.
going
I
here?
was over in
Going on here?
Bucharest. It was the same thing, right?
Oh, I see what it is.
They do appreciate it. They love it, and they 100% will tell you that yes, it is,
Damn
something
it.
that they very much appreciate, and it helps them exponentially. But it doesn't necessarily mean that most people will do it there just because they cheat. That's the honest to God truth. So when people come over here and they say, "Oh no, this is not normal in other countries," that's bullshit. It's 100% bullshit. I don't go for that
Okay.
shit, and I know
Well, I've never
that
been
people
to
is
a
lying to me
hairdresser, but you do tip your barber, so that makes sense.
And
Well,
not even
I mean,
just
at the end of
Are
the
you
day,
in America?
not
at the end
even
of the day,
Is
anybody
you
can
in
decide to
America?
do. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Are you
What'd you say?
are you in America right now? Or are you
Yeah.
in Nigeria?
They moved my dad here, so I mean, at the end of the day, I
Oh.
hear everything that everyone is saying. It's just not something that I think that I would ever understand, and
Well,
I don't. I
motherfucker,
mean, I don't
you're
think
in
there is anything
America
good with that.
now.
Like I said, if I feel
Let's
like
do as the
I want to
Americans
tip,
do.
I will tip. If I don't feel
That's
like
funny,
I'm
Fred.
not going to tip, I'm not going to do
I
it.
don't. Hold on. Let me just say this.
Come on
I
now,
have a
Fred.
question.
Hold
I want
on.
to
Before
know.
you ask your question, I don't see nothing wrong with the fact that she's saying that she don't want to because it's not required, right? However, I don't have any problem when people see people like this coming and they say, I don't want to wait on them. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be a part of this or whatever. And I think that people shouldn't expect to be treated the same as other people that are more generous. That's all I'm saying.
I agree.
I
I'm
think that
gonna
when they
ask.
see y'all, I'm gonna just say this: when they see y'all coming, and this is the honest to God truth, when they see y'all coming, they be like, "Oh my God, here we go,
Yeah.
here we go.
it's gonna be
Here's another one." And so
And I shouldn't have to suffer bad service because of it.
Don't feel some type of way about being stereotyped, and I'm sure y'all don't care.
I've
But
never been stereotyped in my life. I have so many black friends, black American friends, and they do tip. And
I gotta
sometimes they
stop
don't.
it here.
It's not every time.
I love it. A Nigerian saying, "I have so many black friends." This is a special moment. Oh wow. It's like she's white.
Sometimes they don't, sometimes they do. Sometimes I tip more than them if I'm feeling extra generous. Sometimes they don't even tip at all. Like it's not like, I mean, I don't know.
Okay, so like let's remove the picture that you have painted
Hey Fred,
about
thank
tipping,
you for that.
how
Hold on
you're
one
going
sec.
about tipping.
Thank you for
When
that
you're
Jared Ball video. I actually don't really keep up that much with the Ball crew. So thank you. It really made my day seeing McWhorter trashed. Uh, it actually made my day. So have a good night, sir, and sleep well. That is Fred. My you know what? I might just have to call him my mentor in certain ways.
when you're giving someone a gift, what is your intention on giving someone a gift? Like, why do you give people gifts?
If they ask me for a gift, or if I'm just like giving them for.
Really, that's interesting, Ben.
I just give them
Like,
money.
what would be a reason why you would
Wow.
give someone a present or a gift?
Maybe to make them feel good or something.
Okay, so let's do that right there. So that's pretty much what tipping would be for these people. It's not saying that, oh, we have to give them their wages, but it's to be generous and give to them because they were doing something nice for us, and it's just returning a nice favor to make someone feel good. We're not going to go out of the restaurant and then go grab them some flowers and then come back into a restaurant and be like, here you go, this is for you. You're just going to give what you have on you. Now, people can give people stuff if they do have something on them. Some people do do that, but money is easily accessible to just hand over to somebody and say, here you go. And people will cry and they'll be like, you don't understand. I had no way to pay my light bill. that will lift up somebody's day. That will change somebody's trajectory in their life just by giving them something that you're not used to, instead of looking at it like, oh, you're doing what the employer should be doing. It's just
Kamaya. Nah, I don't agree with that. You're supposed to bring my food. If I you're supposed to
that was terrible.
Your mic not working, Dylan.
You're just bringing the food from the kitchen to my table. I can go do that myself. I'm not tipping it.
But the point. The point is, you're doing.
You gotta understand that's her culture, so it's like
I'm not doing it. Like I can walk to the kitchen. I can myself. I don't need to tip you for doing your job. I'm sorry, I'm not doing that.
Right, but there would be no reason for you
So
to
it's like
she's not going to change.
There's no reason for you to be at a restaurant at that point. If you think about it that way, you might as well just stay at home and cook. What is the point of you trying to get something conveniently?
Stay home when I go out.
Because the convenience. Because it's convenient. A lot of people don't want to do that.
Y'all understand? Y'all not gonna convince her. If that's her culture, let her get the bad service that she might get.
No, I was just
the
trying
funny
to
thing
give
is,
her
I have never received a bad service. I have literally.
You know why you haven't received bad service?
I am very polite. I'm very
no,
nice.
no, it's not about that, Izzy. But if people knew you weren't gonna tip prior to them serving you or giving you food, the service wouldn't be good.
Okay, this is one of the problems I have, and maybe it's just these folks are young, with the exception of Crystalline. Chuck, America is a multicultural society. Tipping is cultural. Not all countries tip. Well, let me reorient your thinking here. America is not multicultural. It has one culture. It is American culture. And if you look under the hood of American culture, then you find a lot of other cultures. In America, we tip. Don't get confused with this multicultural thing. Americans aren't good with language either. So they will say multicultural when they actually mean there's American culture and there are many facets to American culture. Colin Woodard is maybe an author you should read. I can recommend a couple of his books. So as long as we're straight, America's not multicultural. Under the hood, there are facets. And let's see. You know what's all this? Oh, Kimmy, amen. This is why, damn it, your husband is a lucky man, Kim. Oh, that's all I have to say. I fell in love with that comment. Absolutely. Knowing how to cook, and I never go out because I like my food better. However, I will be going out when I go to Savannah week after next. I will explain that. And anyone who watched the show maybe a week ago where I talked about Black foodways, there is a restaurant that I kind of showed a video of that's like a fine dining restaurant owned by a Black lady from Brooklyn, I think. Anyway, I hope to be going there, and if I can score an interview with her, I certainly will. Anyway, let's see. I thought SKC was my mentor. Brian Nichols, I tend to have a lot of mentors. SKC is good with patience, and I will say he is mentoring me with patience because I simply have never had any. I've never had patience. I just never have. It's always been a character flaw. And then Fred is my mentor because Fred is the motherfucker who taught me, Stanley, you don't know anything. Well, you don't know everything. What you know is good, but you have many shortcomings. And he and another guy named Wolf a younger man um, from a hood in Richmond, Virginia. They pretty much taught me, Stanley, sometimes you're talking through your hat about shit you don't know. And boy, howdy. They were gentle mentors. They didn't beat me up too bad, but they did gloat. And I expect them to gloat. I would. All immigrants won't be fluent in American. That's called the assimilation process, Chuck. We don't expect perfection when you step ashore from the boat. You will learn. Maybe even third generation generally are like thoroughly Americanized. It's not a big deal if you don't tip. But you know what? Go to dinner with an American, they will guide you. So we're not expecting perfection, Chuck. And while I have this video stopped, I actually have a show that I will be going on in about 8 minutes. I'm going to try and stream it here because it's on YouTube. I'm going to try and stream it here. It'll last an hour. Then we can go back to this. It's going to be on Shiloh, whatever her last name is. And Charles, you guys, he's been on my panels before. He runs a show out of, I think it's Lagos, Nigeria. We talk American politics every Thursday around 6 p.m. Eastern. He wants to talk Shiloh, and I know everything I know about Shiloh. I've literally like picked up just the scraps, but I kind of know the basics of the story, and so I will do the YouTube show here. We'll get back to the video afterwards. Now it's going to be tricky because he doesn't use StreamYard, so I'm going to have to figure out how that's going to work. I may just do his show on my phone and then stream it here. So I have 10 minutes to figure it out. We'll play this for another, well, shit. It's already 5:54. So let's see what we can do here. Now, I know it's going to be kind of annoying, but I'm having a good time on this show, but I had a commitment to Charles's show because it's a recurring weekly thing. So I think I can do both. Let's see if I am kind of greedy here. I bet I am. So the first thing I need to do is switch this back off of my earbuds. And while I'm doing this, I'll go ahead and play the video until I don't.
You
wouldn't. You wouldn't.
You know, like after we pay, I mean, I sit there and
what?
I don't get any like.
Yeah, because they probably don't come back to the table because you guys already paid and they see that y'all guys don't tip.
No, why would they have? My whole thing is that you say that it's your culture, but
I can say it's my.
I mean, not see how that might be offensive to somebody who is American. And you're like, if I were to go to Nigeria, and I do have some Nigerian friends. I've been to the weddings. There were certain expectations and traditions that you do, and I honor that culture by doing it. But you're here in this country, and this is a cultural thing. This is something that is cultural that benefits society and contributes to cultural cohesion. And so you're saying that you're not doing it because that's not what you did. But what if I were to come to your country and I say, well, I'm not going to do it because I don't have it? You would think that that was disrespectful. So I'm all just saying is like, have the empathy that you would want for me if I came to your country and, you know, I had to abide by the rules instead of just saying, you know, in America, we do it like this.
Whatever reason, Pink, you think that they care about what we think. They are.
Well, I'm just saying it makes it harder because it does erode
They are a
personality.
different breed of people. They don't give a fuck.
But
They are here.
Well,
they are
somebody needs to
here.
put me on the planet I belong on. I'm ready to go.
They are here.
Who-
Listen. They are here to get the bag and pour back into their own people. They don't give a fuck about what we got going on over here. This is the land of opportunity. That's all. When we go to other places, a lot of times we try to assimilate, right? We try to adjust to the environment. We try to respect other cultures and all of that stuff. They justify why it makes sense for them. That's it. They don't care nothing about us or our culture.
But you know, Anton, I'm in Houston. It's a bunch of Nigerians. So I'm not gonna say that's all Nigerians because I've hung around Nigerians that don't mind spending money, don't mind tipping, don't mind giving extra to whoever. So
No. You're talking about some of the men. You're not talking about women.
Okay, that's a good point. Because I haven't hung around. That's a good point. I haven't hung around Nigerian women. Okay, never mind.
But you see, when it comes to like I think Pete Bill's about to say, with real quick, the whole with like this playing into the stereotypes. Not saying you're playing into a stereotype. I mean, I don't like the no tipping thing because I feel like it's, anyways. But like as far as like with Black women when they're doing the ghetto stuff, like let's say Lululemon, let's say just broadcasting and being like ignorant, fighting and all of that, it's kind of a slap in the face. Well, no, not even a slap. It's embarrassing because as a Black woman, I don't fall into that category of women. So like people that you don't know and they just see you and they're just, before you even open your mouth, they may just assume that you're a part of that because there's so many. Like I want to say it's a very small percentage of women that carry themselves as they should, and then there's majority who are angry, who are aggressive, who are masculine, and all this other stuff. So I think that's the biggest gripe. It used to be funny, but it's not funny anymore. Like
I agree with you. I think it started out being kind of like a mild ribbing. It's like, women, you can't live with them, you can't live without them. And then it started to be this thing where again it's the rewards of doing something edgy, and then the algorithm also pushing you up and amplifying that. And so what it's going to do is it's going to encourage more of that behavior. And so what we're seeing is this proliferation of bad behavior. But at the same time, what I do see, and I actually, Anton did a thing about this. I did something on Black fatigue because I'm tired of seeing it. I am tired of seeing women who look like me, who are going into places and representing me. Because listen, whether we like it or not, we are 6.5% of the population. That is tiny. That's tiny, right? So when you have a proliferation of algorithms that allow for the worst behaviors of us to be viral content, and those of us who are outside picking flowers are invisible and considered unicorns, it is harder for us. I don't even understand this in the way that we're so unapologetic about like how it makes it worse for all of us. I don't know. I mean, we're all kind of where we are.
So question. So to tie it back to the topic, do you guys see why at times Black men denigrate Black women because of how some women are acting out there? Do you
Is my audio now?
Yeah, go ahead, Dylan. Let Dylan go first. Hold on, let Dylan go first. She been waiting. Go ahead, Dylan.
Say it again, Q.
So with what were you just talking about, right? We see how women are acting. We see how they move in the Lululemons, the ghetto-ness at the brunch and stuff. Do you see why men nowadays are being more vocal about how these Black women are and how they prefer other things? Do you get that now?
Oh yeah, I think that's the appropriate punishment because Black women want Black men, and if you're not going to have a complimentary attitude or behavior about yourself, you'll be left with the scraps that they end up, complaining about. So I can see, but I can also see the point where if you're going to date outside of your race because of the disappointment you have with the women in your own race, keep that to yourself, unless directly asked, because it's either you're dating white women because you really like them, not because, you can't find, a quality black woman. So, yeah.
Why does that like offend? If you don't fall into that category, like with the woman that went on talking about when she was in the barbershop and she overheard the conversation. I don't know if y'all saw it about.
Okay, guys, I am going to interrupt this at some point. Still trying to figure out how to get Charles's stream over here. 12th man, you're gonna have to give me about an hour before you come up on panel. So give me one sec. I'm about to be on this show one way or another. Not sure how just yet. He's switched from StreamYard to something called what is this called? What is this called? It's called Restream. So I am trying to figure this out. I was going to do it on my phone, but it is not. My phone is not cooperating. Oops. So let's see here. If I had known he'd switched, I would have worked out these kinks ahead of time. So I'm going to try this and see what happens. Oops. .info. Hey Charles, give me one sec. I'm trying to be all fancy here and simulcast. Give me one sec. Be right back, folks. So I'm still here, folks. We're working out a kink or two. Why'd you decide to go with Restream? Why'd you decide to go with Restream? So, folks, we're still working out some kinks here, but it is always exciting when you try new stuff. Charles will be right back. So, you know what? Actually, if anyone actually wants to go up and hit the link, might as well. Could be worse. Let me just drop the StreamYard link here, because I don't think Portia even knew I was starting up a new one. So a new stream. So here is the link. At least I think. So there it is. So hit the link. Hey, 12 man.
Hey, Stanley. Pretty good show today. Some of that earlier, that Roy Long video you played, I lost interest here and there in it, but
Well, you tend not to be interested in those relationship type shows, so I wasn't surprised.
yeah.
But I'm kind of looking
Well,
at it because
no,
I'm just discovering
I liked it
Anton
all right. It
Daniels.
just,
I
liked it all right, Stanley. It just lost me here and there. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Well, Anton Daniels is my new anti-black black conservative fascination. He tends to be a tad more articulate than most of the anti-blacks, but only by a bit. And he is actually, the least ignorant of them. I haven't heard him say nightshade yet.
Well, I've never heard you say anything good about an anti-black black.
There is, there is nothing good about him. I literally think they're racists, and I have, now there are racists who are nice. Not every racist is malevolent, but I think I seek the company of higher thinking beings, and now, and you know what? I'll hang out with them, but I am. Can you hear me?
I have to go.
Oops.
Yeah, I can hear
Hold on
you,
one
Stanley,
second.
loud and clear.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, you're there. Okay, so let's just go live. I think we can go live now. Hopefully it works this time.
Okay.
And this channel you're talking to now, he's an African.
Yeah.
What did you
Hey,
say?
hold 12th man, hold on.
Okay.
Currently.
Yeah. Hey, hold 12th man, hold on. Now let me Charles, let me refresh. I'm still looking at YouTube. You're streaming to YouTube, right?
Yep. So I think we're live.
Okay. Oh, wait, there it goes. Yep. There it is.
All right. Okay, so
Got it,
guys,
Stanley.
welcome back to Critical Thinkers. As you know, this is a place where we examine everything under the microscope of logic to ascertain what is most factual and logically consistent. So I'm trying out a new streaming platform today. So forgive the hitches. Anyway, I'm here with Stanley. We have this show every Thursday where we talk about interesting stuff. So today we're going to be talking about racism in America, how racism pays in America. At least from what happened recently with the Shiloh Hendricks situation, where she called a black kid the N word and she was so blatant about it. She was being recorded and she was doing it as if, you know what, I don't give a shit. I don't care. She was being emboldened. And I think I can draw this back to Trump himself with the way he's carrying on the administration. A whole lot of people are emboldened to do things that they would normally not do. But I have Stanley here with me. We're going to analyze the situation to see and make sense out of it. Apart from the fact that she was able to do that, or apart from the fact that she did that and she was, proud of herself, she actually made money from it. She got paid from it. So is this the new norm in America? Are people going to be making money off racism? These are some of the things that we're going to be talking about today. So Stanley, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
Hey, Charles.
Yeah, how are you doing, Stanley?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. So let's talk about the situation. When that video first came out on Twitter, there were a lot of comments, a whole lot of comments by certain white people who were like, "Yeah, you go, go." We're tired of not being able to say the N word and so on and so forth. But do you know what has always struck me? What has always struck me? Can you remember that video of I don't know whether it was a skit or it actually happened. There was like a news anchor session. There was this black guy, and there was two white anchors, and one of the white anchors was saying that, oh, black rappers use the N word. They use it all the time. Why is it that we can't say it? And then the black anchor said, well, you can say it. Say it right now. Like, say it with me. I give you the permission. Say it.
Yeah, I
And
remember.
it looked so uncomfortable. So for me, I've always thought that claim that white people couldn't say it bogus. I just thought that well, you could actually say there's nothing legally. It's not an illegal word. You can actually say it. You self-censor, and then
Right.
you say you're not allowed to say that word. And this woman just proved it that white people could actually say it, and not only that, that they could actually get paid for saying it. So, what do you think of this whole situation?
Well, I think that number one, calling a 5-year-old. Now, I've heard conflicting reports. I've heard he was 15 and 5 feet tall. I've heard 5-year-old. Uh, I've, you know, I don't think black people should say it, let alone white people. And I think that black people, it's an odd thing, and this is going to be totally weird. I think that there was a poison pill put into the 1964 civil rights bills and the consequent bills. I think I think black people being free to what was it, take back the N word. I think it has boomeranged. Um, there is a theory, and I happen to believe the theory that white supremacy morphs. It will take on a shape to fit the modern times. And I think some of these, the hip hoppers and all those people, literally stepped into a trap of their own making in colonizing the word in a country with a First Amendment. Um, I think that Richard Pryor was prescient. In theory, he said he would never use the word again once he realized the ramifications. I think he had foresight. So Shiloh was inevitable. Like white people have been using the word for centuries. White people invented the word, um, at least, on American soil. So Shiloh was inevitable, and her getting rich off of the N word. There are people in my particular uh, uh, space who probably contributed. A lot of black people contributed to Shiloh. So a lot of I call us legacy black Americans supported her right to use the N word, um, reportedly on a 5-year-old who was stealing a juice box. So that's the level of white people using the N word and getting rich off of it. They are all Shiloh.
Stanley, I think her white privilege was out of control myself.
Why is that so? What's the reasoning behind supporting
Well,
her
I
using
think
that word?
some of us are still stuck in, hey, we're going to take the word back. We're going to defang the word so it's just like it means nothing.
Hmm. Yeah, but it doesn't mean nothing. It's a slur. It's an insult. You can't just say an insult doesn't
Well,
mean.
you know what? If you spell it right, it's not.
Or say it right.
If you spell it with the
if
A and not
you
the
if
AR,
you
then it
don't
becomes
use
something else.
if you don't use the hard R, it's kind of like calling you cousin.
Hmm. But was that what she was doing in that situation? She was
Yeah,
doing it with an
she
animosity. It wasn't a term of
she went
endearment.
she went friend of mine. That's what she meant. No, you know what? That it has come to a Shiloh. I
Hmm.
there's nothing new under the sun.
When a black person
Do you
calls me
remember
the
a movie years
NIGGA,
ago? It had
I'd wear
Warren
it like a
Beatty
badge of
and
honor.
what's her
Thanks,
name?
brother.
It was called Bullworth, and damn it, 12th man. beautiful black Can you woman, hold and your I cannot comments till remember the her end? name. But
Sure. Sorry about that,
there's a
Stanley.
movie called Bullworth, and in the end, 12th. Hold on one sec. 12th man. Can you hold your comments till the
Yeah.
end? So, there's a movie called Bullworth. White politician, older politician, Halle Berry. One of her first big movies, where she calls him
And can you send him
my
the link
N
so
word.
he can join directly?
Sure. Where do I find the link?
Let him join. I sent it to you. Can you forward the one I sent to you?
Oh, just the. Okay, sure, I can do that. Well, 12th man, you have been invited to join. I'm going to drop the link in the chat, and anyone else who wants to join, if Charles doesn't mind. So 12th man, hit the link if you want. You'll hit the other stream, and then you'll be free
Okay.
to comment. Well,
Yeah,
12th
I'm
man,
not
you
sure how
have
my
been
phone will
invited
do
to
on
join.
Restream, but
I'm
I'll
going to
give it a
drop the
shot.
link in the Okay. chat, and anyone So, else who wants to Charles, it is join, done. if Charles doesn't mind. So 12th man, hit the link if you want. You'll hit the other stream. So,
And
then, Charles, basically, my okay. So, Charles, it is done.
Continue.
So, Charles, basically, my point is that things like the N word, a lot of things have kind of boomeranged, and white supremacy. If you want to be all black American studies about it, learns how to conform to the times and regenerate, reform itself. You still there, Charles?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. I'm sorry. I dropped the link in the other stream. Oh, there's 12th man.
Yeah.
He's
Thanks for having me on, guys.
He's one of our buddies.
Welcome. It's good to have you. Good to see you here. So, 12th man, tell us, what do you think about the whole situation? What do you think about her using the word, the reaction to it?
About what? Oh, the N word. Yeah. I don't like it in general, but like if another brother is gonna call me like the NIGGA, like not the hard R, then I kind of wear it as a badge and honor as a white boy, you know, to be called that by another brother.
Oh, so you're white?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Stanley should have warned you before you let me up, maybe.
Wait, hold it. I why would I warn him? I'm a colorblind kind of guy.
Yeah, I am too.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter whether you're white or black or we're
Well,
all human beings.
Charles, it's kind of perfect because you kind of have a little bit of a cross section. He's American.
Yep.
Stanley is more American than me, by the way.
Well, when did your ancestors get to America?
I'm sorry.
I said, when did your ancestors get to America?
I think about 1756 or something like that. They came over to Rhode Island.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
That's a long time. You both are just as American. So I wanted to just pick your thoughts, Stanley and Hoffman. Do you think that black people should still be outraged by the use of that word by white people? Do you think they should be, outraged?
I'm sorry, was that question to me, Charles?
Yeah, to both of you. You first and then Hoffman.
Okay, can you repeat it? I'm sorry.
So I was asking, do you think that there should be any outrage from black people over the use of that word today by white people?
There should be an outrage?
Should there be?
You know what? The genie's out of the bottle. I'm not sure. I think we ought to just, Shiloh happened. She's gonna be a millionairess off of it. That is America. It's a hustle. You know what? Oddly enough, being a Catholic, I actually believe in karma. So it'll come out in the wash.
If I could share my 2 cents on that woman I'm sorry. Well, I don't like that woman getting rich off calling a little boy the N-word. That ain't right. I didn't realize there were so many idiots in this country that would give her $500,000 or whatever it's up to now. Make a woman rich for calling a little boy N-word. That's fucked up.
That was what gave you the inclination that there are many quote unquote idiots in the US. I mean, look at Trump. He was elected. That's an even bigger red flag than this woman.
Yeah, but Trump doesn't run around calling people the N-word. He's the exact opposite.
He does a whole lot.
He
does worse stuff.
There's a guy in the John Galt chat who basically points out that NWA the rap group got rich off of the N word. And I think that Chuck doesn't get it. Shiloh is not a black rapper.
Yeah, but I think the reason why this even got to the point where people start raising is because of the limited amount of outrage. I don't know, this is just me, but if I were that guy, and if I were that guy with who pulled out his camera, videoing and all, I wouldn't have reacted in that manner. I was like, okay, good, fair. I'd probably call you a racial slur myself, because my mouth is not closed. Give it back to you straight up. I wouldn't make it out to be an issue.
Well, I think where that camera guy, I don't. Oddly enough, I haven't followed the story, but I maybe 12th Man, was the guy taking the camera pictures or footage of her. Was he a relative of the little boy?
I don't know. I haven't dug that deep into it, Stanley. I just know that I'm appalled that so many idiots in America would give a white woman that much money for calling a little boy the N-word. That's just fucked up, man.
I think the most surprising thing is, I don't know if you listen to Ock Nation or any of those anti-black shows. A lot of the people tracking it were black males specifically.
I'm starting to see your reasoning on anti-black blacks in a way, Stanley. I mean, if that's who you are promoting, then
you'll get there.
Jesus.
I mean, I honestly, I don't think black people should use the N-word.
Mm-hmm. I agree, but they're gonna do it.
Yeah, I don't think.
Of course they are.
I don't think anyone should be outraged by the use of it, or that should even become a national issue. I think it should. I'm on online spaces and I get called racial slurs almost every week. Even today, someone I was making a post about those two Israelis that were killed today. I was just condemning the act and the rest. And someone said, "You ape, N-word, such and such. Shouldn't you be born in Africa?" And I was like, "Look at this video." Normally, I would respond to them like I would give it back to them, right? Is it really worth my time? I don't get outraged by it. I don't get emotional by it. And it usually throws them off because they think it's going to trigger me into saying, oh, come and look at this person being racist. I totally ignore what they said. And then I give them something back. So they're always banking on black people emotionally reacting to such words. That's why they use it. They want to trigger you. They want you to get outraged, and they'll say, then they will now make the claim that, we can't say this word. Black people are policing the word, and so on and so forth. So if you take away that power from it, someone says the N-word, and you're like, okay, cool. So what? What happens next? The next time they wouldn't be so inclined to use it because they know it doesn't have any power. It doesn't have any emotive power. It cannot cause any reaction from black people when they use it anymore. And I think that's a way to totally neutralize or cater the word.
Unfortunately, I think it's turned into a street slang, if you will. Like, as a white person, like, you can call me Mayo, you can call me Cracker or whatever, and it doesn't bother me. But it's different when you talk to black people and you're going to call them the N word because they have a lot of pain and history of white people calling people that word. I mean,
Yeah, but
so like,
what does it materially do to you today if someone calls you that as a black person? What does it materially do to you? What damage does it do? What hurt does it cause? I may be speaking, I may be harsh, but what actual damage does it cause?
I think it's more of a sensitive spot for black people, like I said, because of the history of slavery and all that. Like, nobody should be using the N word. If you look at it and look, no one should use that word. Like, because you're like bringing up, oh, we're gonna call each other what the white people called us for hundreds of years. It doesn't make sense.
Well,
really, to me.
I actually have. I think once again, I'm going to blame parenting and the American education system. Bottom line is, black people should be the last of people in America being racist or using, the slang words. I think black people don't understand American history any more than white people do. So we're kind of all in the boat of ignorance here.
Did we lose our host, Stanley?
Yeah, he'll be back.
Hopefully
He's
he'll be
over.
back.
He's in Nigeria. So.
All right, he's in Nigeria. Amazing.
Yeah, he's Nigerian.
I thought he was African over here.
Yeah, he has a very unique take on American politics, and I've known him for years now. So he is very sharp about American politics, and sometimes out looking in is a good thing.
Yeah. So for me, I don't think any respectable person should be using that word. But when irresponsible people do use it, then it should be dismissed as irresponsible. Shouldn't be given any sort of recognition. Shouldn't be given any. There shouldn't be any reaction to it. You should just be like, okay, you're a dumb person, obviously, very stupid person for saying that. So go about your day, and that should be it. It shouldn't make the national news. I get the fact that she was calling a child. That's part of the reason why it became this. It got this far. But I think that it's time to I think it's time to neuter that word. It's time. Just neuter it so it doesn't have power. It doesn't. And I think black people should be at the forefront of this, just like Stanley mentioned, right? Black people shouldn't be using it. It's a derogatory word. So why are you choosing it in music and so on and so forth? And then it becomes a pariah word for white people who want to use it so badly. And if I was a white person, I'd be like, why do you feel a need to even use that word? Like, what is that?
Well,
what's
Charles,
going to change your life?
Charles, seriously.
And there was Stanley. 1 minute. Sorry, 1 minute. 1 minute, Stanley. There was a time where mouthwash was advocating for being able to use the N word, and I'm like, really, is this really what's going to make your life any better? Being able to use the N word,
No.
How is it going to impact your existence in any positive way? Why should, of all the things you should be fighting for, to have the right to do or say as a human being or even as a white person, why this word? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, let me help you make sense of it. Rap is part of the problem. A lot of white kids want to be down. Do they even use the word down anymore? I don't know. but it is a hip hop culture thing. So that's why you literally 12th man said it. If it's kind of a rite of passage or badge of honor, if you have a close black friend who happens to be of that hip hop persuasion, if he calls you my N word, well, hey, you know what? It's a term of endearment. People don't seem to, some of it is that the hard R is the word now. You don't use the hard R, you use the Nigga. Nigga is kind of culturally acceptable. The hard R is not. So I see Charles has dipped out again. He can probably hear us. So that's why it's not a mystery. If you are cool, your black friends will call you Nigga, and you will have a warm and fuzzy. Bad parenting for decades. Racism has figured out, and white supremacy has figured out a way to make itself acceptable. It has been doing this, and it almost sounds like white supremacy is a thing, but it's like market economics. The market is a concept. White supremacy is a concept, but it will make itself relevant in American culture as not a pejorative if you spell it right, but a term of endearment.
Mm. Yeah, and I was wanting to ask Charles, do y'all do that over there, running around calling each other the N-word like they do in a lot of these inner city blacks? It's like sometimes I
Inner
wonder if
city
that's the
blacks?
only
What
word
are you
there.
talking about? It happens in the white suburbs. What? You think this is an inner city phenomenon?
Well, not really. I was just
No,
wondering.
I think what he's getting at is that what he's getting at is that are black people in Africa using that word just the way black people in the US use it? I think that's what he's asking.
Yeah, I was wondering if y'all do that over there. Basically, Charles. Yes, sir.
Now we have other laws for ourselves. We don't use that word.
Do the white Nigerians or white South Africans, do they use it the way white kids use it in America?
I'm not sure. I haven't been to South Africa before, but I haven't heard reports of that of white South Africans using that word. I think if they have racial slurs, they would be very they'll be very domesticated. They would have their own words for such things. I don't think they would use American in everyday language. That's not to say that
Well, that's interesting that
people can
actual Africans don't call each other that word, but American blacks do.
Actual Africans don't think they're black. They are Africans, or to be more, they are Nigerian or whatever the country is.
Right.
You do realize, okay, you do realize, and there's an echo, so I'm probably repeating myself. Blackness does not conceptually exist in a continent full of Africans. They don't think of themselves as
right
black in America. It's when I say it's social construct, I literally mean it is a social construct.
Yeah, true. And many black people, many Africans will tell you that many Africans, when they immigrate to the US, they'll tell you that that's when they discovered that they were black. Because back in Africa, everyone is black, so it's not
right.
essential. It's not prime. It's your ethnicity that is primary, right? Which part of the country you come from, what language you speak, what food you eat, what dress you wear. Those are the things that are primary. And sure, there are stereotypes for every ethnic group, and those stereotypes can be thrown at your face, and people don't get offended by it. Though it's like normal banter. You can be talking with someone, and they just say something off color about your ethnic group, and everybody laughs about it, which in a way is a normalization of dysfunction, but it's just the way the society is set up. People don't really get offended. So
Yeah, I've always seen Nigeria as a pretty beautiful country from what I've seen. I mean, they have a lot of traditional ways and everything. That's actually one of the African cities I wouldn't mind visiting one day. Or countries, I'm sorry. I call it a city. My bad.
Did Charles disappear again?
Yeah, he's in and out. He's all the way from Nigeria, though, so
yeah,
he's going to be in and out.
What's up?
Hey, what's up?
What's up, Chuck?
Welcome, Chico. How you doing?
Good, good. Are you still talking about Shiloh Hendricks?
Yeah, we are. We have been, in and out, going in and out. But yeah, I was talking about that.
Okay, yes. So yeah, I think what the Hendricks story is telling us is that it's a signal that white guilt in America about slavery and Jim Crow seems to be decreasing. This racist woman called a black child the N-word. And normally what happens is a person like this will be canceled. They'll, their job will be taken away from them. But this woman instead is getting rewarded through donations. This is highly unusual.
I'm appalled by it.
Yeah, well, Chuck,
So I think,
here's the rub.
I think this is signaling a change.
It would not surprise me.
In the climate.
And actually, I hope to know one of these days a bunch of John Galts and Ock Nations and CTs and people like them were eager participants and probably donors. The anti-black blacks are part of, hey, white woman, don't feel guilty. Here's $10. I have made the point that white racists are not a threat in 2025. It is the internal anti-black racists to the black community that are the existential threat. And I'm not kidding when I say that. I seriously believe that an Ock Nation or a CT are the existential threat.
Existential threat? How?
Why are they?
Self-hatred, self-hatred, self-destruction, giving young black people, donating to Shiloh. They are encouraging the innocent, be brave, redneck, white trash woman to be racist.
Seems to be that way, doesn't it, Stanley?
Oh, it doesn't seem to be that way. History rhymes, it doesn't repeat.
You don't think that racism is like a form of tribalism? Where
No, I do not. You don't have to go.
So you don't think that white people?
Okay, no. Racism is literally a system. Tribalism is not genetic. Tribalism tends to be more cultural. It's never genetic. Tribalism is not something that is part of the American experience.
I didn't say it was genetic. I said it's to do with the fact that
Okay, dude. Chuck,
you know
I hate to be rude. You are Chuck. You are on the wrong track. It is not even remotely connected to a tribalism.
all right, so you don't want any differing opinion. This is just the gospel.
No, I don't care about your uneducated opinion. I said I was going to be rude. Let me deliver on the promise.
No, that's fine. That's if you want to be ignorant, that's fine. But there are people who disagree with you.
Oh, Chuck, I don't mind being called ignorant by you. You're on the wrong track. I actually know what I'm talking about.
You think you do, but the fact that you're flummoxed by what's happening with Shiloh Hendricks is proof that you are on the wrong track. But I'll let you continue. You got this all figured out, so don't let anything surprise you.
What do you think, Charles? Oops. And we lost both of them. But Nigeria is the long.
Chuck's pissed off at me, and you know what? I have to manhandle the young. Puppies need to be shaken every now and again.
Or have their nose rubbed in shit and thrown outside till they behave.
And you know, I'm not going to say that I'm wrong, but I'm literally going to say that tribalism is not racism. I don't even know where he's getting that bullshit from. Tribalism, I think what he's trying to do is take an African concept and apply it to American history. There was a book by a lady called Isabel Wilkerson. It was called Caste, where she tried to compare American racism to caste in India. And I read the book actually, and it wasn't awfully convincing. There are a lot of parallels. However, caste is way more like caste in India, for instance, and other places is astronomically more complicated than race in America. And you would never think that, but there are thousands of castes in India, probably millions, because there's an argument, and this is, I know a guy, and Charles knows Anand as well. Literally, he knows a lot about India because he happens to be of Bengali extraction. Dude, you could make the argument, as Anand has, that every person has their own unique caste. So caste and race are not, there are some similarities, but they're not the same. Same thing with tribalism and racism. They are not the same. And if young Chuck would actually stop listening to the bullshit and actually do some reading, he would know this. I may be ignorant, but not that ignorant. There's some things I know.
Well, I hope Charles comes back up. I found him pretty interesting, Stanley.
No, Charles is actually occasionally brilliant.
There he is.
Yeah, back. Where is Chuku? Did he leave?
Yeah. Stanley ran him off for his ignorance.
Stanley, why'd you run him off?
Look, I didn't run him off. There's some things I know, Charles, and I know that racism is not a form of tribalism.
Okay, so let me explain where he's coming from. He's Nigerian, so I
I
understand his thought
know
process.
what he's trying to connect African dots to an American what's the word? An American dot. The two do not connect. He's not original in trying to make that connection. I was just talking about Isabel Wilkerson. Caste and race there's overlap, but it's very slight overlap. Africa is not tribalism in Africa is not racism in America. They are not. I argue they're not even similar.
They're not. They're not the same thing exactly, but they have certain features that are
yes.
They have similar
certain features.
certain ways. Yeah.
You can't superimpose one over the other, mainly because of history, mainly because of culture, and only
But you can
young
draw the
fools.
parallels. So you can draw the parallels. When people bring this up, at times it's a way of wanting to minimize the impact of racism, which I think is the wrong way to use the analogy between racism and tribalism, right? But I do see and understand parallels because it's almost born from the same place where you want to discriminate against someone else because they are not like you, because they have a different culture, because they have different history, or they speak a different language. Those are features that are common. But the thing is, it's almost normalized, like it's a normal thing in Africa, and many Africans who are analyzing Western racism might want to take that same attitude to say, it's not such a big deal, shouldn't be such a big deal. Racism, tribalism, it's the same thing. But no, it is a big deal, and racism is a big deal. Shouldn't be trivialized. And I think that African attitudes towards tribalism should be changed as well. It is a big deal. It should not be normalized. The fact that it is normalized is a problem in itself, because that's one of the reasons why the continent is still, stuck, why it's not growing, because of that tribalistic nepotism. You there, Stanley?
I'm sorry, I'm still here.
Yeah.
Look, I don't get mad at young people like Chuck. He has a lot to learn, and you know what? Like a lot of young people I know, some of them happen to be my progeny. they think the old man doesn't know what the hell he's talking about until they figure out what I'm talking about. So it'll take time, but it's okay.
Yeah, I was trying to digest all that, Stanley, difference between tribalism and I guess American racism, because to me, like tribalism is like if you live on an Indian reservation or something, you're part of that tribe or whatever, and then like institutional racism are two totally different things, literally, like you like to
Well,
say,
let me
Stanley.
help you out. And I tend to look at history, the older I've gotten, the more I tend to view politics, even sociology, through a historical lens. And you just cannot compare African history and American history. Two different histories, two different dynamics. In Africa is even more complicated. than the United States is.
Mm.
So I think it is reductionist to compare tribalism in Africa to racism in America. Tribalism in Africa is a whole different continent, and I think race in America is a lot more simple, even though it has complications. Comparing the two is juvenile.
Well, we're humans. We're always going to compare things. I think they are born from the same place of othering. You want to other people that you think are not part of your group, right? So while they're not exactly the same thing,
I hope they get better internet down there some days, then.
Oh, it's okay. Now he's also trying a new system. He usually uses StreamYard.
Right.
He's trying Restream. So I don't even know that it's an internet issue.
Yeah, I see people.
Literally.
I've seen people go through that. Like they try these different panel streams or whatever other than StreamYard, but it's like Get Crack said, like probably I don't know 6-8 months ago. It's like you're stuck because some of the other platforms just suck, dude. They really do. And then some of those platforms don't work good with phones, and they have all kinds of glitches. And I'm surprised Stream or Restream kept me up this long today, really. But I learned a little secret. If you're on a panel with Restream, then keep your phone upright and don't move it, and like don't turn it sideways or anything like that. And I think you're generally okay, but I tried following that rule like once or twice before, and it still kicked me off because I'm on a phone. Like Restream is set up for desktop, basically. But seems like they're getting better, doing all right today.
Well, they're definitely more expensive. I looked into the fee structure.
Oh boy.
Wow.
StreamYard.
This is what you get when you are a PhD. You get to be Charles.
Well, I wish them all the best down there in Nigeria, Stan. I'm gonna grab another
What do
beer.
you mean down there? Wait, hold it. Why do they need your best? You do know Nigeria is
Just
okay, right?
well wishing, that's all. And Africa is down there.
Yeah, well,
You know, from where I'm at, I'm up north, so that's down there. Okay, it's not a
I
racial
guess you're
thing.
right about that. Oh, I didn't say it was racial. I was making a geographical comment.
A geographical mistake.
No, I made the geographical mistake. You cleared it up.
Yeah, almost.
Well, we're going to give the professor. We'll give the professor about 5 more minutes.
All right. Hopefully, Charles comes back. Are you gonna continue on the other show after this one, Stanley? I was wondering if you might get more adventures.
Yeah,
there's no.
Yeah, I was trying to use my laptop to come in, and it was seeing me as a guest, so I was even asking.
Welcome back, Charles.
Yeah. So,
What kind of beer y'all got down there in Nigeria, Charles?
What kind of what?
What kind of beer y'all got down there?
Beer?
Yeah, beer.
Yeah, we have Heineken, we have Star, we have Gouda, we have there are a whole lot of them, but those are the ones.
Right on.
You know any of those brands?
What? I was wondering, really, it'd be pretty cool if y'all made your own beer too, or out of the berries or whatever else is around there. You just make your own beer, right?
Yeah, there are local recipes for alcohol. A very famous one from where I'm from is called Kain Kain. It's actually concentrated spirits like alcohol. Like it's more than close to 50% alcohol.
50%.
It's very
Holy cow!
Very concentrated. So people don't take it so much. You don't take much of it because of the percentage of alcohol in it. So you have to.
Incredible. 50%.
Yep.
Hey,
Wow.
Charles, they make palm wine, right?
Yeah, they do. From palm trees.
Yeah.
It's very
I'd
sweet.
probably be more in that league.
So, did you guys see what Trump did with the South African president? Essentially trying to.
Oh yeah, I watched the whole hour and 4-minute interview. Whitehouse.gov has it online.
So, what are your thoughts?
I think that, and I don't know the president's name. I can't remember.
Cyril
but he did
Ramaphosa.
just fine. I think Trump tried to Zelensky him, and that man held his dignity. He stood firm. He did not get flustered, and I admire him for that.
Yep. I would have walked out anyway, but I think he's a better man than myself.
You know what? That black president of South Africa has, I have his soul. We commune. I'm not gonna let that white fool drive me out of the Oval Office. I'm gonna stay and I'm gonna see this through till the end. I loved it.
It was childish. It was really childish because he literally did not have to explain himself to the US president. He did not have to explain what was going on in his country to the US president. Trump is not the leader of white people, right? For him to be asking him questions about white South Africans, it's silly. It's like the Cyril Ramaphosa asking Trump about black people, asking him to give an account of how black people are being treated in America. It's insane.
Here's the most interesting thing. Trump trying to, he said literally, there is proof of white genocide, and his proof was like some Coliseum video where there are black people talking about killing white people or something, and then but there were no bodies there. Talking about killing white people, while hugely offensive for a president of a country that has a First Amendment, you can talk about it all you want as long as you don't, there are no bodies. So Trump presented zero evidence, and then he wanted to hand the president of South Africa some big stack of paper, reprinted newspaper articles. Again, the pages are white, but none of them are bodies. So Trump literally, for anyone with half a brain, looked ineffectual.
So Stanley,
and the South African president stayed there.
So They forgot
Stanley, oh, I'm
that
sorry. Go ahead.
break my bones, but words will never hurt me. So words are violence now. Well, those words weren't good words anyway, but they aren't proof of genocide.
It sounds more like the whites are scared. Like that was a lot of white fragility coming out, if you ask me. You know.
Well, the thing is I honestly don't know enough about South Africa, and I have that in common with my president. He doesn't know a lot about South Africa,
Right.
so we are both ignorance.
True.
Like, do the white people generally fear that black people are just like the white farmers in South America? Do they have a
No, white
legitimate
people
fear?
own they have so much power. They own more than 70% of the land in South Africa, despite being a minority, like serious minority. The economic system is they
Well,
have
let
some
me
white
tell you a funny story. John Galt started talking about electric fences because somebody brought up electric fences. I'm like, electric fences on a farm are to keep animals in.
Yeah.
They are not going to keep people out. If a black person wants to take over your farm, an electric fence isn't going to stop.
No.
Yeah.
So they're basically saying, the question was like, hey, do you fear black people taking over your farm? Not verbatim. It's not a quote. It's the sentiment. So yes, we put up electric fences, and I'm like, Trump bought that hook, line, and sinker. An electric fence is not going to keep out a person who wants to take over your. No, John Galt fucking like asked me this for like an hour, trying to say, well, a farm is not a ranch. Of course, I know a farm is not a ranch. My point is that the usual electric fence, you're
Sometimes
not
it's
out
both,
on a
but
farm.
okay.
Well, hold on. Out on a farm, putting up an electric fence, it will keep the animals from escaping. Humans
It
know
doesn't
how
even
to
work
defeat.
then, Stanley. I'm telling you.
John Galt was going to use that as proof. He was going to, those white people are so scared. They're so scared they put up an electric fence. John Galt is Donald Trump. Motherfucker, an electric fence, even a high voltage, if you pumped, dude, where are you going to get
Like a
high
waste of
voltage
energy.
on a remote farm?
I'm telling you, as someone who's worked on farms and ranches, like the cows are gonna get out. I mean, they'll break that barbed wire eventually, and that's why
They
you have to have someone like
her.
me to go along there and keep fixing the fences because they keep getting out or in. Like it doesn't change anything.
Yeah. So
hey, those cows have fur and determination.
So Stanley, you have to understand that South Africa is a very crime breeding country. So part of the concerns may just be that of crime. It's not necessarily targeting white. In fact, just as the president mentioned, more black people are victims of the crime in South Africa than white people. But it's a problem, right? But I think the other part of it, while some white people might be feeling antsy, is because of the land reforms program that the South African government is sort of introducing for land redistribution, because it doesn't make sense that a tiny minority, like really, really small percentage of the population owns more than 70% of the land, right? So I think that's gotten a lot of white farmers apprehensive, thinking what happened in Zimbabwe was going to happen in South Africa. But so far, there's been no indication that the Zimbabwe situation is going to replicate itself. I think the government is putting in place fair fair procedures for that land redistribution. And frankly, I'm not against land redistribution because how did the white people come to own almost all the land in South Africa? It wasn't by legal means anyway. So yeah,
Colonization, basically.
yeah,
But that's not a good reason to kill them off or anything like that. Like all these white farmers, they had nothing to do with that. They're just their ancestors, basically, right? Am I wrong?
Well, I get your argument. To be honest, uh, Charles, uh, Charles, I'm not sure how
I
to
hope I
add you. How
wasn't
do I
over
add you?
talking them or nothing.
No, you absolutely you weren't.
And he needs a Starlink, maybe, Stanley.
Oh, there you are.
yeah. This will be the last time I'm using restraint. This will be the last time.
Okay. Well, don't give up just yet. Let's say hi to Lead Clinton. Lead, I have not talked to you in a while. Where you been?
I ain't seen Lead in a minute.
What's late? Is he on?
He's in the chat.
Okay, okay, is it coming up? Is it coming up to?
Hit the link, Lead, if you want. I don't know. If you're learning it, so am I.
Well, I'm learning more about South Africa, that's for sure. I mean, but I was going to ask Charles, do you think that the white farmers there now have a legitimate fear for their life? Like, do you think they would qualify for refugee status in the United States?
Nope, I don't think so. I think, of course, that
Yeah, no one's out there actively killing farmers, right?
no,
No one's doing that.
no, not
So
not
what's
to
the
my
big
knowledge.
fear about?
It's overblown. Now, that's not to say that there are no you know there are no issues, right? That's not to say that there are no rhetoric,
Right, right.
such things, but it's actively happening that I'm not aware of.
Yeah.
So,
So
like
you,
I was
do you
saying, I
think
was saying
that's
the, I was saying the other.
is that some white fragility? Like
Time,
the white folks are
problem
afraid of the black
mostly, I
folks, or
think, why some of the
so they can
farmers are apprehensive
just
because of the land that the South
yeah,
African
it's a
government
bunch
is
of
putting in place,
yeah,
and that's
a
not
bunch of fear mongering bullshit. Charles is what it's starting to sound like. Like there is no legitimate genocide or anything like that going on in South Africa. So it's all lies. A lot of this shit.
Well, I'm gonna hasten caution. I just don't know enough about it. Maybe you do, 12th man. I'm not gonna doubt the fear. I'm not gonna doubt their story until I can prove it one way or the other. I'm not even willing to I'm just not willing to tell these people that they're wrong. However, we have a president who has infinite capabilities to verify, and he did not present proof in that white
Well,
in that
no,
Oval Office meeting. He simply did
Charles
not.
just literally said that there's nothing like that happening down there. And yeah, there's some issues. There's some issues over here too, okay? But we're not running to another country. I'm just, eh, and
Yeah.
they
Um,
don't really have a legitimate fear, is what I'm hearing from Charles. Like,
I am willing to defer to Charles.
Yeah. Defer to me, please. Anyway, I think
Well, that's a good thing for Africans, right, Charles? If the white people leave.
well, I'm not, I'm not, I'm not thrilled either way. If they want to stay, it's their country. I mean, it's their country. They shouldn't have to leave. But if they want to leave, eh, I don't care either way. But it's just politics. People are trying to create exist.
Right.
It doesn't make any
Create
sense.
a something that doesn't really exist.
Yeah.
Man, it makes me angry. They do that.
I mean, why just 60? Why just 60 people? There are a lot of, there are millions of white people in South Africa. I'd have expected more of them to have taken up Trump's asylum offer, and it just shows you that. In fact, there was a time that some white South Africans were mocking Trump's offer because it didn't make any sense for them. Why would they leave their country to go live as refugees in the U.S. where they were, well off? They're doing well off in South Africa. There was no reason for them to leave their country. South Africa is still a very sort of segregated society in a way. The white people still live in the more affluent neighborhoods compared to the black people. The socioeconomic disparity between the whites and the blacks is still there. And might even say, if not even worse than in the US. So it's the black people who should be complaining about wanting to leave, not the whites privileged South Africans. It's just crazy. Trump is just looking for trouble where there is none.
Yeah, that's why I like a lot of things Trump are doing, but some of this shit is bullshit. Like, I thought he probably should have had more respect for the president of South Africa, and I don't know why he gets people in there and then he treats them like a buffoon or something.
Yeah, because
I don't like that.
I don't think Trump might have wanted to. In my opinion, the South African president wasn't being treated like a buffoon.
Yeah.
He came off, in my opinion, very classy, very poised. Yeah. I was impressed.
Yeah. He did good. He actually did good. And have you ever noticed how Trump and his minions, how they sit when they are having this, they slouch, they put their hands together, they all have the same pose, like this nonsense power pose. The South African president was more relaxed. He was leaning back on his chair. He was, he was more open. Trump and
enjoying the royalty. I would too.
Trump and his goons looked like the ones who were on the spot. You see how
at least he showed up in a suit.
Well, you were saying something about liking some of the things Trump is doing. What exactly do you like about what Trump is doing?
Well, I think Trump can be very childlike sometimes. Sometimes he seems more childlike. I don't know. But, maybe that's why a lot of people voted for him. Like, we all used to be kids once, so, like every now and then
that's a great reason to elect a president.
Oh, you like that? You like the fact that he's childlike?
You elected Trump to play patty cake.
I liked him to get some reforms through and things like that, basically, and strong on immigration and getting rid of a lot of these, and quite frankly, some of these students from North Africa and the Middle East up out of here because they're so busy protesting the government and shooting people in downtown DC that they have no business here. So let's ship them back to where they came from. They're here because of privilege. They're not here because we necessarily need them here. Okay?
So
And if you're going to come over here and take
Is it-
over college campuses and do all this kind of thing, then we're going to get you up out of here. Plain and simple.
So you're saying that free speech doesn't exist in America. People don't have the right to say things protest what they're not comfortable with. That's what you're saying. American citizens. Offline. Is that what you're saying?
No, what was your question, Charles? I'm sorry, you were in and out a little bit.
Yeah, so my question is, from what you just said, does it mean that free speech is limited in America to only American citizens? If you're not an American citizen but you live in America,
Not really, I mean, but if you're going to start fires and take over buildings and all this shit, then you got to go.
Where are they doing that?
You're here to learn. You're here to learn.
Where are they
You're
doing
here
that?
by permission. You're here just by permission. Right? If you want to go to school and learn, fine. I know there's lots of intelligent people that have the Islamic faith. I mean, they have inventions going back centuries, dude, really. And yeah, I love the Islamic people, the smart ones. But don't think you're going to come to the United States on some kind of student visa or something like that, and then take over buildings and shout all that garbage and take over college campuses and all that shit.
Which campuses, 12 man, which buildings and what campuses did they take over?
Harvard and all over Columbia. Like, they've literally locked people in rooms on the campus and assault and make Jewish people in fear for their life. They do it all the time and get away with it. Not anymore. Not anymore.
So you believe that these protests are not being done by U.S. citizens? They are being done.
Some of them. I don't care as long as they're not breaking the law. But if they're breaking the law, then they're going to be associated with the same people that are starting the fires and taking over buildings and shit like that.
But you're just making all these claims. There is no evidence that they have taken over any.
What do you mean?
Starting up.
It's documented, man. Mainstream news, bro. You can't deny that's been going on. There's video evidence.
They've been part of protests, right? They've been part of protests against what's happening in Palestine, but taking over buildings, it's,
right.
Taking over
libraries
buildings,
in
fires,
particular.
That's so true.
They like to take over the library section. It's the one they always go after.
Anyway, let's not have this debate right now. I think, Stanley, I think this would be a good place to actually bring this show to a close. We'll talk.
That's one thing I like about Trump is he's getting the troublemakers up out of here. A lot of them.
Okay. He should, if he wants to get troublemakers out of America, he should look at the January 6th coup plotters. Those were.
Well, I'd welcome you, Charles, as long as you're just here to learn and like kind of become an American, like try to be like us and stuff like that. Don't bring your stuff from where you left over here and try to institute your politics from the place you left.
Be is like you, 12 man. we all aspire.
I welcome people
my,
from
anyway.
wherever. I don't care where they come from, as long as they want to kind of assimilate and be like us
Yeah.
and cherish our freedoms like we do.
My tart and dry
That's
humor
all I want.
does not do what it used to do. So Charles, carry on. You're I know it's getting late there, right?
Yeah, it is. So
What time is it over there, Charles?
It's past 12.
Oh, past
12.
midnight over there. Eh?
Yeah, and Charles is a family man. He has literally humored we weak and sometimes tawdry Americans. I'm surprised that he tolerated us this long.
Yeah, me too. Thank you for having me, Charles.
All right, Hoffman. Thank you, Stanley. I'll see you guys some other time.
Thank you, Charles.
Yeah.
Are you still going to be on your channel, Stanley?
I will.
Okay.
Momentarily.
Maybe I'll catch you over there here in a few minutes.
All right, folks. Well,
God
I
bless
am
you,
back.
Charles, and take care of that beautiful country you have, Nigeria.
Hey, Skater, Charles is an awesome guy.
Of America too.
I've known him for 2, 3, 4 years now. Very sharp. And folks, he's at Critical African Thinkers. We are doing a show every Thursday evening at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So we will be around next Thursday at this time. And I need to do a better job about, kind of advertising it over here. There are really no shenanigans or anything. We talk straight politics, mainly straight American politics. So there's, like I said, no shenanigans, no, the tawdry in horrible humor and ill-tempered insults and ad hocs on Charles's channel. So hit the link. We were watching Anton Horrible's tragedy. What's the name of the show? It's Cock with Hens or something like that. So we can get back to it. And I'm I've been sucking down some Bud Light, so I'm a little loopy. And this will not go on forever, the stream, but it was a special stream because I needed to see these lovely ladies take care of a bad cock named Anton.
The guy, he met his fiance is a white woman. They're gonna get married, and he was like talking to his barber about why, and he was just saying, it's peaceful. They do the family dinners. They do that. She knows how to carry herself, right? Why, if you don't fall into the category of the one, because he was talking about women that are in his family that, act that way. It's not pertaining to you. If you don't fall into that category, why are we so upset? And then also, why are you so upset when it is the majority of everything you say? So I don't see why to get so mad. Like,
I think women get upset because a part of themselves is exposed before they are ready to admit who they are, what they are, and what they represent. One thing I've learned about Black women is that we don't like to be the last ones to know something. We don't like to be told something about ourselves that we didn't know was there. We don't like for someone to point out a poor characteristic before.
I'll be horribly snide here, to use a word. One thing she learned about Black women, didn't you have a mother? Now, I'm assuming she is ADOS, like a legacy Black American. Maybe she was hatched But the one thing you've learned about black women, the first thing should be from your mother. Good that you want to share your experience, but just man, people are just problematic.
We're able to admit we have it. So it's like, a hit dog will holler, but I think also because some black women, too
A
many,
hit
I like to
dog
say
will
too many or
holler
so many because I
and
don't have a
knock off your
mental measure
wig.
to decide if it's this much or what. But we do have so many or too many black women who are absolutely entitled and believe that black men are their property. And in a sense, they're not necessarily wrong. I mean, black men and black women make black babies. That's how you have your black families. That's just the way it works. But I think they don't realize is that you have to release, degenerate behavior, selfish mindset, and, sacrifice a lot of fun and a lot of, tacky things in order to be not just a good partner, but, the better version of yourself. So I think that's why.
Dalen is proof. Dalen is proof.
This is homiletics to the stupid. Literally, nothing she said mattered. The only proof I'm getting from this is black people can be stupid too. And the problem is she doesn't know. She sounded stupid. Anton, as the head cock, didn't tell this hen that she sounded stupid. And everyone is nodding like she said something profound. Damn.
That women can be
The
retrained.
anti-blacks are the problem.
That's a compliment.
It is a compliment.
Dalen.
Dalen is proof. Listen, Dalen is hitting us with the rebrand tonight. She said, "You know what? We're gonna do it differently. We're gonna do it differently. I see what Anton is saying, and I'm making adjustments. I'm gonna give you your props. You have been very, very patient. You've been relaxed. You've been adjusting." And the retrain and the rebrand is here. I like that. I like what we got going on here.
It is a good look. I watched this I watched this all the time before I even came on a panel. And I'm not gonna lie, you used to see I'm like, oh Lord, like, you kind of,
Well, the bitch who hit her husband,
but I will say
it's coming up, folks. Is giving compliments. Love it. How about put the fucking jacket on and stop exposing your shoulder?
Yeah, shout out to Percocet. I'm just playing.
You know what? You know what? You had us.
No, I mean, I know I talk a lot, y'all, but I realize sometimes, I don't, allow people to get everything off of their chest because I have like that. I know what you're gonna say. Hurry up and say it. So I just want to give people, the room to say what they got.
Oh Jesus, she's still talking.
But
anybody else want to say anything before we move to the super chats? AC? No?
I'm so disappointed. I think something's
frozen.
No, I believe that Jess has some more to say too, but she just don't want to say it.
Can I say the quiet part out loud?
Go ahead. Jess is rethinking that rebrand right now, but we'll get there. We working on it. She a little bit more feisty.
Whatever. You said it takes the right one, Anton. That's it.
I think that two things can be true at the same time. I think that if Black men in particular can find someone who they love that is non-Black, but still have an opinion about how Black women behave, right? I'm in an interracial relationship. I have an opinion about how I think some Black men behave. I think that both things can be true. I think that just in general, there's a lot of frustration from both the genders. Like the men, I got to be honest here, there was one point where I felt like the concerns that they brought up were kind of illegitimate until I actually heard women open their mouths and say the things that I've heard them say over the last 2-3 years. Like since COVID, it changed my mind. I honestly thought women were still sugar and spice and everything nice. I mean, I know that sounds naive, but I've been horrified. I've been absolutely horrified. So I can see how Black men would have legitimate concerns about Black women and say so, in the same way that I have legitimate concerns about Black men, and I'm going to say so. Not all of them, but a certain segment, I have an opinion. And I feel like if I'm in an interracial relationship, that does not make me not Black anymore. So that means that I still have an investment.
Miss Phil, are you in or I believe you said you were engaged. Are you engaged to a non-Black man because of maybe being tired of being disappointed by your brothers?
No, because I didn't date so many of them that I could get to that point.
So you have Black men? You have.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear if you said you did or you didn't date Black men.
I said no, because I didn't date enough of them to get to that point.
Well, why not?
Okay.
Because I'm a good observer, and there's certain things that I was just able to identify and see, and I decided to move around it. Once I realized what I was seeing, I moved around it.
So did you believe that there was no man that was of, I guess, African American descent that was quality or that met a certain standard that they should already have, and you felt that your chances would be better with another race?
No, but you know what I wasn't going to do? I was not going to climb every mountain, swim across the seas, the 7 seas, and down the valleys low and the mountains high, and through the closets and through the crawl spaces. I was not going to do it. Yes, Lord, I went to the man who was best for the job, and the one who showed up quickly when I wanted him to show up. That's what happened.
Yes, that's right.
I think that leads to a bigger issue, because Miss Pinkfield, I think you're a very lovely young lady. And I do that thing where, people are older than me, I still call them young ladies. But I think that it's a shame that if you couldn't, I guess, find a successful relationship with a Black man, I'm assuming you would have wanted to, maybe not, I don't know. Maybe that's speaking to, we have too many Black men that aren't up to par. So it's not just, we have degenerate women, but we have too many hoodlums. We have too many Negroes and not enough Black men who take, things seriously. Because sometimes Black women won't admit it, but they absolutely date non-Black men because they do believe that they have a better chance of finding someone that has structure, stability, that can articulate themselves, that can have quality conversations, and that can carry themselves good. They think that they have a better chance.
I gave you a compliment, and now you're driving the boat.
I'm not saying that this is something I agree with. I'm saying this is something that I have observed, like that I've seen.
As soon as I gave you a compliment, you decided
you're doing the same thing.
Well, here's the thing.
What am I doing?
Well, number one, I don't. Wait. Hold on. Just last week, y'all was talking about how y'all didn't like
white men.
What's that?
Yes.
Oh no! Don't
last week. Because let's be very, very clear. I don't care either way. I think that people, and I hold the same standard for men as I hold for women. I don't care if they got a preference for dating outside. I think you should go where you appreciate it, and not where you tolerate it. So if you want to date a white guy, I'm gonna give you the same level of grace, or it don't matter who you date. I'm gonna give you the same level of grace that I give Black men that say that they want to date white women, and they shouldn't be held accountable for that. They shouldn't catch L's or have people criticizing them for their preferences. Now, with that being said, right, the other side of this conversation is y'all last week was just talking about how y'all ain't feeling white men.
I don't think that's what you asked us. I think you asked us has a white man.
Y'all doing the 2 snaps and a snapback and all of this stuff, right? And celebrating her. But y'all was just talking about how y'all don't fuck with white men because y'all can't get with them. Because first of all, they not masculine enough, and they only got money to offer, and all of this shit.
Lord have mercy, they ain't seen my man.
Okay.
Y'all, I ain't going. I can't go by what you got going on. I'm going by what I heard them say last week. In mass, y'all said that y'all didn't fuck with white men.
I heard that. I saw that.
You asked us.
I did see that too, ladies. I did. I watched.
Marriage. That's what you asked us as
Yeah,
a
I
white
watched it too.
code.
No, we went through a whole exercise where y'all was saying, I dated a white man and I didn't like it. And white man approached me and I didn't like it. They just ain't got it. They ain't got the man.
Yes.
Only one panelist said that. The rest of us gave.
No, one panelist deep dove. No, and matter of fact, it was two panelists that deep dove. It was the one with the afro. Okay.
Yes.
She did. And then the other one that was getting offended when I started holding her accountable. So it was two women that gave their experiences. All of y'all was on the same page.
Said
and y'all was talking about how you didn't really fuck with white men.
Are you here to sing the praises of Anton Daniels?
No. I'm here to say I agree with the lady. If she don't want to keep fishing in the same pond, it's up to her.
Oh shit, you were listening to him? Interesting.
Unfortunately, this is what you do to people against their will. I'm a fan of Stanley, but I gotta separate this bull because Stanley likes to listen to women if they make sense or not.
Hey,
So it don't
you
matter.
know what? See, here's the deal. I know when to listen. Look, you're married. You know how that husband level selective hearing works.
Oh my God, I didn't know it before I got married. Well, I don't want to say that.
You're breaking up a little bit. Men have trained men. You can argue that they're just trained. You know, you even know when to say, "Oh yeah, I heard you," and you can even repeat if it's a very short sentence because you kind of hear it. You kind of hear it.
Yeah, it's like background.
You can't repeat a paragraph, but you can repeat the last sentence.
Absolutely. I'm not gonna lie. My wife trained me to barely listen. That, if anything, everything else I taught her something. Yeah, but I agree with you. I agree with the lady. I don't think you should have to keep trying, and nor do you have to explain yourself. When people do
Now,
say
which
that,
lady? You know who Pink Pill is, right?
yeah, Crystal and Carrington, yeah.
Okay.
Was that Crystal and Carrington talking? Because I wasn't really looking. I'm still busy doing stuff.
You know what? She is age appropriate, but I don't know. I've made jokes about her just an hour ago. She struggles to speak like she speaks.
I haven't found a reason not to.
No, she's actually, I do actually like her, and I'm sure she can take a joke. Little girl here, second from the right. I find her kind of attractive for some reason, probably because she's kind of hood. But I'm still struggling to find. I'm sorry.
Opposites attracting, like you're not hood, but you like a hood chick.
Oh, I told. You remember me telling you about the hood chick I dated for like 6 months. Now she was a Savannah hood chick.
That's explaining a lot about the gun pop girl. You got into it as soon as she hit the panel.
Oh no, you know what?
Ended up fawning all
Now,
over.
the wonderful thing is we both knew because she had like 5 kids. She had her tubes tied. That was part of the attraction. I could just fuck and not worry about it. But we met
between all 5 taking a nap. I get it. Yeah.
Look, you know what? I'm not above being, a man. And you know what? We met. It's a long story how I met her, but I had friends who actually worked for me. Back in the day, people used to work for me, and I had a major operation, and you know what? I was off work for 6 months. And, towards that fifth month, I was feeling okay and was ambulatory. And they were like, well, hey, Savannah has a weird phenomenon down on Bull Street. Sunday nights after church, there is literally, it's kind of a party night. And this particular place on Bull Street had two clubs. One was for the older people, like it had a dress code. Like if you were going to go in there, you were going to be suit and tie, at a minimum a jacket. You were going to be nicely dressed. And across the street was the more casual, younger crowd. So anyway, I can go there and hang out with my friends. Fuck, I'm not a dancer, never was. But yeah, I drink a couple gin and tonics and be perfectly fine. It was hood. But I would show up there in a fucking Izod shirt and a pair of khaki pants, and people knew me. So, they didn't get freaked out that some Carlton showed up at the club. Fuck, I knew people there. Some of them I'd known since I was like in first grade. I've always been me. Anyway, this hood chick, she was fucking super smart. And that's what I liked about her. We started bullshitting around at a table, drinking gin and tonics. And you know what? She was awesome. And anyway, so yeah, my favorite hood.
It's kind of rare. So I see the novelty there.
Dude, you know what? She was actually well healed. She wasn't a gum popper, oddly enough. No, dude. I kid you not. I was maybe 30, 31. She had like 5 kids. I used to go over there and hang out with the kids. I fucking used to cook over there. I loved it. Her kids were awesome. And they knew the score. Hey, you know what? It's mom's boyfriend. He's a cool guy.
Oh, okay, he was boyfriend. Okay.
What did you think I was going to be?
Well, I was hoping that you wasn't just hanging out, part-time babysitting or whatever. You was getting something out of it.
Well, what do you think I was getting out of it?
I understand now. You made that very clear.
Look, she could fuck. And she was, we had, no, don't be laughing. We knew what the relationship was.
Right.
I used to go down, this is Savannah, used to go down on Sunday nights and play pool down on River Street. Fuck, she could beat my ass in pool. I used to have a really good time with her. And, she'd go to the pool hall, and it was a classy pool hall. This was down on River Street. So one day we're down there playing pool, and she used to smoke like cigarillos, whatever they are, like the little short cigars. Oh yeah, when she was playing pool, she was like a little man, except she was wearing a sundress, had beautiful dark skin. So I'm kind of reminiscing, but what I'm trying to tell you is, if you are good looking and you are smart, you know what? I will date you. She was brilliant. I fucking loved hanging out with her. And it after 6 months, it was like, well, I was the nerd, she was the hood chick. There was a fascination. We really had a good time. And that was that. It fizzled out.
That's usually how it goes. That's the normal timeline, about 6 months.
She was really good looking too. She met my sister, and I don't usually let. And my sister was like, "Damn, she's really pretty." Dark skin woman. Oh, she was fucking gorgeous. Dark skin with good hair. The woman was fucking it. Yeah, good hair, as in she was extremely attractive.
That
Anyway,
explains the
I
life.
I don't even know why the fuck I'm telling you this, other
Because
than
I get you, I take you back in a moment in time. You know,
hood chicks don't bother me. As long as they're smart, and hood chicks can be well behaved. And this little girl here, second from the right, with that little hood attitude, she reminds me, except my hood chick was prettier. And oddly enough, you know the weird thing? She was assertive, but she wasn't masculine. She could
right?
be, but she wasn't particularly,
I
especially in
can't.
bed.
As soon as
No,
I get
she.
in a masculine girl, I can't do it. I'm sorry.
Well, see, I disagree with what y'all call masculine. What y'all call masculine is what you mean is she's more masculine than me.
Well, some of them, the voices can drop. So
I think if you are actually a real man, a woman can never be more masculine. You just raise the stakes.
it's not even that. It's once it's challenged, even in the slightest. Like a
Why is
woman
it
can be
even a
more
challenge?
because no woman could be more masculine than me. But it's not what I would
That's my
expect
point.
when I speak to a woman. I don't expect any masculinity. Like
Well,
for
no,
what?
no, no, no. You treat her like she's a woman. Look, treat her like a woman, and she will be a woman.
You need more examples of today.
No, dude, I literally told you a hood chick. She lived in Yamacraw in Savannah. Um, she could be aggressive, but
Right.
not if you treated her like a woman and you were a man. Look, she she knew how to take care of herself. She had 5 kids, her tubes were tied. She was a welfare mother. However, you know what? Treat a lady like a lady, she will be a lady. And this fucking, oh, she's masculine and I'm scared of her. Fuck that. If she looks good and she looks like a woman, if you like her, fuck whether she's masculine or not, treat her like a woman. She will be a woman. And you think I'm being naive or stuff?
No, not at all.
I'm
Not at all. I'm just good on
it's
I'm good on trying
my
that.
experience. It's my experience. Now, it could be that things have changed. It's been 20 years since I fucking met my wife. However, I'm looking at the women on this panel and none of them seem that masculine. Even
No,
Kristen.
what I'm telling you is that if I don't like Rocky Road ice cream, I'm not gonna keep eating it because I want ice cream. I can try a different flavor, especially not Rocky Road. You know.
The only one who seems masculine on this panel is that little girl wearing the hat. She could lose the hat
The one at the bottom in the bottom left.
on the right hand side.
Oh, okay, on the right. Okay. Yeah, she kind of looks
Far
like
right. And then little fake hood chick here wanting to, she looks like, I bet she has a fucking, she, she has a fucking pistol right next to her.
yeah. Her
However,
profile does look like a what do you call that? A mugshot, kind of.
I think she's kind of cute, actually.
Yeah, she
And that's
reminds
how
you
we
of
got on the whole thing. A little bad hood chick, as long as she's good looking, they can be tamed.
they're fun, but like you said, like I said, 6 months ran its course.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get in, get
And
out.
you have to, hey, that's the other thing. Look, if you know this is going nowhere, have fun with it. You'll know when it's over. Don't be getting all in love.
I don't think that's ever happened to me. Most of the time, you can
Not
tell.
you.
No, I'm
It's
oh
general
yeah,
advice.
yeah, you can tell when there's so much mounted against them being your perfect girl, but you'll still go because you ain't got nothing else to do. Yeah, 6 months. That's that. she's in the season.
Well, the nice thing is she wasn't getting stars in her eyes. We knew what it was, and it was literally just, I am fascinated with you, hood chick. I'm wondering why a black man wears a yellow Izod shirt to a fucking club, a black club. Why are you wearing khakis and topsiders, you fucking nerd?
Did she rip you out of your Izod shirt with her hood?
Oh, you know what? You know what? After I got home from the club, I called her. I got her number and everything. And you know what? She knew I was going to call her. The woman was sexy as a motherfucker. She could fuck. And she was adventurous.
She had 5 kids to prove it.
Huh?
To prove it.
She wasn't that freaky, but you know, there was some Kama Sutra moments.
No. Oh. She was encouraging.
Look. It was good. As a matter of fact, I probably haven't had as many women as you have, or many of the people, but most of the women I've dated for any length of time have been substantive.
Nah, I'm a long-term relationship type of guy.
I am too. That's why I haven't had many, 6 months. Generally relationships would last at least 6 months. And to be honest, my wife was definitely the longest. Probably before my wife, maybe a year.
See, we got this thing in the north because you only got pretty much like your winter doesn't really get. It's not like a winter here. If you want to compare, we got 4 seasons, all 4 of them. So around here, literally, women go in the heat during the 2 seasons. One is fall, the other.
Yeah, I've heard cuffing season.
Oh yeah, we got that. We got that.
I've heard about it.
You can go to a store and just make eye contact. It's easy.
Really?
During these 2 seasons, and it'll last until the weather breaks. Summer and winter.
Well, makes life simple.
It kind of does, but you always got the wild cards, the ones who always flip it in the middle, and then you got to go look at it. But it wasn't really my speed. I like the long term.
Oh shit, Slick Rick. It got even better than that. When I say Kama Sutra moments, I literally mean it. But you know what? Hey, every young man of substance should have. Look, don't be a hoe, but there is nothing wrong with dating women. And there's now, don't be fucking. I've probably had, you know what? I've had maybe 2 one-night stands in my life, and both of them were wound up being substantive. The one night turned into. I've never had like a. Here's my one night. I'm leaving in the morning. Both the women that I met were in clubs, and one only lasted like a weekend. The other lasted for 4 months, and I made a mistake on that one because she was Swedish, and she went home after 4 months, and we were like. She wanted to get back together, and I had to deploy. So it was a natural break. That was a wonderful thing about the Navy. A lot of times, hey, I'm going to be gone for 6 months. It's a natural break. But I made a mistake on that.
You get more attention because of your Navy experience. You think that had anything
Most
to
of
do
the
with it?
most of the women that I met in the Navy, I wasn't in uniform. You know, it actually had to be me in charm.
Oh, you never pulled one in uniform?
No, why would I?
I don't know. I was thinking, why not?
I'm charming enough without the uniform.
No,
Just
the
saying,
clothes don't
just
make the man.
saying, I'm a naval officer.
Yeah, you was smooth moving.
Now they saw me in uniform eventually.
That turned it up a notch, huh?
I wouldn't say that. But the first, believe it or not, that woman I met on a beautiful Newport, Rhode Island night at an open air bar, I was literally lit enough that I just fucking out of the blue, just like she and her friends were walking down the street and I was in a good mood. So I just go and I hook her arm and go, hey.
Oh,
So
yeah, a mouthpiece.
literally, it was so weird. This is a white chick, and I'm like, hey, I don't know what came over me because I literally had never met her. So we get to
Man.
talk. Well, I'm probably chatty like I am now. I was half drunk. So, you know, I'm usually not that chatty. But so anyway,
Yeah, you
Dave,
are,
you're gonna love it.
Stanley.
You're gonna love this, Dave. So we are in the parking lot talking, and I don't even know about what we just got to talking. So she was with uh two or three other friends, I can't remember now. So they're like, hey, Linda, we need to go. And you know what? I've pulled this twice in my life, Dave. I literally went, hey, don't worry, I'm a naval officer. I'll make sure she gets back home safe. It was, and
That
the
was your
woman,
line,
the
man.
girl, Linda, oh, no, better than that. Linda was like, yeah, don't worry. It was like,
Yeah.
she had no fucking clue. I just talked a good game. So,
Yo,
you know what? I made sure she got home the next morning. And you know what? We dated for 4 months. I should have married her, quite frankly. That is the one
Mm.
mistake I made. I should have fucking married her. She was gorgeous and had a sense of humor. And you know what? It takes a very special woman to deal with me.
no,
So,
they like the talent, man. Nothing,
but
nothing better than talent nowadays.
I was 24. I had no fucking clue. If I knew then what I know now, um, but you make your mistakes. So I
Hey,
had
Stanley,
another
what's
one
up?
night stand, which wasn't as
Uh-oh.
good, but
Another one?
Yeah, he's
I,
definitely here.
only two in my life.
Testimony service.
Oh, the second one was as good.
I had a lot
Just
of
didn't
them.
last as long.
What you say, 12 man?
What's up? Hey,
Hold on.
I wanted to ask you guys' opinion. If you look to the bottom left, the second one over from the left, what do y'all think of that hairdo of her putting all that hair right over her face like that? What's up with that kind of hair, dude?
That might
I've
be
only
crap.
seen it once or twice before, but they're gonna hang all their hair right over their face like that? Really?
Hold on, which one are you talking about? On the bottom?
Yeah, bottom second from the left. Is that hair or is that a hat? I thought it was like
I don't know.
no,
I was
seriously, I
trying to
thought it was
figure
some
that
sort
out.
of bonnet.
I think it's both. It's a hair hat. No, it might be a
Is
wrap.
that a wig?
She's
seen
got
a ri-
she's got an okay face. You know what? She's not my woman. She can do what she wants.
She, I seen her reposition it once during today's adventures, Stanley. She was like putting it up, making sure it's all right and center, and hanging over her face. I just, I don't get why people do. What's that?
Was it sliding off Fort Matter?
Yeah, I was sliding off there for a second.
Well, I'm going to be very blunt, and I'm going to claim that I'm fairly, drunk in saying this. Women do, and y'all, this is not a red pill submission. Women often don't know what they look like. They will like, ooh, this looks cute. I don't know how many fucking times I've heard women go, oh, what a cute outfit. Let me get one. And I'm like, do you even know what you look like? Do you know your body? Do you realize some clothes don't fit your body type? I want a woman that's that aware of herself. If you are just like, hey, I want to wear a midi or one of those midriff things, and you got a gut, and you have the temerity to fucking wear. If you wear a half shirt and you have a gut, you are not aware of your body. And I don't want to date a woman like that.
Don't get a woman with a gut.
If you are a woman and you a dark-skinned woman and you get a green ink tattoo on your dark body, I don't want to date you because you have no sense of yourself. Why the fuck would you get a tattoo if you have dark skin?
Got another man's tattoo.
Fuck that. I don't care about other men. I don't care about another man.
Like if they got
Another man can have her.
on their ass, and that's a
Don't
no-go.
care about any of that. What I'm saying
My
is
dick
if
goes
a
soft
woman
as soon as I
does
see,
not have a sense of awareness
another man's name
about
on a
who she
woman's
is,
ass.
what she looks like, what her assets are, what her assets aren't. Because I've met plenty of dark-skinned women that were just gorgeous, but they didn't have tattoos. If you have a tattoo, we won't even get to, we'll shake hands, say hi, but that's it.
Same, Stanley.
God,
I just
damn,
wonder why.
you're hitting on something right there. I don't understand the logic. Okay, let me keep it to myself because it's
Well, I
sound
don't think
crazy.
there's logic when it comes to women's fashion.
No, it's not. But the whole tattoo thing, it does boil down to colors conversation, and it's a fair critique.
Well, I mean, I don't think anyone should get tattoos unless you are a Pacific Islander and it's cultural.
I don't.
Tattoos
I agree with you.
for the sake of
I
it's
know
cute.
some Samoans, but I was thinking that woman looked like she's walking around with a big microphone sticking out of her head. Like one of those big fluffy microphones sticking up out of her head. I mean, what's up with that? Do they get that from Beyonce?
Well, what's up with that is she probably doesn't have a 12th man as a boyfriend to correct her fashion sense.
What do you think, Stanley? Would you go out with a woman dressed like she got a big fluffy microphone sticking out of her head, or what?
Well, I'm assuming that's not her normal hairstyle. This is just, hey, I'm on YouTube. It is one big curler, or the equivalent. Apparently, she does not understand how she looks.
probably wouldn't like it if you told her either. I could tell she would go off.
And you know what? That would make me tell her and laugh after I said it.
I'll be underestimating 12 man.
Oh, always tell people what they don't want to hear for maximum. Hey, the truth is fun. That's why I rarely lie. The truth is fun. And then you snicker afterwards just for maximum. That's the knife twist.
Oh yes, I heard. I heard. Oh man, I can't even talk about it. I don't want to do it. Never mind. Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's cute too. And I'm not so worried about the top of her head. It can always be corrected. Dude, do you know how many times I've told women, and my mother, I've literally told my wife, you're not going out like that, are you? If you are, you're going by yourself. I have done that.
What? One of the nastiest jokes I ever heard, Stanley, was, you know, why white men prefer a flathead woman? That way they could set their beer on top while they go to work. Right. You didn't get it. I guess that one fell flat.
Well, sorry, I had to go grab a beer off my girlfriend's butt. You know what? The bottom line is I look. I've had a lucky life. The women that I've tended to meet, look, women. And again, this is shit. It's been, my son's 19, so it's probably been almost, goddamn, time flies. It is probably 25 years since I fucking dated, seriously. Women you will find the right woman. I'm a romantic. You will find the right woman. You will figure it out. That's really my advice. Now do it in earnest. If you are a pussy hound, you're going to get women who want pussy hounds. If you are dating for marriage, and all of a sudden that's a thing that I hear men saying. If you are dating for marriage, that doesn't mean, everything has to be serious all the time. But I've literally, and I'm going to be blunt, folks. Please excuse the Bud Light, but I generally didn't fuck women that I would have a hard time marrying. Now, as it turns out, maybe I would have made a wrong decision, but I just generally, I don't have to fuck the first time I meet you. I can wait a couple dates.
I got a couple of native women around here. I can just go over to their house if I really want to pop one up, but I ain't really like that, Stanley.
Well, good. They're probably not like that either.
Well, they must like it okay, or they wouldn't let me come over.
Oh, so you are popping it off. I got you.
No, not in a while. I have. Kind of like you, Stanley. I like being celibate. It's less of a headache.
Well, it's not that I like being celibate. It's like I'm not going to look. It's also an age thing. It's a lot more urgent in your 20s than it is in your 50s. That's just the way it goes. You are a lot more discerning. 22, yeah, you want to like shit, it was a lot more urgent at 22. Somehow or another, Um, I was lucky. I just met the women I needed to meet. And it wasn't a whole lot of, baby mama drama because I was also extremely careful. And look, I've had a scare or two in my life, but you know, luckily they were just scares. Well, apparently Dave, how is your son? I haven't asked about your baby son. How is he?
My bad. He's
Oh, don't worry about it.
he's doing everything he's supposed to be doing ahead of schedule. Actually, holding his head up, standing up
Hmm.
strong. Not standing up, literally, but his legs are strong, and you got him in the bouncer, so that's actually helping. You can tell. But, yeah, the boy is on track, and he's big as all
Well,
hell.
River of Hate, he and his wife are expecting.
Oh, congratulations to him too,
Oh
and
wow.
education.
Well, he's not in the chat right now, I don't think, but yeah, I congratulated him already, and so
Would
of
this be his
course
first, or has he already got kids?
you know what, I didn't ask, but I'm pretty sure it's his first because he is stealing his spine. But no, you know what? I basically like I fucking what? Honestly, I kind of maybe got off light. I loved maybe it was golden storybook until first grade.
You had a
In
lot
first
of
grade wasn't bad, but it was, he was the first time they get around kids, they change. And
Oh yeah.
kindergarten is a change. First grade is another change, one that's fairly quick. Middle school is a change. High school is a change. And I'm learning now college is a change. So, luckily, you got to be prepared because there will be change. And it won't be bad, it'll just be different. And you have to be a smart parent. You have to figure out, like, I pretty much know who my son is, but honestly, he was a different person slightly, but still significantly when he went to school in August. Uh, it, on May 2nd, he was a slightly but significantly changed person. He was more assertive, but he still needs some fine tuning. And luckily,
It'll happen.
I am used to dealing with kids his age. Motherfucker, you can't be kind. Um, so he'll be okay. And there's
I noticed
nothing
was really one
particularly
thing.
wrong.
One thing that really, 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 I can attribute her academic success. One thing that brought her along very
Oh, that's
far.
right. Tell us about your daughter.
When she was 2, I believe, she went to a monastery school. And
You're muffled,
you
babe.
could tell the significance. Now this is headphones. Hold on. Give me a second.
Okay. Jewel,
Oh, you there?
he broke free. Motherfucker, god damn it, Jewel. No, he didn't break free. He'll never be free. Oh, that. If you're talking about my son, he broke free. Really?
No, what really helped my daughter was the monastery school. She changed when she was young, and then
Montessori or monastery?
Montessori. I can't recall. I can't. When I open my mouth and it come out, that's what it is. But that I realized when she went there, she made significant progress. And then the Catholic preschool, and that was a whole nother change. I mean, she went from having full blown adult conversations from a mumble. I mean, and by the time she went to school, she was bored. Like that was boring to her. So I attribute
Yeah.
her academic success was from such a great start.
Right. I don't know. I the Benedictines and the Franciscans were my educators. But
Hey, it don't stop. You had a love for reading. Uh,
oh
you,
no,
I'm,
well that actually came from, I don't even know that it was my mother, her mother, my grandmother. Um dude, um my grandmother had a whole playhouse. Well, a playroom. Like a playroom. Um and it was full of Charlie Brown books. Like I have an unabiding love for Peanuts comics. Look, I'm not talking a couple. There was like a whole fucking bookshelf.
read them all thrice.
So it went from like comic books. I remember I got an adult library card at 7, and I don't. I think I just went up and said, I know my mother must have approved it, but so adult library book card at 7. And then I had a thing for James Bond novels, the Ian Fleming novels. And, in the 70s, James Bond was a thing. So my mother once made a comment like, these novels are a little bit adult, aren't they? You know what I told my mother? I'm like, well, you want me to read books, right? And
You
walk
said
off.
mother. You
It's
said
like,
motherfucker.
no. Oh no. You know what? I've cursed in front of my parents twice in my life. Once in
I
8th
never.
grade.
I never have.
No, I once I was quoting someone in 8th grade who just made an outrageous comment. And I was like, because my mother had a really good sense of humor. So I'm telling her the funny thing that this kid said in 8th grade, and I went oop after I used the curse word, and my mother was dying laughing. She's like, "Hey, it's not a problem."
It was a
And then
quote. Yeah, you can get away with a quote. Yeah.
the second time I was in my 30s, and I fucking threatened to break my brother's arm. I was so pissed off. And, luckily my father caught me because I was going to break his arm. I was fucking pissed off.
What do you
So
do?
I'm not going to get into it. He's 13 years younger than I was. So it was probably some smart ass comment that I didn't like. I was in the Navy. And, the problem with being in the Navy is, sometimes that warrior ethic can be taken too far. But no, I was legitimately pissed off. And don't even remember what it was, but I do remember his arm was going to be broken. And I don't know why it was an arm and not a leg. Maybe the arm was easier to break, or if he punched me or something. And I'm like, dude, you did the wrong thing. So anyway, no, y'all think I'm a pussy. I will fucking, dude, don't get me pissed off. I can be very focused. So anyway, yeah, it's not
It's
an act.
part of your well-roundedness. You got to be able to defend yourself. You know, you speak well. Blah blah
Well,
blah.
no, sometimes you have to go on offense too. And you know what? My mother was there, my father was there, my sister was there. Dude, they look, I'm a very mild mannered person, but my family sometimes knows how to push my buttons. They don't do it that much, but my brother was feeling froggy, as teenagers will do.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Hey, you know what? What I might have been shit. You know what? I was in my 20s because I was still in the Navy. So he was probably 16 or 17 talking shit. And you just don't do that, son.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you put some training on your brother. He'll never forget that. You don't break. I don't know. Me and my brothers were tight.
Well,
We
no,
had a
I'm
rule.
dead set. Dude, you don't know. I was up out of my chair going after him.
I'm sure, but
I
we
was
always
gonna
were
do.
able
I
to.
was, motherfucker. You want to fuck with me? Here's your mama. Here's your daddy. And luckily, your daddy got me because I was gonna do it.
Was it right before summer too, so you could think about it?
No, it. I
Well,
think
I
it
guess
might
it's
have been
always summer. Huh?
it might have been a Christmas. It's
Yeah, that
like,
was the last time
motherfucker.
me and my brother fought too. Man, it was on a Christmas. I remember that. That's
Hey,
crazy.
Stanley, I'm gonna run along, Deacon and Stanley. Thanks
Okay.
for having me up today, guys.
All
Take
right,
You
good
care.
too.
talking
God
to you,
bless.
12 man.
You know what? And I had just driven down from fucking Rhode Island all the way to Savannah. I'm like, motherfucker, I did. That's a 16-hour drive. Do you really think I feel like dealing with your bullshit?
Yeah, it's 12 hours there for me. My mom, she just left and she's on her way back down there. So,
Where to Savannah?
nah, I forget which part. Connors? I think it's Connors. I don't know.
Oh, Conyers?
Connors.
No, wait, hold it. In Georgia?
Yeah.
Conyers? Does she live in the Atlanta area?
I'm not exactly sure, but they did just build a house
Well,
down there.
anyway, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm right here. I know, right? If it's Conyers, there could be a Connors, but point is oh yeah, I think I know right where the city is, and it's
How far is it?
funny.
How far away from that are you?
You know what? I would at least an hour, maybe hour and a half, given traffic.
Where do you fish at?
There's a pond. Dude, I'm in Carroll County, small town in Carroll County. It's literally my neighbor's pond. Two neighbors live on it. It's a good 15-minute walk.
Wait, okay.
And
So
it's a
I got this. This is what I really want to know. How far away from where you're at to get to where I could catch some redfish?
oh shit, you'd have to go to Savannah, like the coast. Redfish or saltwater.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that when I go visit the parents.
You're gonna have to be on a coast, like or the Gulf, but you have to have salt water. They're also called red drum, redfish. In Savannah, we call them spot tail bass because they generally have a spot on the tail. But
Mhm.
no, that's strictly salt water.
That's what I'm trying to do when I go. I got to actually get some new poles and a new open face bell reel. I'm not doing that bait caster like you like.
Oh fuck that! You know what? Now they will work, and if you like them, but bait casters are just. I can't. You've thrown a bait caster. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Once or twice. Once or twice, but I don't need nothing slowing me down, man.
A bait caster isn't going to slow you down.
Not my cup of tea.
The thing is when you throw that spinner, the open face, you have to flip that bail and then it'll snap back. But with a with a bait caster, the right bait caster, you don't have to use your left hand to even cast it. You click a button and throw it out. It's actually one step less. You have to put that bail down, throw it, and then it'll snap back. Sometimes if it's a short cast, you have to manually put that bail back up. So, but I mean, you throw what you want to throw. Richard is a bait casting person. What does he say? Spinning reels are annoying as hell. Fuck yeah, they are.
It's what you're
The only
comfortable
time
with.
I can think of that I don't mind a spinning reel, and I've never been deep sea fishing, but that would be the only time, and I would still want a bait caster.
Well, that'll be something I have to get more familiar with because I like my bell caster. So I mean, I have to go out and grab one.
The other thing about fishing in lures, especially, and I'm glad Richard's here. You know what? I throw like Bass Assassins, these plastics in with like 1/8 ounce jigs or maybe even 1/16. I like jig fishing. I'm real comfortable with plastics.
Yeah, me
Other
too.
people, you gotta love catching fish is a confidence game. You have to be comfortable with your equipment.
Yep.
And
When
you
I'm
have
hitting the
to,
river, I definitely do the plastic bait.
right.
That's
So
pretty
I
much all I
mean,
use.
well, the thing is other people like buzz baits and contraptions. I tend to just like even I don't even have that much faith in the 12-inch worms. The Texas rigs and the South Carolina rigs. I've done it and I've caught fish, but literally just a basic 1/8 ounce jig, I can use it in salt and fresh water. I'm comfortable with it. And then sometimes, in freshwater, you do something fancy where you put a bobber on and you still there's rigs with bobbers and all that stuff. But I will always be able to do like a 1/16 or an 1/8 jig head, single hook. Silver spoons or spoons in general, I'm real comfortable with. With treble hooks, like treble hooks are better for largemouth bass. So
Not for me, man. I don't. Well, if you got a crankbait or something like that, but if you're bobbering, you're doing that because you want to fish slow or fish at a
right,
certain
yeah.
depth. That's it.
Well, you can do cast and retrieve with bobbers.
Not a fan.
It can be done though. I've seen it done. I've caught fish. Not my favorite rig though.
Yeah, like if you're in a river and the river's fast or something like that.
Oh
Sure.
no! You can't use a bobber. No, you're
No,
right.
yeah, you're right because I normally don't. I normally wouldn't do that.
Well, the other thing, and fly fishing, I have not done it in this pond, but top water like poppers on fly. I haven't done that, and that is going to be my next challenge. Fucking, um, and I have not, dude. Hey, Richard. By the way, because I'm, you have to forgive me. I've been drinking and my mind is all over the place.
It's that Bud Light.
Savannah has a saltwater fly fishing guide service, so you can fucking go out and do inshore saltwater with a fly rod. And I have a 9-weight. It's like maybe 9 feet, 8. I think it's 9 feet. I haven't used it in years. It's a Reddington. It's a Reddington outfit, so it's not super expensive. But it's a 9-weight, and motherfucker, you can either do like bass, but you can also do inshore with it. I would almost say I'm not gonna say it. Flats fishing, like the flats, in a Florida environment. Not sure I could do that, but I know I can do inshore. And I'm taking that motherfucker to Savannah. And not sure if I'm going to be able to do the guide service, but fuck yeah, I've never caught a saltwater fish on a fly. And that's poppers on this little pond with like a 7-weight, 5. I think it's a 5-weight, 7-weight, something in that range. 9-weight, fucking, I'm doing saltwater.
Yeah, it'll be a learning experience.
I will officially be a white man when I catch like a tarpon on fly.
It'll be complete. Your transformation will be complete.
I will be I will be transracial. Fuck golf. Fuck golf. I fly fish on my flats. I've done that trinity. A bonefish, a tarpon. And what's the other one, Richard? I can't remember. I gotta catch him on fly though.
I have not been saltwater fishing yet. I'm looking forward to it.
You remember Chris Everett, right? The tennis player?
No, I don't.
Oh my God, I am old. Well, Chrissy Everett, her husband was Andy Mills. He was like an Olympic skier or something, and they were married for some years. Andy Mills had a fishing show where he was, out on the Florida flats and, bonefish, tarpon, and was it grouper, Trinity, snakehead, peacock, and clown? Really? There is bonefish, tarpon, and there's another one. It wasn't shark. It was another difficult fish. Bonefish and tarpon are kind of hard. I'll remember it eventually, but I will be transracial when I motherfucking. No, I haven't.
Hey Stanley, your good buddy the Crow, he's officially a white man. You're lagging.
You know what? Crow was up here today when John was on. We were,
Oh, I didn't see it. I missed it.
You know what? That motherfucker thought that, and I made this comment actually. He thought that John Galt on the panel, he was going to be protected. No, motherfucker, I flushed his ass. Like, dude. Oh, no. Motherfucker, I don't give a fuck. If it says Stanley versus the world, I don't give a fuck. It is John's channel.
How long did he last? How long did he make it up here before you
he was here quite some time. Because I
was getting along. Was y'all getting along?
No.
God.
I just had to teach him how to behave on my panel. That Lord in the fucking Chitlin Circuit Act. Does not work.
Both of you do this thing where y'all just flush people. Like you don't. They're like useful for other situations, but y'all
Look,
flush
I
them out,
literally, hey,
and the magic never happens. Both of you, you got like this.
I literally told him what my expectations were.
See, like this, what you're reviewing right now would have been great to get a guy like Hood Conservative up here, but you two got history where y'all can't stand each other. Even though your last couple panel appearances,
Hold on. Hood has the history. I have nothing against Hood.
no, what you're reviewing is something that he's an expert in. But then
I don't think the only thing I think Hood Conservative, and this is with all due respect, male grievance. I think someone hurt him and he has been limping along ever since.
I think he's multifaceted. There's more to him than that. I think that's what you witnessed maybe when you went over there, but he doesn't just talk about male grievance. He's excellent in that category. He also has his own political view, which I know you disagree with.
Oh, motherfucker, his political views are incomprehensible.
But he's brilliant. He's brilliant at abstract thinking.
You know
I'm not talking about the politics. I'm talking about the abstract thinking. You can take a scenario and explode it.
Let me tell you, he might be good at it. I'm better, and I know more. Abstract thinking, dude. You go and you fucking be abstract, but even your abstractions have to be grounded in something other people can comprehend.
I say, like, I could tell somebody my final thought on something, but the road to getting there is the part that they're missing, and I can't bring them down the same road.
I'm gonna be blunt. It's good that he's good at abstract thinking. He thinks nothing that's worth my time to consume. He has his little cult over there, and that's that. I do not share your high opinion of his abstract thinking.
I have something positive to say about everybody. So maybe I'm just extracting the positives. I'm extracting the positives out of it. And I know that you like to, throw them in the can and never look back. I don't have that ability. I've never been able to do that. People I can vehemently disagree with, I'll extract the positive from them.
You know what? I've thrown SKC in the can so many times.
But he's resilient. You're not going to get to him like somebody who has a more rigid personality.
That might be why SKC and I get along. Dude, he's resilient. Hood Conservative is not.
But that's why you handle everybody like a different case. You don't have to. I'm not telling you should. But we were talking about style, right? It is all about how you approach each individual.
Well,
for me, before I came up here, I listened to you for a long time, and I saw people get washed out, right? My opinion can be completely against what you think.
People only get washed out if they want to be washed out. Chuck, for instance, wants to tell me about tribalism and racism, African tribalism being similar to American racism. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then dude, that is so uneducated. That is so, I learned this on a YouTube panel because fucking some Sean Bracey or fucking Hawk Nation or one of these dumb fucks made the comparison and it sounded good. Therefore, he thinks he can come and fucking present that shit to me. And I'm like, dude, that is so uneducated. It's laughable. Don't ever dude, it is obvious you don't know what you're talking about. So what does he do? He starts going, well, you're old and you'll learn your lesson. And my response is, motherfucker, I'm 60, which isn't horribly old, but you don't think I've learned some life lessons to reinforce what I've read? Motherfucker, if you think that everything I know is from a book, you would
Nah,
be
there's
mistaken.
that's foolish.
Not you, but someone like a Chuck Wu. Dude,
Yeah.
here's the deal. That's why I'm adamant. You take some book knowledge and you add some experience, like life experience. I call it, and it's not an original term, be a Renaissance man. That is what I insist my son be. Motherfucker, if you think everything you need to know is in a book, I didn't raise you right. And my parents were the same way. My mother used to fucking castigate me. Stanley, you don't have any common sense. Your nose is always in a book. Motherfucker, you don't think my parents used to criticize me for fucking my nose is always in a book? They used to get pissed off. Motherfucker, your nose is always in a book.
Man, that's a good. I've never been accused of that.
Look, you know
I was
what?
just an outside kid. That's all. It's just different. That's all.
Now, and hey, here's the kicker. My mother was an English teacher. And
Yeah.
my nose is it when the English teachers are saying a mother and an English teacher is telling her son, your nose is always in a book, you got to take notice.
Have you ever challenged? I don't want to say it like that because no, we don't want to, come at our parents that way. But have you ever challenged your mom? And
Absolutely.
that,
Oh, respectfully, but it was
yeah,
always
oh,
kind of passive aggressive. Like she used to go, well, I'd write an English paper or something like that, and she was always like, well, I'm an English teacher, I can always like proofread your papers. Oh, and I'm sure I know I pissed her off because she said she was pissed off. Why would I need you? I know how to write. And that was, she never checked my English papers. Why? I'm smart. I know how to write. Um, that did not sit well. However, in a way, Chuck was right. My son, like after my wife died, I figured, you know what? I'm a father. I need to check his homework. Oh, my son was like, what the he, at 6 or 7, actually he was 7 or 8. Oh, I don't need you to check my homework. And like, well, I am your father. He was like, I don't fucking need you.
no, that's what I'm saying. I think your day. I don't know if you have one, but your day is coming with him. He's gonna feel confident in what he's learning. He's gonna challenge you on something. Well, that's
He,
just me
hey,
speculating, but
challenged me. He challenged me when he was 8. I don't need look, and this was the deal. I literally said, okay, well, if you have so much of a problem with me checking your homework, I basically said, if you make all A's, I assume you're doing okay. If you start making less than A's, then I'm going to check your homework. And you know what that motherfucker said?
that
Okay.
was that.
And the first B he ever made was in band class in high school. I think it was his freshman year of high school. And you know what? I was a little annoyed, but it was me who actually caused the B. And I was gonna like, motherfucker, you will change this grade. However, I was like, you know what? Just take the B. So that's the only B he made C's like in a quarter. His final grades, with the exception of that B in band, and we ate it because I didn't like the teacher. For starters, the motherfucker was an asshole, And even I was like, you know what? I'm not going to get mad at the B. I think he's an asshole too.
Right.
However, that's the only B he ever made as a final grade. Dude made all A's for 12 years and one B in band. And I was like, you know what? Daddy approves.
Right. No harm there.
Daddy doesn't want to go to bat because daddy thinks your band teacher's an asshole. And I just, you know what? I might lose this battle because his little principles, I was literally going to take this to the Board of Education. That's how pissed off I was. However, he got his first choice in college. 1B isn't going to kill him. Motherfucker never made a C because C's are failing. B's barely acceptable.
How do you get a B in band if you show up every day? Like,
you know what? It was a symphony thing, and he had a tuxedo, and the pants needed altering. And
that dropped his grade?
Well, no, hold on.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Well, it basically did. I said, hey, you know what? These pants are black. They're black just like the rest of your costume. And they were dress pants, but they weren't a perfect black match. So he got dinged for it at the symphony. They did like a winter symphony and a spring symphony. And apparently, the grade wasn't high enough. It was like a low A. And this ding took it down to like an 88. And it was all my fault because I was busy and forgot to take his pants to be altered. And I offered the substitute. So I called the teacher and said, hey, look, this is all my fault. I made the decision. He didn't. But the dude was like, well, no, it is what it is. So I called his boss, and who is a vice principal. And I'm like, your band teacher's an asshole. I didn't say that, but I intimated it. And you know what? That vice principal, he was kind of supporting the teacher. And I was going to go to the principal and then up to the board if I had to.
Mm-hmm.
And I talked to my sister. She's the one who talked me down. She's a retired teacher. And my sister is literally my best friend. She has always been my best friend. Yeah, I was married. Yeah, I have parents, but my sister understands me. And and she, if you think I'm an asshole, piss her off. She, you know what? She won't feel sorry for you. I will kind of feel, well, maybe I was wrong. No, my sister will cut your ass and walk off and never think about you again. So anyway, she is the education professional in Georgia, retired teacher. I said, hey, should I take this to the board? And she's like, no, you're probably going to lose this. Or if you do this, you're going to hurt my son. You can take this too far. You will be that parent and they will take it out on the child. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, so you made the reasonable choice.
I was going to do it, but you know what? When I think, well, goddamn, I'm going to war, I do call my sister, and I know it's weird. She happens to be a black woman, folks. And, however, I fucking call her because she understands me. I don't know. She just understands. Like, yeah, this motherfucker will go to war.
And I do agree with you. Like, just showing up to that class, that's the band teacher giving you a B for some slacks that weren't the right color. That's kind of a dick move.
No, they were black, but they weren't the
Or
match.
whatever, they weren't the whatever's going on. But that's a dick move to drop a grade for something like that. That's clearly not the child's fault.
Those what can I do to fix it?
You
I
can't.
don't do anything. And yeah, you know what? He should have had 100. Reading. Now this was a reading music, and my son had like a 90, and this was enough to drop him to an 88, which is a B. 90 would be an A, 88 is a B. And I was like, what can I do? And I made that decision and I fucked it up. And I told the teacher that it really was not him taking shortcuts. It was a parental decision. Now, see, the other odd thing, had we been in Virginia, Virginia is really weird. Parents rule in Virginia. They will, if that had been in Virginia and I said, hey, look, I as a parent made a bad decision, don't ding the child, it would have been fine.
Right.
Georgia, believe this or not, Georgia is a little bit more gung-ho. You would never think that, but Virginia's more pro, like, hey, if your parent fucks up, we're not going to hurt the child. And I'm sure with reason.
Well, I've never been to I don't know. I could have been raised in the South, but thank God we came this way.
Hey, I would never live in Ohio. I think the South is awesome.
Well, you never drove in snow, have you?
Dude, I fucking lived in Northern Virginia in the Blue Ridge Mountains. I have not only driven in snow, I've had to dig a Jeep out of snow. One time, we literally, the most snow I've ever seen was 4 feet. We had 2 feet on a Friday. We had 2 feet on Super Bowl Sunday in New Orleans, was in that Super Bowl. I was looking forward to seeing it, and the fucking cable went out because of all the snow. We literally had a blizzard. So once they finally, because I lived on a tier road. It was a 1-lane gravel road. So it fucking took them 2 weeks to fucking get the road plowed. Luckily, I could work from home. When they plowed the road, honestly, Dave, it was 10 feet high with all the plowing on either side. The 1-lane gravel road literally looked like a hallway. And this road was probably 3/4 of a mile. It was kind of long. So when the plow is down there plowing, they used a bobcat. It wasn't like a truck with a plow on the front. It was literally a bobcat to put the snow on the side. So my fucking dog takes off. She was just restless. So there's white on either side. The dog is white with black spots. And I'm like, what the fuck? So the dog goes taking off for the fucking bobcat. And there's no way this bobcat driver is going to see a white dog.
Nah, of course not.
White dog with a little bit of black spots fucking running down, snow on either side, 10 feet high, and a little bit of snow on the ground. And my dog decides, hey, look, I'm going to take off. Like, Jesus. So
that's the worst time to chase a dog down.
Just fucking go, like, chasing after the dog, waving my hands like, fucking stop. Fucking run over the dog.
Yeah, because they don't know. They just run up on stuff. They don't know how to keep a distance.
No, but there's no way the bobcat driver could see the dog. Motherfucker, it's just white on white. Like, really? A fucking white dog on a white snow-covered road with 10 feet. It was nothing but goddamn white. I was black. The fucking bobcat is yellow. That's I could see the bobcat. The bobcat driver could see me, but this little white dog fucking running. Yeah, you know what? If I look hard, I can see something white is running on white, but you have to fucking look for it. The bobcat driver's doing his job.
Right. Yeah. So
Oh,
you had
dude,
to jump in the truck and go chase him
oh,
down.
motherfucker! Truck. The fucking Jeep was covered in snow. That Jeep was motherfucker. I had to run. Luckily, I had on ice cleats. They make those cleats, like ice. Literally, they're ice cleats. You strap
Yeah.
them on, so you can run in ice and snow, and even that's not like 100%, but you'll have some traction. And
Yeah,
luckily,
I'm from Ohio. I would never use that.
really, the
Yeah,
cleat.
we do everything naturally. We walk outside in 2 feet of snow barefoot. There's nothing. I know the snow was new to you. You would have to put cleats on, but you got to think
No,
like the
no, no.
people
There
who.
was ice. There was ice.
I'm teasing. I'm clearly teasing, but yeah, I'm not wearing snow cleats.
Hey, you know what? I'm a pussy. I grew up in Savannah, Georgia. Fucking first time I ever shoveled snow, I was like 21 in Rhode Island at OCS.
Yeah.
There were 8 inches of snow, and they hand me a snow shovel. And luckily, I did not ask that chief, "What am I supposed to do with this?" I just figured it out.
Man, you're lucky because that's something you got to train for. To shovel snow, there's people that died out there shoveling snow, heart attacks. If you're
Well,
not
I was like 21. I
back
wasn't gonna
problems
die.
do spur from your youth, though. Shoveling snow gets heavy. But go ahead, my bad. I mean to cut you off
No,
for that.
I'm done with the old man stories, but oh, that fucking dog. And the thing is, the reason I was even that worried is the dog was my son's dog in name only. That dog, it was a female pit bull terrier kind of mix, and she was my wife's dog. That what? I don't know what it was. It was like female to female. A dog and my wife versus me and my son. So
Right. Yeah.
it was 2-on-2. But no, that dog and my wife, it was like, God damn. The dog, now she never snapped or anything. And after my wife died, she became my dog. Because dogs have a thing. Like if you buy a dog for a child, they know who the adults are. They never bond with the child. They bond with one of the adults. And yeah, they'll humor the child. But yeah, I know who feeds me on time, and it's not the child. So yeah, my wife and this dog, they were a pair. So, it's like, well, you know what? If this dog dies, my wife will never forgive me.
Yep. You better get your ass up the street with your snow cleats. Yep.
Dude, the dog, I had to change the door fucking handles because we had these handle doors, they weren't knobs, they were levers. And the dog knew how to push if the door was open, the dog knew how to open the door with the lever handles. So I had to replace the lever handles with door knobs because she couldn't, she didn't know how to open a knob. So I didn't know this. So I'm down in the basement working. I was working from home that day, and I usually worked in the basement where it was quiet. So I'm down there, So my wife comes down to the basement and goes, "Hey, I'm going to the grocery store," or something like that. And I'm like, "Well, okay." I like, okay, well, make sure, you don't let the dog out. So, motherfucker, so I didn't know this because we'd only had the dog for a week or two. I hear the door open after my wife is fucking like outside. I heard her leave and then I heard the door open again. So I'm like, what?
Yeah, man. That put a spidey
There
senses
is
in it.
no, there is no way this dog knows how to do this. So I fucking go up the stairs quickly because I'm like, I know this dog didn't just do what I did. So I open the door and look out, and this fucking dog is chasing after my wife's car. It's driving up the gravel road, and this fucking dog is doing chase. I'm like, holy shit. My wife cannot see this dog in the rearview mirror because it's shorter than the car. So I go out and I go, Ellie, at the top of my lungs, and it freezes her. So I'm like, come here, dog. Now, this is my wife's dog. We'd had the dog for 2 weeks. This dog knows I exist and I'm an adult. So the dog stops. My wife doesn't even know. So the dog fucking decides, like, hey, I'm going to fuck with this guy. So she goes into the neighbor's yard. I'm like, come here, come here. So the dog decides to take the leisurely route. I had to fucking go and get this dog. And every time I would get near it, it would look at me and run a little farther.
Yeah, my terrier does that crap.
Like, motherfucker, do you know I have work to do and your ass is out here clowning? So
Yeah, man.
I had to go in and like get a hot dog or something just to lure her. And my son's at school, my wife is off, and I'm trying to work, and this goddamn dog. But those are dude. In retrospect, it is a life, and it is a funny, good experience. Ultimately, after my wife died, the dog, and I, were good. So
Yep.
life is wonderful.
That dog was like an extension of your wife, My mom went through that. My grandfather bought her a dog, and when it passed away, she was heartbroken. So we had to go buy her another one. Expensive.
Well, one day I went walking into the bedroom and my wife is sleeping on her side and the fucking dog is on her shoulder. Like, you know how Snoopy in the cartoons kind of sleeps on top of the doghouse?
Yeah.
This is how this dog was sleeping on my wife's shoulder. I'm like, this is defying gravity. My wife is on her side and the dog is sleeping splayed over her shoulder. I'm like, how does this work? So I didn't even bother. I should have taken a picture. But no, this dog they had a special relationship.
That's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, well, and you know what? I was also down in the basement. My wife and my son used to go to these dog adoption days at PetSmart. And I knew they were doing it, but I'd already told them we don't need a dog. It's really just, let's not do it. So one day my son, he was 5 years old. They go to pet adoption day, and this motherfucker, I'm again working in the middle of some crisis or another. So he comes down with a picture of the dog and he goes, Daddy, can I have her? And I looked at him. I looked at the picture. I'm thinking of my wife, and I'm like, you know what? I've already lost. This motherfucker, his mother didn't. This motherfucker came all the way down the stairs into the basement to ask me this. And how am I going to tell him no? 5 years old, been asking for a dog for years. He's got a fucking picture. Yeah, okay. And that's how the dog came to be.
I got a young one. He just came in.
Yeah, them kids and them dogs and that motherfucker. You know what? He like I it was literally like, well, if we get a dog, you have to take some responsibility. That lasted about 2 weeks. And luckily, my wife didn't work, so she had time to do it. But I'm not going to think about it now because I will be pissed. That motherfucker, it's like parents, if your young child, if you are a young parent and you believe the hype, if your kid tells you, yes, daddy, yes, mama, I'll take care of the dog, they're lying. They will motherfucker. The dog died maybe sophomore, junior year of my son's high school. That motherfucker, it was like he barely noticed she was gone. It was like he didn't shed a tear. I'm like, really? You're the one who asked for this dog into our lives, and you're just going to be callous about it? Ugh, these kids are fucking beasts.
That's why my daughter got a 14-year-old cat. Still, to this day.
They are heartless.
Yeah, she don't feed that cat. Her mom do, but 14 years. I didn't know cats live that long, man. I thought you'd be in and out.
Oh shit, they'll live a while.
14 years? I couldn't put up with the hold on. I couldn't put up with feeding it and then that box, man. The way that thing fits,
He didn't call you a motherfucker, did he?
Nah, he's all day. It's all about positioning with him. You gotta set him up so he can be happy. He'll at least be quiet.
I told you the story the first time. My son couldn't have been a week old. The first time I had to keep him, my wife was like, "No, I guess I'll." I'm like, "No, don't worry about it. My brother's 13 years younger. I've kept babies before, and I was a little nervous, but it's like, nah, you need to go. He'll be okay. It'll just be for a couple hours." I was nervous as a motherfucker. Look, you know what? But this is what fathers do. Now, it was kind of weird because he was breastfeeding at the time. So, there was breast milk in a bottle and all that. So, I literally had to hold this child like at an odd angle to simulate a breast. And I probably,
he was cosplaying mom, huh?
you know what? God damn it! I was nervous as a motherfucker, dude. He was my son, and he's a week old. You cannot fail, or you will be rightly hung. So I turn him a little bit on the side, and I'm leaning back a little bit, and I'm putting that bottle right up at breast angle, and he. Dude, you were
you fell for all that, didn't you?
Hey, my wife came home. The baby was asleep, and everything was cleaned up. And you know what? My wife, to this day, to her dying day. I never told her this story. Fuck it. I told her not to worry. Why would I pretend like she shouldn't have worried? I made it through. Better than that. Oh my God, dude. Have you ever had your son overfill a diaper to an extent? Like, really?
That's a peeve. It's actually a peeve of mine, but yeah, he has done it.
Dude, I had my son. It was like this motherfucker, like this is 4 babies worth in this diaper. It was so bad. It was so bad, Dave.
The little rain rocks was coming out.
Oh, let me tell you how bad it was.
That's crazy.
Like, my wife was out in the living room or something, and I discovered this. And I'm like, you know what? This is so bad. I don't want Deanna to know. It's like she will just, I'm going to do the manly thing. The sheets, I'm going to take care of the sheets. I'm going to change the diaper. The shit was so bad. It was like, I can't use baby wipes. I had to fucking run a whole bath. It's like this baby wipes. Nah, let me run a warm bath so I can give him a full fucking bath. It was that bad. This is like the middle of the day. I'm like, well, my wife's like, well, why are you running water? I'm like, you don't want to know.
Yeah, you keep it to yourself for sure.
Like, you don't need to worry. This is a man thing.
It'll be all right.
My son took a man's shit. This isn't woman's business. Dude, to this day, again, this is like fucking 18 years later. And it still sticks in my dude. It was like, Stanley, don't panic. This can be managed.
Yeah, he's at the point where he was in the bouncer and his legs are so strong. Now he wants me to hold him while he jumps on me. Yeah.
Oh, that is so funny.
He doesn't get tired.
Well, why should he?
Nah, he's just all legs, man.
The world is his oyster.
That's my dude, man.
Now, let me tell you about a game called Bite. Oh, you're going to love this. Now, my wife, for a little while, worked, and she would do an overnight shift. So she'd get home, I don't know, 7 or 8 in the morning. She would leave at like 2 or 3. So I was working an odd shift because I didn't have to work. I did a swing shift. So I'd go to work at 12. And then I would get off, I don't know, come home around 7, work from home until 10. So I would generally wake up. My son actually was really good about sleeping throughout the night from a very early age. It was rare that, we would, from like 6 months, maybe even earlier than that, he would sleep through the night almost. So anyway, maybe he's 1 and he's got teeth now. So he would wake up around 7 in the morning and, he would wake me up. He's in his crib. The crib was in the bedroom. So, I'd hear him, rattling around. So I'd wake up. So I would take him from the crib, bring him over to the bed, and, we would kind of snooze. So we got into the habit of, dad, he wants to crawl around daddy and roughhouse. So I taught him a game called Bite. So you know how kids will bite. So, and I, for some reason, thought, well, you know what? he's teething. You want to teach him how to not bite hard or bite hard. So it evolved into he would put his finger in my mouth and I go, ma, 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 little bit of pressure. So I put my finger in his mouth and he would bite. And I go, oh, if it got too hard, no, 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 too hard. But the game was called Bite. So it was like, bite. It was literally one of the first words. He would play bite. He would put his finger in my mouth and I would nibble, 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 not too hard. And I put my finger in his mouth and it would be like, no, too hard. So I don't know what the fuck. So this was something, it was our little game for months. So one day he decided to include mommy in the game. So my wife calls me at work. She's like, what the fuck have you been?
Well, she got caught. She got caught not knowing what's going on, huh?
It's like daddy. This is daddy and Trevor game. Mom doesn't. What the fuck? He bit her thinking it was a game. He wanted to include. And so that was the end of the game. Man, we were having fun for months. It was just me and the baby playing a little daddy boy game, daddy in the sun, yeah. Don't go too far. It's in the morning and then hey, ha ha. Oh God, my wife, she wasn't like pissed, but she's like, what the fuck? And I'm like, oh, well, it's just a game, it's called Bite. She was not amused. So that was the end of that shit.
Yeah, man. I think most with both of my kids, we had our own little games that the moms didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, that's like
it's a unique like bonding thing that you do.
Yeah. It's a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, because he could have went somewhere else and bit another kid or both. It always turns into that, of course, but it's I don't know where he got that from.
Oh, you know what? I was gonna say that, but she knew.
Yeah, he knew too much about it. He was too excited to do it. Yeah.
My son could say bite. He fucking I don't know whether he took her hand and said bite. That was the thing. Bite, too hard. Oh, motherfucker. It was so funny when she called me. I'm like, what are you talking about? She's like, he bit me. I'm like, oh shit. Did he? Well, it's a game that we play every morning. She's like, you not doing that anymore.
I bet you he was so excited to introduce mom to the game. He just didn't know she wasn't a player. What's up, Snake?
I didn't even ask. It's like that shit was over. I don't know what she did to him. I don't know what she said to him, but we did not play the next morning. Bite was over.
It was a wrap.
It was a fucking wrap. And oh, you know what? Sometimes you just my wife was really fairly even tempered, but it's kind of like my mother, yeah, everything is good until it's not, and she will determine when it's not. It's like, motherfucker, this game is not worth. We'll find another game.
Yeah, both my kids had their own different thing. My daughter was a kicker. She liked to kick stuff. And my son was a headbutt champion. He liked to play the headbutt game. Not too hard, but he'd always like start off light and then work his way into a real headbutt. It was just our thing, and you can't explain that to nobody. That's just something that you got between you and the
That's
child.
even better. Shit, I was an amateur with bite, kick, and headbutt.
Yeah. Yeah, my son had a rock head though. It was adorable.
You know what? You know what? I would have loved to see my son headbutt my wife. Oh shit!
Yeah, the way they introduced that to somebody else, they're just like, "What the? Why did you do that?" They don't
What
know that.
fucking? What kind of fucking barbarian shit?
Because you headbutt so hard to the point where you could almost smell your blood in your head out. It's weird. It's weird.
It's like, oh shit, he caused a fucking contusion.
Or they hit you in the nose and you catch a nosebleed. But it's got to be sanctioned. It's got to be like, okay, I'll show you where we got a target. Just aim right here. All right, cool. My turn.
It's gotta. Oh shit! Did you say it's got to be sanctioned?
Yeah, it's got to be in a controlled environment. You can't just go headbutting people, bro. We're playing. It's just me and you.
Like a little goat. Have you ever seen? They will just fucking walk up and headbutt you.
God, you got me thinking about these things, man. It's like in the moment you don't think much of it, but when they get out of the controlled environment, you're very dangerous, bro. You're dangerous.
Look, like I said, having kids, they're actually pretty fun up until they go to school. School, as much as
You're right. It does kill it. That is what kills it. Well, your son's here. He's headbutting other kids. And why is he doing that?
They are, if you can preserve them in amber or the time, like fucking 4 years old. And my son's first school experience was literally kindergarten. He never did daycare, which was a mistake, by the way. It is not.
It socializes them very fast.
Well, you need to do it. You know what? I thought I was doing shit. Like, hey, you know what? Stay at home, mom. Just fucking, it'll be okay. Even if your wife is stay at home, you still need to do it. Even if it's only once or twice, maybe 2 to 3 times a week, you got to do it because you need to do it. Even if you don't have to, socializing once, twice a week in an organized environment, you got to start them early. But it turned out okay. But it was like, I thought I was a motherfucking man. My wife don't have to work.
Yeah, there's a balance with that for sure. Because not only that, they'll be at home and the wife won't get socialized, so she's waiting on you to get home. Then you gotta listen to that after you've been working.
Oh shit, dude! I would get home, and it would be like, "Well, guess what your son did today?" And I was like, "I don't want to hear what he did. Tell me how you fixed it."
Right,
dude. You are gonna love this. So my son and my wife, he to call her mommy, and she was like, "No, it's mama." These two would literally, he would go mommy, and she would go mama. They would go back and forth. You know what? I fucking just said, y'all are fucking Tom and Jerry. It's like we need to fucking separate you. I'm like literally. I would come home and mommy. Like really?
Oh yeah.
I commute to work. I'm generally gone like 11 hours a day. And I come home to mama. Mommy. Like Jesus.
See, and their thing is social, and it's just like, oh, shut up. I don't. We wouldn't. When we was playing the headbutt game, there was no talking. We was just giggling and sniggling. He thought it was funny. I thought it was funny. You know, I got my son laughing, and you can't even understand why. But why are you headbutting him? If you had to explain it, you know. But it wasn't like we were sitting there going back and forth, just making noise. You know, mommy. You know what I mean?
Sorry about that. I wouldn't. I mean, my wife and son, they had a bond. It was just sometimes adversarial. But you know, the thing is, I actually didn't. Um, I honestly, um, my wife, um, trained a son. This dude was reading like on an eighth grade level in first grade. Um, he, I mean, my wife was working with him. No wonder they were adversaries. He was probably like, "Bitch, you making me work." But no, seriously, I was, and I didn't really realize it till I had to, you know, deal with school. Cause fuck, I didn't, shit. I honestly didn't know where his bus stop was. 'Cause, um, and it was pointed out to me that I didn't, not by my wife. Um, so, you know, um, kids, you know, fathers have their role, mothers have their role. And, you know, if a kid is lucky enough, like your kids are, you know, they get to um, notice, adopt, learn the roles. Um,
It's
so,
always better to have two adults, you know. I mean, I could understand the situation when things happen, but like these people out here who think that one parent is enough and they just X the other one out, that's not cool.
well, it is problematic when they go, I don't need a man.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That is literally stupid.
It's it's like get away from me. You're saying something that dumb. I just lose respect as soon as I hear it. But I have people fight with me on Facebook and other social media, trying to tell me it's it's better off that there's only just one if they can't get along. Well, the whole point is to put your petty differences aside and work as a team, not two independent teams, but as a
Well,
team.
there are exceptions to that rule. You know, you'll hear what's her name, Danielle, and I do want you to hear this. I don't understand why she can't put her jacket over that shoulder.
Which one is Danielle?
She's the one top right, all the way to the right, with the jacket off her shoulder.
Oh, is that a jacket or hair? I can't tell what that is.
No, it's a jacket. It's right here. This woman. See
Okay.
the cursor? Um, but I don't get it. But you're gonna hear something that's rather interesting. And Anton is eh, I guess he's okay with hearing this.
He took it somewhere though that I didn't expect him to take it. Like, I heard what she was saying. She was talking about how she didn't want to be with white men, or she didn't want to date more black men just to find out, she wanted to try something different. And he said just the other day, you guys are saying how much you don't like white men. And I'm like, that's not even where I would have thought to take that conversation. Not at all. I would have asked her. I would have said something like to the effect, "It doesn't matter who you're with, as long as you're happy." That's the kind of response I would have gave. He almost gave like more of an
No, I
inquiring,
mean, I think
why you give up on us type of response, and it's like, whatever, bro.
he eventually gets to that point. You know, he's like, "Well, I don't really care." But I'm, you know, I am in my old age. um, and this is gonna sound odd, but if America's going to be cured of racist behavior and racism, it's going to have to be black people who do it. White people are hapless. They really and I don't mean to sound pro black or that political, but I don't think white people actually understand themselves.
What, racism? Or what do you mean?
I don't
I
think
got some background noise. That's why I didn't really hear everything.
I think they've been trained out of actually knowing American history or understanding American history. I think, and I think we are quickly losing the ability. But you know that term "magic Negro"?
Yeah.
It's literally a thing. It's literally a trope for a reason. Um, and it may be outdated by now, but I honestly think when black people say we basically worked hard for immigrants, we civil rights changed immigration law, and there are several other things that you'll hear, people say. But in a way, it's not hyperbole.
Yeah, I agree. Isn't that what the Supreme Court was talking about with this 14th Amendment? What was the intention?
Well, they got it wrong. As a matter of fact, they interpreted two different ways. Affirmative action, they literally, Justice Thomas literally said that the 14th Amendment was colorblind. And here we are in 2025. The argument is, oh, the 14th Amendment was for black people. You have conservatives or supposed conservatives interpreting the purpose of the 14th Amendment two different ways within 2 or 3 years. I've literally read Justice Thomas's opinion with the University of North Carolina and Harvard affirmative action cases. I literally read the opinions. I literally heard the court cases. So I'm fairly familiar. And Justice Thomas, I read his consenting opinion. Can't remember the word for it. He literally quotes Thomas Sowell in his opinion, which I thought was egregious. Thomas Sowell is not in that Thomas fucking wants to bring up a broke down black man in what he has to say in a Supreme Court opinion. I honestly found that offensive.
He's not credible enough for you, huh? Is that what it is? Or you just disagree with most of what he says?
Well, no, I don't think he's a legal scholar. So,
okay, legal scholar.
Credible.
Credibility. I don't know.
You know what? I have to give Dr. Soul his props because he is accomplished. I just don't have a high opinion of his worldview.
That's personal.
And
I think if you have a source and they're available to use it. If he wants to use Thomas Sowell, you can use it. It must be some logical through line to use Thomas Sowell.
Let me tell you a little secret. If there's such a thing as an educated guess, it is a thing. You can't footnote it, you can't cite it, but if you have enough of a background to formulate an opinion, it can be respected. Maybe not 100% of the time. I will have enough hubris to say that my worldview is just as grounded as even a Thomas Sowell. I don't get intimidated by the Thomas Sowell, Shelby Steele. I don't get intimidated by them. I would literally be comfortable sitting across the table from Sowell, giving him my opinion of his opinion. I don't think it's sound.
Do you think that there would ever be a moment in that conversation where Sowell says, I'm 94 years old, you're 60. I got way more experience than you. And I studied these things.
It should literally be the first thing he says. I'm not going to pretend that, dude. I'm not going to pretend I have his experience. I think I've read the same books.
Oh, I asked somebody that question, and it's a wild question. It was Thomas Sowell, Clint Eastwood, and I forget the third guy name. He was a ring announcer. He used to be a trainer. They were all three were born the same year. It's tacky, but who do you think who out of the three who do they pick to live the longest? They all said Sowell. Sowell looks good for 94 versus Clint Eastwood.
You know what though? I'd pick Sowell as well.
He makes 94 look good. I think he probably got a good another 5-6 years in him. That's crazy to say, but who knows? Maybe longer.
I pick Sowell. However, that doesn't mean I'm a fan.
If Sowell ran against Trump, who would you vote for?
Thomas Sowell.
There you go.
Even at 94, but that's not saying much. I don't think Trump is
literally 94.
Look, if I would pick a 94-year-old, I couldn't deal with the world. Therefore, I worked for a think tank for 50 years over Trump. That's actually more a problem with Trump.
Hey, we got Trump.
Yeah, and it'll be okay.
Oh, thank God you didn't try to do a whataboutism. I was expecting you to, too.
Look, you said we're stuck with him. I agree we're stuck
I
with
did not say stuck. We are blessed.
Yeah, okay. No, we have had bigger crises, I think. Now, he's still got like 3 years. It can get worse.
It can get better.
You know what? I think that's a coin flip. So let's hope for better, but expect worst.
But are you optimistic or are you being pessimistic?
There's literally nothing in his first 110 or 20 days that gives me this motherfucker can't get better.
You're lucky that I don't pay much attention or I don't remember well.
I would definitely compare it to Biden. Oh, Biden. I don't know who was worse. I think they all go into it with good intention, and they do understand there's going to be some pushback, and they're not going to be able to fulfill all these promises that they had. But if they come damn close, they're doing pretty good, right?
Well, I'm going to honestly say I think Trump um, came into office with malicious intent. And, if you actually think you're going to gut the administrative state and not harm people, flood the zone. That's literally what he was promising on the campaign trail last summer. So I will say this: he was very transparent about what he was going to do. Cannot fault him. He told the truth. He was upfront. The voters are the problem because I don't know how many times I heard, well, Trump, he's just joking. I heard that so many times.
I know. I don't make excuses for nobody. I'm probably more extreme than Trump in the way I look at things. So I would never accuse another man of saying something and saying he was joking unless it was clearly a joke. I think that you can only say so much for what your real intentions are. And then you don't put all your cards out there because even what we saw on the campaign trail is that the opposition was trying to use your words and take some of your strategy and implement that as their talk. She never had, for me, she didn't have a clear agenda. And every time a great idea came out, she kind of, you know, piggybacked it. That's just what I see. And honestly, the reasons why I did vote for Trump probably aren't the same reasons why you wouldn't vote for Trump.
No, I just don't think Trump is the appropriate personality or person for being a U.S. president.
Right. And that may be valid. No, I would never discount your opinion of what's important to you.
Well,
But when I,
like I keep saying, I don't have a problem with Trump's goals. I have a problem with his means. The ends do not necessarily justify the means. He's being sloppy. He's not. He's using a hatchet when sometimes you need a scalpel.
right. And that actually brings full circle back to the style conversation we were having. If we put ourselves under that same microscope, do we take a more judicial? We don't have to because we're not talking about running the most powerful country or anything. But as far as the way I deal with others, I definitely consider where they might have came from before. But especially with YouTube, like people aren't going anywhere. The same faces show up in different places. But I don't try to close doors on people when we're talking about style.
Oh,
I don't know. I get how
you
you work.
you judicious son of a bitch. I will burn a bridge and laugh while it burns. You are wiser. I'll give you that.
No, because I don't want you to change the way you are.
Oh no.
I
I'm
just
not.
want you to not put your cards up so fast.
I'm
Don't
just
flip them
saying,
over.
dude. It is all or nothing. Fuck you if you can't keep up, dude. I'm not a kindergarten teacher, and people seem to look. Chuck Woo is a good example. He comes all the way up on Charles's show and he wants to strut his little stuff, saying that racism in America is a lot like tribalism. That motherfucker is on a different planet making that kind of statement. And of course, I shit on him and I was brutal when I did it. Like, motherfucker, don't come up here pretending to be an adult when you're a kid.
Does that offend you when somebody does that?
Sometimes.
I don't blame there. I know you don't
You
suffer
literally,
fools, so that's understandable to go that route.
well, no, but seriously, um, now we are on Charles's channel. Charles lives in Nigeria, so we for and Chukwu is he might be first generation. He's an American, but so if he had come in slow, look. I tried to tell him um a couple times that you cannot. American history is not African history, and African history is even more complicated because you got a bunch of countries. The colonial history in Africa, it's dude, they drew the lines artificially on their way out. The colonials artificially drew lines for countries on their way out. They didn't consider tribe. They did not consider much of anything. However, comparing African history to American history, it just shows me that you are fucking listening to people on YouTube.
Yeah, that's true.
They don't know shit generally. Especially, I don't know, that tribalism is similar to American racism. I can't imagine someone being stupider. And I'm being sincere on this.
There's people that will tell you that Dominicans are black in color only. I say in color only.
Well, I had a Nicaraguan girlfriend once who was literally my skin tone. And race um, in Central, well, Central America especially, but yeah, race, they've got like 88, like some ungodly number. You see that chart where they classify like who marries whom in skin tone, I think it was. So
Mm-hmm.
you got quadroons, you got just you got a description for every racial situation in who they marry.
That sounds like somebody with nothing else to do.
Oh, dude, you never seen that chart? It's like, um, I'll see can I find it, but I was going to talk about this Nicaraguan girlfriend I met again at a club, and I used that. I told her cousin, "Hey, don't worry, I'm a naval officer. I'll make sure she gets home safe," and I did. But again, it was a longer term relationship that resulted. But this woman, her name was Corazon. It means
Corazon. Nah, for real. She
no.
told you that was her name.
I've never took advantage. So if I
She told you that was her name.
well, no, it actually was her name.
Corazon. Corazon.
Yeah, Corey for short.
Oh, okay. Her name was Corey.
Well, Corazon. She literally was a Spanish speaker. I met her cousins. She was actually like on a visa from Nicaragua. She had a cousin in off on Cape Cod of all places.
Mm-hmm.
Was dying of cancer. So, she was here helping take care. She had a sister, not a sister, a cousin who is very light skinned, by the way. She was gorgeous and tall, married. But anyway, they were at the main event in, God damn it, New Bedford, Massachusetts. It was a hangout for all the young black naval officers. We go on a Wednesday or something, get drunk and dance, the main event. So anyway, I met her. Um, the story I'm trying to say is her skin was as dark as mine. And one day she was talking about the black people in her country And I looked at her and I went, "Aren't you black?" Because I'm used to, skin color. Apparently, it's way more complicated in Latin America. It's like you can be as dark as Stanley, but still not be black. So I was, I was like, you know what? Whatever. If
Probably
we
because they're sun kissed.
if we have kids, they're gonna be our skin color, or they're gonna be black.
Only because of you.
You're probably right. When she goes downtown Savannah, and they go, "Hey, Corey, you're a lovely black woman," she'd probably be offended. I'm not black.
Me no black. That's funny.
She'll get pissed off and start cursing at him in Spanish or something.
Yeah, and I don't think they associate it with that. Associate black with a color, but more like a. I'm gonna ask my wife. I'm gonna let her say it.
The funny thing is that the Swedish girl that I should have married, she literally did not get race in America. One day, oh Dave, you're gonna love this. So, I mean, I should have married her. It was like Snow Bunny and Black Bunny. We just fucked like rabbits. So we were 24. People at 24 when they get all hot in love. So one day she's like, "Oh, I can't wait to have a little brown baby." I was like, we had just finished, and I was like, now it doesn't sound that weird, I guess, in 2025, but this was like 1990, 1991.
Was he weirded out when she said it?
No, actually, I wasn't. I was just like, what an odd thing to say. This woman actually doesn't understand race in America. She thought she was special. She had blonde hair, green eyes, which is weird for Sweden. Most people have blue. She had green, and she could fucking tan. Oh, this girl, she could get gorgeous. It's like kind of like blonde. It wasn't dark blonde. It wasn't white blonde. It was just like blonde.
You should have kept that one. He sounded like a keeper.
Shit, and dark. She would get mighty tan. And man, she was actually all that. But you know what? Fuck. This is the stupid thing about 24-year-olds. I literally thought, well, I'm not ready to get married, and who knows? I might meet someone better. It's like you have no sense of what you have in your early 20s.
Yeah, we're nearsighted. Although I have thought I liked the girl, seeing her 10 years later, I was like, thank God I didn't like her that much.
No, this was the one that got away, honestly. She was really it was complicated in my 24-year-old brain. And one of these days I'll kind of, tell you could probably suspect 24 1992 part of it was I was going to deploy for 6 months. If I wasn't going to deploy, I might have made a better decision, but I'm not sure. But let me just be blunt. If I'm going to be gone for 6 months, and this woman is literally, she was an au pair, so she'd really only been in the country for like 4 or 5 months.
Oh yeah, she wasn't seasoned yet.
Well, the thing is it a good decision to deploy? And you know what? She doesn't have a place to stay. She could go stay with my parents in Savannah, Georgia, in an all black neighborhood. I was like,
Yeah, without you there, yeah, that's kind of weird.
you know what? Green eyed blonde doesn't understand race in America. With my mother, all black neighborhood, Savannah, Georgia, never been there. Eh, let's not ruin a whole life. Let's not create a new racist, because she's gonna have to deal with stuff that shit a lot of black people don't understand. I just, you know what? Now when she went back to Sweden and I got back from deployment, I could have. It was just a bad 24-year-old decision, and
Do you think
I,
she would have made you an anti-black trying to explain half of this shit?
oh no. I wouldn't be able to explain it. I'm more articulate now than I was at 24. My alternative would have been I cannot leave her here defenseless in my apartment for 6 months. I would have felt better had she did wind up going home. However, I was envisioning, like, look, if you're gonna stay, you're gonna have to stay with my parents. Um, and in 1991, my mother was not quite as enlightened. Um, it would have been a trip, and I could not leave her with my parents. My father would be fine, actually. It would be.
No, wait. She said she was from Sweden, right?
Umeå, Sweden.
Okay, so she would have been liberal, like not in the sense of politically, but like liberal behavior.
She would have been like not American, liberal. She was Swedish in 24. I don't know that she had politics. We never talked politics. I have no
culturally, like they don't
culturally,
see a problem with tasting or testing what's out there. Like just because I got a boyfriend isn't gonna hold her back, you know.
Texting did not exist back in 1990.
Say that again?
Texting did not exist in 1991.
No, I said testing.
Okay,
she would have tested whatever other option would have. I'm saying she would have been more promiscuous behind your back.
I doubt
she would have been curious at 24.
I doubt it.
I hear that the culture of Swedish women is they're open. They're very open like that.
Where'd you hear this from? In what year?
I watch a lot of travel.
Yeah, okay. Well, you're doing a be brave in getting your knowledge from a fucking YouTube video.
and then the be brave approach. He said he still hits the target.
And you know what? Let me put it to you this way. Much of his audience are stupid enough to believe him. I literally think his audience who believe that shit, they're literally stupid. John Galt included.
You do not
literally.
If you do not hesitate to take a shot.
Oh, motherfucker! I'll take it to his face. I do it, John. Do you think I wouldn't say this to John Galt's face?
I know. It's just that that's not gonna not shoot. You know.
The only
the
only person that I know of that literally SKC SKC made a comment this morning. SKC knows what's going on.
Hold on, he came up on the panel, or he was just in the chat?
You know what? He was in the chat.
Okay.
He didn't have time to come up.
I am still gonna go back and watch this you and Truism interaction, because I don't know how I missed it. I must
From
have.
this morning?
Yeah, I must have I don't know.
Well, we can watch it now. It's a
Somebody,
separate.
I think I got a phone call, and then I had some other things to do, and that's the only way I just forget what happened.
Rick thought it was funny. I didn't find it that funny. Rick says it should be clipped, and I'm like, really?
Oh, you know who else was on the stream? Guess who was on CT's earlier?
Who?
You would have loved it. Jay Prince.
Oh yeah, whatever. You know what?
You guys just gotta see it.
I've literally never. I have never talked to him. I doubt he even knows who I am, and that's
You
good.
won't find it funny, but it'll fill in a lot of blank. It was just I don't know.
Well,
man.
wait, hold it.
I
I don't really. I don't give a fuck about his blanks. Oh shit! Truism's live now.
Yeah, I know. Mm.
Oh wait, hold it. An error. Oh wait, there it goes.
Yeah, I'm usually in a bed sleep. I just got 2 more days of work this week.
Well, you know what? It is 10.
So
and you're
it's kinda like a
Central Time.
combination of the both.
No, I'm East.
Coming down from the
Oh,
government, but
Mhm.
also industry, cybersecurity
Now, this
certifications
motherfucker's
that
called
they were
Tech
putting,
Pookie.
certification trainings that they were putting me through. A lot. Again, I feel like I was in college again because I was just learning because I didn't like undergrad was circuits, electromagnetism, Calc 1, Calc 2, Calc 3, physics and differential equations, a lot of math and science. It had nothing to do with computers. Electrical engineering is not a computer type of degree.
Yeah.
So you get into networks, you're getting into IP, TCP, IP, get into communication protocols, you get into hacking, what the bad guys are actually doing, you get into protecting systems, all of that type of stuff. That was very new to me.
Pen tests and stuff like that.
I need to connect with Tech Pookie.
So, you know, all of that stuff I was learning after undergrad, which had nothing to do with electrical engineering or being a nuclear engineer at a local commercial nuclear power plant. Yeah, man.
Okay, well, let me ask you then. With all the certification that you had to get because of the nature of the beast of what happened in your particular industry, at least at that time, did you ever get a chance to maybe write any kind of papers at all, any kind of dissertations or anything like that, or any kind of like that for that in the field?
No, I never did any of that because I was
Let me
mainly
ask
in the
him where did
what my
Pookie
role
graduate
was
from?
implementing a cybersecurity program at a nuclear plant.
Okay.
It wasn't so much of research. So that sounds more like academic, where there's research. So this isn't a master's degree or anything. These are professional certifications.
Wait, are you typing in the chat?
The area that I was in, but I was a part of So one thing that they have these licensing renewal processes. And
I
call up
always
certain
type in the chat to
subject
fuck
matter
with people.
experts or engineers to speak on the value of nuclear.
Because I can tell you right
so
now,
I was a part of one of those hearings
not an
for
engineer.
the government, and I think that's
Who, the guy
that's
talking?
somewhere online. There's a transcript of it, but yeah, that's as
Stanley,
much
I
as
only
I'm
takes a
22.
couple
I'm
minutes.
22 years. I'm 21, 22 at this point.
Tech
Maybe a little older.
Pookie's pretty
It's very early in my
Wait,
career,
hold it.
but
Discrete
being
math. What the
immersed in
fuck is discrete math?
crazy.
You mean discrete structures?
Oh, okay. Well, man, look like you were seriously kicking ass and taking names. So, at that particular point, was there ever a point in this particular field that you're in your career that you felt you hit a low point, and when did that occur?
You know what's crazy, man? Let me see. Because of how novel and how needed, I guess, my skill set is, it really ain't been no, let me think. Nah, man, it ain't really been no low point since I started. I ain't gonna lie, not career-wise. life just brings things,
Discreet
family
math.
deaths and all this type of stuff, but not like career wise. It's literally been up. I mean, it's just been up and up.
Yeah, I will say Tech Pookie is pretty accomplished though.
Role progression, whether you're talking about
accomplished.
involvement in some
I
of
don't doubt his
coolest
accomplishments,
things. I guess in
also,
cybersecurity and industrial
noticed something.
cybersecurity that has been out. I mean, I can't even
kind
really
of wondering whether he graduated from an HBCU.
Not really. Maybe okay. So I was working at the nuclear plant, but then I had actually taken that show on the road. So I started doing contracting work. And if you know how contractors are, they are not.
Let me.
They have a defined.
People like Truism are easily impressed.
Why are you talking about his ad libs?
You know what? Truism is not an accomplished person, for starters. And the reason I ask about HBCUs now, it may have changed now, but it's really weird. My mother graduated from Savannah State. And I thought about Savannah State for engineering. And you can get a Bachelor of Science in Engineering Technology, which is basically not a Georgia Tech engineering degree. The engineering technology thing is light on theory. You learn how to solder. It's almost like a Booker T. Washington sort of thing, where you learn like the physical stuff to be an engineer. You can solder, you can, you know your way around a circuit board, but it's light on theory.
Yeah, most people need to take that Booker T approach nowadays. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know what? I would rather go to Georgia Tech.
Okay, that's going to teach you the theory. That's going to teach you the foundation.
You know what? Give me the full motherfucking degree, not a Booker T. Washington degree.
People need to get to work, man. It's one thing that it's great that you understand the origins and the
which people.
Well, I don't want to do this. Okay, people in general. I don't want to narrow it down or none of that. People in general need to get to work. There's a lot of people doing nothing, and that's not based on anything. It's just an observation. Matter of fact, they wouldn't even come to some of these spaces if they had enough going on their own.
Dude, why not just do electronics at a fucking trade school? Why would you work to get a 4-year degree in engineering technology?
I know I wouldn't.
You can learn to fucking do a circuit board in a trade school.
I think you're right, but once you end up in the lab,
if I'm going to spend 4 years getting a bachelor's degree, it needs to be in engineering, and either I cut it or I don't.
They're going to give you that lab that you make an aspirin and you went to school for engineering.
And?
It's all about an endurance test. It's like praying for patience. I don't know. I mentioned that earlier. There's a reason why you get put through the ringer and you come out something different. But this ain't what you went for.
I am very W.E.B. Du Bois. Either you fucking cut it as a full-fledged Georgia Tech engineer, or you don't. Okay, there is no like Booker T. Washington half-ass. It's 0 or 1. You don't do a half.
It's the trend nowadays is to do the job. We're going to train you to do the job, so that way you can get your ass to work. Not talk about it, but just do the job.
If that is all you want to do, then you become American man.
But it pays the same, right? Or you're going to get more because you can talk.
If money is the object, then you become an American man.
I'm trying to see the difference. I see the difference. I do.
There is nothing wrong with being American man. What
Okay,
is
but I
wrong
still
is
see the difference.
when this motherfucker wants to talk about something other than plumbing. That's when it becomes a problem.
Right. That's what I was seeing.
I heard this motherfucker last night on T's show. And I don't even remember because I was half asleep. This motherfucker was like, I was fucking roasting his ass. Let me tell you something. It was like he made a comment that cracked me up. He's like, I don't see the chat right now, but I know Stanley is roasting me. I'm like, motherfucker, you know me so well.
When you talk about people, I'm using them as an avatar. I'm not using it as what I say, or if I add or say anything, it's not personal. That's just not my style. I get it. That's what you do, and that might be the difference in our approaches. And you like to do what? The WEB. You know, I'm more Booker T.
Hey, there is nothing wrong with that. There is absolutely nothing wrong, but you know what? I love, like, you know what? If you want to come and you want to talk about like something like psychology, American Man was literally doing his Anton Daniels fucking imitation where he is fucking talking about, well, oh, you know what? That's why I got that femininity. You know, I talked about what femininity is, what masculinity is. Fucking, goddamn.
American Man.
You know what?
Anton. My bad, Anton.
Well, no. It was American Man too. I don't know. Maybe American Man got it from Anton, or who knows, vice versa. You know, American Man knows all kinds of retarded black men who think they're men. No, I'm tempted to see. It would take too much time to go back, but American Man pissed Mo Love off. And I think Mo Love, you know, she should just know who American Man is. But American Man literally told a woman that you can't understand what masculinity is because you're a woman. And I'm like, you know, actually, I don't know that you're right about that. Masculinity and femininity, and I've made this argument to you, I think it's counterintuitive. And if you think about it, it's obviously counterintuitive. Maybe I should just go and see, can I find it? Because it was fascinating. American Man is truly an American man.
I gotta see it because he comes off well. But then it's like these moments where when you're talking about him, it's like, I don't see that side. I want to see exactly what you're talking about.
Okay. Well, let's see if I can find it here. Let's see.
Unless there's more than one American Man.
No, there's only one of him. Yeah. Oh, wait, hold it. That's 4 days ago. This was last night. Give me one sec. Let's see, live. And by the way, y'all subscribe to T's channel. It's called
That's why I didn't subscribe. I didn't know that's what the name of it was. I was looking for Here for the Tea.
No, it's Child Listen. And I'll be honest with you, I don't really go to a lot of shows. I love going over there because they are just chill. They kind of let me be my tomfool self.
Well,
you know, these are women who kind of understand. Dude, I am a handful, and I just, when I feel comfortable with people, I kind of cut up. and Mo Love especially, she's a sweetheart. And T, they remind me of my sister. They know when to just shake their head and wash their hands. It's like, you motherfucker, I'm done with you. We are walking away. And my sister,
I've seen these experiments get ran when women run panels and guys pile up over there. Is that one of these type of shows?
oh, you know what? Tough
You ain't
Guy
doing shit when
and
it comes to your
American Man,
role.
they are
Because that
bad. And I've literally gone up there to fucking deal with Tough Guy because these motherfuckers can be so disrespectful.
He was a pimp.
I don't give a fuck what he was.
Was or is, I don't know, but he talks about the game. So he's got to stay true to that.
Then if you're not doing shit,
Yeah.
here's the thing: if you're not doing shit when it comes to your
Oh,
role,
you know what? As a matter of fact, Mo Love told me the timestamp because I joined it late, and Mo Love just she fucking left. He was such an asshole. So that's 56. So we'll drift into it.
right.
hold on, my love. And so, any version that you tell yourself is masculinity is a feminized version of it.
Absolutely.
And so you're sending your
Lead, I haven't
boys
talked to you in a
out
while.
into
Hit
the
the link.
world
Feel
with a
free.
feminized version of masculinity.
And
which-
I don't do that though. Just to make the record straight, I don't
Okay,
do
I'm
that.
not.
I'll be right back.
Again, I'm not taking shots
I
at
am
you, Mo.
listening.
That's
okay.
not what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what I'm doing. I'm just telling you what has been done over the time. You don't gotta listen to me. You can say, fuck this nigga, American man, stupid nigga. You say whatever you gotta say. But I'm telling
I
you.
agree that it probably has been done, but that's not what I saw my dad teaching. That's not what my kids are learning, because I'm not the one like guiding them completely when it comes to being men. That they have a dad for that. That's what I'm saying.
Well, right. I understand it. But what I'm telling you is the version of what you think masculinity is, you have no clue what masculinity is.
Okay, so because I
Right?
know
And that's not a diss on you.
But let me tell you, because I know
Right?
what
Just like I have no clue what femininity is. You know
Right,
why?
because you're a man.
I do
Because
know
I'm not a
what
woman. I don't know
is.
what femininity
Okay, but
is.
let me say this. I do know what masculinity is to a certain
No,
extent.
we really.
Let me
Yeah,
finish.
to
Let me finish. I do know what masculinity is to a certain extent, but because I know that I cannot fulfill that, I allow their dad to take control in that area. I know that there are only things that I am meant to nurture as their mom. I'll never ever be the woman trying to create men out of my boys. I know that that's a role that their father can only fulfill.
Right.
I know my place. I respect my place, and I respect the place of their dad. This ain't that when it comes to my love. I
Do
know
you know
what
again, right? I'm not targeting you. Like, I know you think that I'm targeting you, but I'm not. Like,
well, you
I'm not.
keep saying me, so that's why I'm taking it like that.
Yeah, but I'm not. I'm just telling you about male and females, the differences, right? Here's the thing. I don't listen to women on how to deal with men. Do you know why I don't listen to women on how to deal with men? It's not because I don't like women. It's not because I dislike women. It's because how women. Hold on. If you let me finish, I'm not. I'm not attacking you. I'm not attacking you. The reason why I don't listen to women on how to deal with men, because how women deal with men is by blowing them and giving them pussy. I don't have that option.
Oh, wow.
And I don't want to have that option. And so we have to deal very different. You know how we deal with men? We talk, we come to an agreement, and if we cannot do that, what do you guys think the next level is?
Fighting, violence.
It's violence.
Mm-hmm. There's
You guys
always,
don't have that
there's
relationship
always
with
an
men.
underlying level of violence within men.
And so that's why that's why I can't listen to a woman on how I should deal with a man, because
right. That's why I said my kids have fathers. Like I know there are women
I
out here who
get
think
that.
they can do the job, but
I'm not
it's
taking that away
always
from
like
you.
it's always like a gender
I think
type of war.
okay.
Every
Can we
it's
just
kind of weird.
can we do this? Can we just talk in general and not personally? I think
Okay.
that's where
So
sometimes the
so
right.
the
so
back
I'm
and
not
forth.
again, Mo Love. I'm not trying. I'm not personally attacking you. I have no reason to do that. You've been a kind young lady. There's no reason for me to do that, and so that's not what I'm doing. Like I have no reason to do that. But generally speaking, women, all women, black, white, Hispanic, Russian, yellow, what are yellow people? Asians, they claim are yellow. None of them know how to deal with women. None of them know what masculinity is or how to deal with men, because their way of dealing with men is I'm going to blow you into submission. I'm going to sleep with you into submission, or I'm going to get the law on you into submission.
Okay, so can I say this? Some
Men
women
don't have those standards.
Some women do know what masculinity is. We just have to, because we do know what masculinity is, we respect that we cannot teach our kids properly when it comes to them walking in masculinity when we have boys. Therefore, we know to include the fathers. We know, okay, at some point, like my oldest son, he lives with his dad. I get it. Like some of us do understand, okay, you can only do so much as a mom.
True. Yeah, like
So I would say this: women are.
I saw it with my dad. I saw the way he taught my brother. I understand it, but I also know that I can't fulfill those shoes. Like I think you're missing that concept. I get it. I know what masculinity is, and because I respect it, I know that okay.
So,
Right,
I'm sorry if you think I'm attacking you, Mo. I'm not.
You started out saying
I'm not.
You started out saying, "Well, you can't do." So that's why it felt
right. But again, right? I don't know how many times I have to say that I'm not attacking you, and I'm not. I'm not attacking you. Right? If it came off like I'm attacking you, I'm sorry. I'm genuinely apologizing. Like I'm not attacking you.
Yeah, I think I just get frustrated with the whole. Men don't know what masculinity is. Men don't know, like
because they don't. Here's the thing: they don't.
It's just
like men don't know what men do not know what femininity is. You know why?
I know
because we don't know what femininity is. That's just.
Y'all really don't. I've been married for
that's just a reality.
I've been married for 17 years, and I know damn well that.
But I think the point is, it's kind of like,
y'all
like
be trying, but child,
you're not teaching me something that I don't know, respectfully.
Well, I'm not trying to teach you anything.
You're not feminine, so you're not if men don't know what femininity is, why do they always complain women aren't feminine enough?
Right.
Well, hold on. Right? Okay. I'm glad you asked that. Right?
Now.
Hold on. I'm glad you asked that because
Okay.
I'm glad you asked that, right? Because I was going to touch on a point. I was going to touch on a point to show that look, all children that are born, they have an idea of the opposite sex based on their parents. So, if you saw your mother cooking and cleaning and being loving and reading to you and all that, that's going to be your idea of femininity. If you saw your father as a male protecting and providing and doing all that, that's going to be your idea of masculinity, right? But how many people have mothers that don't cook, don't provide, not provide, but don't cook, and they yelling and screaming and acting all crazy, and they think that's femininity. Just like a man, how many males have seen a man in the house just bow down to the woman? Yes, ma'am. Let the woman take control. He's half gay and all of that, and they think that's masculinity. And so that is coming from the household. That's how people, quote unquote, learn what masculinity and
Hey,
femininity
Stanley.
is based on what's in their household.
Yes,
Right.
sir.
Well, they
Hey,
emulate
pause
what
the video real
they
quick.
hear.
Real quick. Do you disagree with what he's saying?
Absolutely, I do.
Which
I think
part?
he's well.
Just pick one. Just one.
Women understand masculinity because they define masculinity.
Oof. I don't
How do
know.
men now? You don't have to know.
I
Like I
just
said,
disagree with that.
now
But
this is my theory. Men don't define who men get to be. They define, women have expectations for what a man is. Women need things, women expect things, men meet women's need. You learn how to be a man because your wife or your woman needs protection. So what do? You protect her. Women have needs. Masculinity is meeting a woman's expectations.
I totally disagree with that.
I think women actually define masculinity by, hey, I as a woman, potential mother of your child, I have these needs, and men will meet those needs.
wait. Okay, wait. Dude, so you're saying that our masculinity is based on what a woman thinks?
What women need.
What women need. Okay. So switch that around. Is a woman's femininity based on what men need?
Yes.
Hmm.
I said it was counterintuitive. Men don't like beat their chest. If you are a man and your natural instinct might be to fight, is that what a woman needs? If a woman needs you to fight, of course you will. In a way, American man is right. Men might need their dick sucked. Men might need women. Women will be feminine to meet their man's needs. Therefore, not every man needs his dick sucked. Women, of course, there's biology, but it has evolved over millennia. In 2025, a child does not spring from his mother's loins knowing what masculinity is. It is a learned thing.
Who teaches it?
I think parents start the course. He's right about, a woman does this. I think kids
See,
learn. Hold on. I think kids start the starter kit of what a masculine role is or feminine role is. Parents are the starter kit, but once that man is out on his own, he's going to meet the need of the woman that he wants to have. If a woman needs protection, he's going to be a protector. If she doesn't, the instinct might be there, but if she doesn't need protection, why would you protect? Why
So
would you protect someone who doesn't need protection?
you said the woman defines masculinity.
I think they do.
Oh my God, I can't. I don't. I disagree with that. You could be overly masculine. That's not defined by a woman.
I think it is.
I think they'll pick their level of masculinity that they need, but they don't define it.
I think they do. Now, not like you will be a proto man. You will have what your genes define you to be, but the fine tuning is going to be done by a woman in a relationship. Okay, dude, that's why masculine in China is not the same thing as masculine in America. There is no one way to be masculine. It will be defined by what women in your society, or more specifically, a woman in your relationship, it's what she needs you to be.
Okay, so men are not men in the sense that they used to be. Right?
Nope. Nothing
Okay, so
like what I'm
with
saying.
your logic, following your logic all the way
It's
through.
not even logic. It is literally how
Okay,
it is.
well,
A man
so
in 1798 is not the same thing as a man in 1998.
so this version of man in 2020 is based off of what women have defined.
Yes.
So they can't complain about the men, right?
I don't know what that even means.
Okay, if they define what masculinity is, or you're refined from a woman, then they can't complain about what kind of a man you are because they designed you. So that's what you're
Maybe.
saying.
Yep.
So if people are saying that black women are masculine, they're more masculine because that's what the men define them. So, like you said, it was
Or in
counterintuitive.
absence of men. If now, I'm not saying it is 100% this way.
I think you just now
I
seen
think
what I'm trying to say.
no. I think that what you're saying is easily explainable, not different than what I'm saying. I think that go back to slavery times, because I made this argument. Matriarchy in the American black community started during slavery. Families were easily broken up. Women were favored because they were necessary to raise children. Men could be sold away. Women had to be protectors in the absence of not having a male to do it. I'm not saying that, a woman has to have a man. I'm not saying a man has to have a woman. I'm saying everything is kind of malleable. A woman without a man who, in slavery times, she had to be a protector. She had to be head of a family because read Uncle Tom's Cabin. Uncle Tom was sold off from his family, and they had to fend for themselves. In a perfect world, if you get into a relationship with a woman, you are going to be the masculine that she needs. Maybe she'll complete the job. Let's just say half of what you learn about being masculine will be with your family. And let's assume a 2-parent household. Your mother is going to tell you, well, hey, you don't slap women. You treat women nice, etc. Same thing. The
That's the
opposite.
behavior. That's not a masculinity.
Daughter is going to have a starter kit on what masculinity is and what to expect from her father. The job is completed once you are in some sort of relationship. You are not going to protect a woman who doesn't need protection. Now, if the need arises, your starter kit, your parents might, come into, you might have to dig deep in that starter kit and become a protector. But if it's not needed, why would you protect? Masculinity is not formed just in and of itself in a vacuum. Men learn how to be masculine. It's a cultural thing. It's not a genetic thing. Not entirely. Men are more contentious. Men will fight. Yeah, that's genetics, but there is a nurture component of masculinity. That's why it's a gender role. Masculinity is not pure genetics.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing with femininity. It's not pure genetics. Part of it is, but it will get you the starter kit. And when you say that, women will just blow you and that's their sole purpose, but they don't understand masculinity, well, they know to blow you, to satisfy you, to keep you with her.
This is crazy. I don't know. This is
okay.
It's almost like you're describing a behavior.
Yes.
Over a correct.
No, it's literally not. It's literally genetics do not define masculinity.
Yeah, but
finishing touches are cultural.
I don't know how to put up this argument, but I don't.
Well, I should have hopped up there and dealt with American Man.
You didn't go up. I thought you came up at some point. I was even looking in the chat.
I had a show to do. I wasn't going up there. Look, American Man is a Neanderthal.
I'm just wondering, why is he even explaining this?
I don't know. I went back and listened, at the 58-minute mark. He's not totally wrong, but he's inelegant, and his understanding of what masculinity is incomplete. He's whether he knows it or not, he's literally saying men are men because they're men, because they have XY versus XX. It's just a bad argument, and it is literally it's a bad argument for several different reasons.
I think that women have.
I don't think a man can be totally masculine unless he has a woman to help him define the end stages of masculinity. And that's a weird comparison, but you know what? Do you know how to be a husband until you get married? Your father might be able to teach you some stuff. Your mother might be able to teach you some stuff, but you don't become a good partner until you are a partner.
I'm not an expert in this. I'm not an expert in this topic, but I do think that I can learn a lot more from a bunch of men than a man raised by women. A man raised by men will be more masculine than a man raised by women.
You are not understood, but I'm talking about a perfect world. If you're raised by women, women can't necessarily teach you how to be a man, but they can set expectations. Why do you think a man raised by a single mother isn't just out of the box as good a man as someone who's raised by two parents? Chances are the two-parent raised guy is going to be more masculine. And when I say masculine, he's going to meet his woman's needs than someone who had just a mother.
That's facts. And that's the issue with the culture.
My whole point is that being a man is not just male genetics. Some of it is learned behavior, and women get to define what they expect from their man. And women, there's culture, women in the culture kind of set expectations. It not necessarily directly, but watch a TV commercial, watch a Brute commercial or an Old Spice commercial. There are expectations of what masculinity is, and it's not genetic, not all of it.
Right.
That's why I don't buy the argument that a woman can't understand what masculinity is. Yes, actually, she does. And now, is it good masculinity? Is she expecting too much? That's all possible that she will expect too much. She will expect a bullfighter when the dude is good at bird hunting. There are those types of mistakes. But part of masculinity is what women expect. And just to outright say a woman doesn't understand masculinity, I disagree with that. They, to a certain extent, define masculinity through expectations.
Through expectations. I have to ponder on this for a while. I know there's an argument there to be made. I just can't make it. Probably because it's late for me. But I think that the influence and the behavior of men can definitely nurture masculinity. When I guess it's like playing up to the big game. The big game is with the woman, and when you're with the woman, your behavior.
No, I think people like American men expect too much from women. They also expect too much, period.
I'm just not where he's at because I don't have this expectation to educate people in something so simple. I wouldn't even have that conversation. We could talk about anything else, but the differences between us, they just are what they are. Either you like what you see, or you like what you observe. If not, why are we worried about it?
That is actually a question I ask myself all the time on this John Galt space. Why do we give a fuck about Shiloh? Who cares? She does not affect individual lives.
I see people get upset about what she did, and even that baffles me. Why would you even care? You could talk about it. Yeah.
The
It doesn't
behavior is a
move
little
me.
problematic.
But who cares? It's like it didn't happen to me. I don't know. Hey, I don't act like that. I won't get that result.
Well, that's kind of my point. It's not like a problem that's every black person in America is affected by.
They all react to it though, and a lot of them, I don't know. They personalize something that happened between two other people. If you're not gonna find, it's like if the shoe don't fit, don't wear it. You're mad because the shoe probably would fit you. You can see yourself in that situation. You're personalizing it. For those who get upset about it, then you're gonna walk off because of circumstance, but that doesn't
Well,
make
I
a difference.
honestly think that the anti-blacks are racializing more things. And it's not just the anti-black blacks. There are Be Braves out there. It's a big story because people make it a big story.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I think you refine my interpretation of a lot of things. I come out for the entertainment value of it, and I have my worldview, but I can see what you're saying in a lot of areas. That doesn't mean I agree with you totally, but you definitely changed my point of view on it. Changed my approach to it.
Well, I actually think SKC, I'd actually be interested to hear what he has to say about it. But I know American Man. Um, you know, American Man has some very interesting views on masculinity and femininity. But to say a woman doesn't understand masculinity, I honestly find that like just what is he thinking?
Are you in your jelly bean bag?
No, I'm eating leftover chicken wings.
Oh, my bad. My bad. You can run the tape.
No, I actually made these chicken wings from scratch and leftover. Um, you know how chicken gets better?
Yeah, do you season with brine or you salt and pepper it, season straight up?
Chicken wings, I just dry marinate them.
Okay.
You don't need brine.
Yeah, I heard people do that. I never cooked with brine.
Well, brine is a marinade. And you don't have to, but you can. Some like chicken wings because they were just chicken wings that I took the tips off, separate the flats from the little drumettes,
Mm-hmm.
And if you season them and put them in the refrigerator overnight, they're pretty good. And then you have to use seasoned flour also.
Seasoned flour? I've never done that either.
Gotta have. Well, if you go to the grocery store, you'll see these
crispy chicken packets. I think so. I think I've seen those.
Yeah, and they have them for seafood, fish, that sort of thing. You can make that stuff at home. You don't need to spend $5 if you have salt, pepper, paprika. You can make your own seasoning mixes.
Yeah, just hit that, season them, and then flour them. Wings got to be breaded. I don't know how people rip a bag open, drop them in grease, and then put sauce on it. That's nuts.
Well,
blasphemy.
I stopped frying them. You can actually oven bake them, oven fry them.
Yeah, I've done it.
Now, these are breaded, but the breading is kind of interesting. I made the seasoned flour myself. You don't even have to have eggs. You want the chicken a little wet to get the seasoning to stick. But the oven frying process, I have like olive oil cooking spray. Spray the wings down. So it actually, I think that's the secret. Spray it down with oil. You can mop it, with like regular old canola oil. The cooking spray is easier because it sprays and coats everything easily. And the funny thing is you only have to spray one side, especially if they're kind of wet or moist. Yeah, you can actually, like, I make better chicken wings than I could buy at a restaurant. And maybe they're just better because they have the seasonings I want. But it's not hard. Chicken wings are actually incredibly easy.
Yeah, I make pretty good wing myself.
Now, my son likes them fried. And I'm like, dude, you know what? Let's just oven fry it because doing it on the stovetop just makes a mess. I used to fry outside. If you have a propane ring and one of these deep fryers, so
yeah, like a turkey fryer.
Right. Do it outside is perfect. Frying inside is just kind of smelly.
That's messy.
Can be. So let's play more American Man. And honestly, he's not horrible. I think his analysis is just incomplete. He just he doesn't do a good job. He doesn't. He's not a good critical thinker. That's just my impression.
I don't think you should be in this situation.
So if a woman provides, they should.
He shouldn't be.
Yeah, no man should be in this situation where you're explaining masculinity to a woman. Either she gets it or she don't. This is just something that happens on the internet.
Okay. I agree that he shouldn't be because he really doesn't understand what he's talking about.
She's like a single mother. Do kids associate that with providing with being feminine?
If a woman provides, do they associate that with being feminine?
Since the mother's the one doing it, if it's a single home, is what I'm asking.
I think it's just associated with a woman providing. Like I don't believe that providing is necessary. Well, you know what? I'm lying. Providing to me, right? Because I understand that providing is largely a man's role.
Right. That's what I was asking because I heard you say if they see the man providing, they'll understand that's masculinity. So I was thinking if they see a woman providing, do they still see that as masculinity?
I don't believe
that.
Here's the thing. I don't believe that it's seen as masculinity. I think it's seen as survival.
Yeah, a lot of married moms work too. I mean, they are still providing, right?
Well, working and providing is two different things, right? Just because a man or a woman works, right? So a woman can be a provider and she can work 60 hours a week and bring in $300,000 a year. And a man can also go to work and he only brings in $100,000, right? And they have bills worth $500,000 and they're outstretched. Is he providing? No. No, he's not providing.
Well, like my mom was kind of a breadwinner, like a lot of the time, and she was married, but I didn't think of her as a provider. I didn't think of it in terms of masculine or feminine, really. So I was just curious what your thought was.
Yeah, that's why I said providing is not like that's not really like. Listen, everyone knows, right? Every single person knows, right? As much as women get to babbling about man, and I'm a strong, independent woman. You can make $100,000. If a man's not making $200,000, you don't consider him a provider. It's just been proven. Now, it's a little less
proven by
white
what?
Women
See,
and Hispanic women,
dude.
But
this is what these far right manosphere. They say it's proven, but they never provide the proof. It's what Trump did today, with the South African president, or yesterday. Just because you say it's proof doesn't mean it's proof.
Even they, to some point, don't really view them.
And in this case, he says it's proven. I'm struggling to figure out, okay, where's the proof? Just because you said it? So I admit that that I will present arguments that people like American Man don't recognize, but he just seems to think that men and women are so different that they don't affect each other. If you are in a culture where you wear a kilt, that might be masculine.
Okay.
Dude. Okay, but you wear a kilt here and they're gonna go, hey, that's not masculine. Dude, that men just understand masculinity from birth. You heard him say, they understand from birth. No, they don't.
Right. I hate to break that down. There's there's guys and there's girls, and that they like each other. Fine. That's it. End the conversation. Stop trying to explain shit to people. That's not my thing.
Yeah, well, it's American man's thing, and it's my thing too. I love explaining shit. However, I think American man is a lot like Be Brave. They just shoot from the hip, and they think they're hitting targets that they actually don't.
I give them the entertainment value. It's there. It's definitely there. I think
Well,
that's the draw.
the problem is some things shouldn't be entertaining.
Man, internet's a hell of a place.
What gets my goat is there are enough people who will hear this drivel and believe it and say, well, you know what? American man provided me proof. No, he didn't. I don't think people sometimes even understand what proof is.
Most people don't ask for proof. That's what's crazy. I like this Stanley versus the world because you will. You won't let nobody get away with saying something without proving it.
No, I people get away with it. You can't follow up every loose thread, but I at
sure,
least
but
try.
a wild take, you definitely ain't gonna walk away from that. You're gonna try to swing at that and take it to the fence,
Yeah, well,
substantiate your argument.
Well, I mean, seriously, you know what? I don't mind changing my mind, but at least give me something to change it about.
That's part of the reason why I had to understand you before I came up here. I came up here hot one time or something. You broke it apart and all. It took the wind out the sails. And well, you gotta before you come up here, you better know what you're talking about. I like that dismantling that you do.
It is literally you solve problems by breaking them down into pieces. That's literally like a scientific method.
Yeah, you said. Well, when you do it, I'm not saying that you do it, but if you do it, people don't do that to you, so you can get them off. My reason for not doing it is because I wouldn't want. I don't know. I might make a wild take, and I don't want to have to have it broken down piece by piece where I got to walk you down. That takes a lot of energy. Well, if you got a sound argument, it's easy, but when you just speculate and you come up with a consensus, it's hard to walk people to where you got.
Well, the problem with me is I actually have time to do it. If you are raising a family, you don't necessarily have the time. And I understand that. But the thing is if you know you don't have the time,
don't do it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm practicing my panel chops up here, pretty much.
Let me tell you something that was hilarious. Bumpkin was up here, and I think you might have even been in the chat where he says, "Hey, I prefer white women, but I would never date a white woman who dated a black man."
Yeah, I was up here for that.
Yeah, but you know what? I kind of pissed him off, but you know what? A few days later on a panel, he literally said, well, Stanley's pretty smart. He basically got it right. And I was like, well, I was kind of shocked to hear him say that. Of course, dude, some things are obvious. And look, if you're a good guy, everyone has their weaknesses, foibles, peccadillos, whatever. But don't be mad when someone literally defines or calls you out on it. And you know what? I sometimes need to live by the same rules. Sometimes I don't. But look, there's nothing wrong with breaking problems down. It's really like a method. But
that was so silly earlier when Shenard asked was Afrikaners here before they had this meeting, and he said, "Well, you asked him when was the meeting?" He said that was like yesterday or this morning, and he said, "Well, when were Afrikaners supposed to be here?" I said, "Oh man, he fell for it." And then I think John said something about the electric fence, and he said that's to keep cattle in, not to keep people out.
Dude, these motherfuckers. Look, I believe this or not. No, my father has a farm.
That shit was so funny, dude.
Dude, I believe this or not. I actually know a couple things about electric fences.
It was so smooth how you did it, though. It didn't go just as plain as I described it, but man, that shit was funny. I was in the chat laughing my ass off.
Well, it happens in the reverse. John sometimes gets me, so when he starts talking about the hood stuff, and I'm like, I literally don't give a fuck. That just fucking, it makes Be Brave just annoyed. It's like, why would I give a fuck about Chicago? What can I do? I've never even been to Chicago.
Yeah, when you made that argument right there, like, it's not me. I don't live there. Why would I care? What can you do with that? How do you move forward making that point?
Well, you can basically see, the thing is when you lump everyone into black culture in the 70% argument, look, it is so racist that it can't be defended. If you've never been to Chicago, a white man calling Chicago a black problem, it breaks down, because if you have never lived, you're either a racist thinking every problem that happens in a black community is a black problem, or you're not a racist. And the problem with Be Brave and John Galt and all the other anti-blacks, and they can't admit it because then the bubble is burst. Black people are not each other's keepers. The argument in 1930 is a better argument because we were segregated. We could, we had to be self-contained. In 2025, you can be a Rachel Dolezal. I'm black, but I'm genetic. You can be almost anything you want to be in 2025. All black people are alike. We all look alike. We all think alike. We all listen to the same music. If you commit a crime in Chicago, people in Savannah, Georgia, hey, y'all are all black. It's your problem. Go fix it.
Yeah, that's why when I listen to people say "we" and "us," I don't. It makes me cringe because it's like, who is the "we" and who is the "us"? Like, are you just saying on skin color we all? Huh?
Who is the they?
If you're around these spaces, you'll hear people using "we" and "us" talking about all black
Look,
people this, all black people that. So it's like it should break down on both ends, but people don't understand. People don't understand that just
all
because you
I'm
feel that way
saying,
doesn't mean I do.
well, it's all I'm saying is you being drunk and high, talking about nightshades while you're being a nightshade, it doesn't have the cachet you might think it does, except for people who literally, John Galt is a holy man. Yeah, you know
Man,
what? Nightshades acting like nightshades. I'm sorry. It, don't describe a nightshade when you are literally being one.
he gotta fight himself out that bag before he can continue that argument if he's making it with you. That's
Well,
what's funny.
the thing is, you know what? Or just don't make the argument. I don't care if you get high and all this shit. What I care about is when you start getting all like, fuck, I'm better than they are. No, you're not. A circus clown calling another circus clown a clown does, does not have impact.
Right. Now there are some differences because he's well educated. He can, let's say you want to infiltrate, so you disguise yourself like you're the fox. You put on the sheep clothing, and then your critique comes in as, well, you're dressed like a sheep too, but you know damn well I'm a fox. How does that work? Well, maybe I'm looking at it as that's what this is. But while he has the outfit on, you're calling him the sheep.
Well, I don't think it's malicious.
Malicious. It's a fun cat and mouse game that y'all play, because I don't see John in the same light as the people that he's talking about, except for when he is acting like the people that he's talking about. But it's almost like a switch. He can cut that on or off. You could talk down to people, or you even like an NBA team. The best team in the league could play down to the worst team in the league, and the worst team in the league can beat them. You're playing down to who you're talking about, but it's just entertainment.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be honest. There are too many people who actually see it as gospel. Being a public figure,
Has responsibility.
yeah, remember, you might be too young, but Charles Barkley, I am not anybody's
Role
role
model.
model,
Yep, I remember that.
except he is.
Well, he tried to separate himself from that. I used to love Charles before I heard him say that. I was young and impressionable, so it had impact.
I actually understand his sentiment, and I wish it could be that way, but it's just not.
That was CYA, cover your ass. That's what I think that statement was about. Just don't look up to me. So if I do something, I already told you.
Except it was a Nike commercial.
Oh, I thought that was a press conference.
I think you know what? I remember it being a Nike commercial. Let's see here. And as a matter of fact, I'm about to sign off because I am actually getting tired myself.
Yeah, me too. I should have been in the bed at 9.
Hold on one sec. Charles Barkley. I am.
I'm not a role model.
Yeah. Here we go.
or he parlayed it into a commercial. But I'm pretty sure that was a
Model.
Right. But all I'm saying, you know what? If you're not a role model, now you're being paid. All I'm saying is that you are not a role model, but you're selling sneakers. You are a role model.
right.
Of course, they're not going to buy your shoes if you're not some sort of role model. People just make these weird arguments. Now, Charles Barkley, it might have been tongue in cheek, but look, I remember that time, and a lot of people were like, well, hell, you know what? He is being like, he's just coming clean. He doesn't expect kids to, listen to him, all that stuff, yet you're selling commercial. I'm sorry, sneakers.
Sneakers. Yeah.
Well, basketball shoes, whatever. Look, capitalism breeds hypocrites. It is what it is. I think Charles Barkley is awesome. However, it does not preclude pointing out the obvious. I think American Man, he's very entertaining and a good guy, but you know what? That's not going to save your ass from, people overlook too much. And I think in the black community in particular, America in general, we're just not willing to just go, hey, this is fucked up. And I'm going to tell you about it.
But isn't that part of Brave's argument that the 70%, no, hear me out, that the 70% won't call it out?
No, he's saying 70% excuse crime.
But also not calling it out is the same thing. So the silence is acceptance type of thing.
Okay, number one, if they're not calling it out, largely it's because they don't know about it. It's not that it's willful ignorance. Like, hey, see, this is what they actually mean. And this is something that the far right, and I mean John Galton, Be Brave. Be Brave says he's a socialist. He's actually a far right racist. He just doesn't understand his politics, apparently. What they're saying is that someone like George Floyd had a criminal record. Okay, so making him into a hero, he was a bad person until he got killed. And to me, that's totally missing the point. If he had a criminal record and he did a criminal act to even be stopped by the police are not judge, jury, and executioner. That is the bad part. Okay, if he is a martyr, he's a martyr to bad policing. This is what happens when you have Derek Chauvins on your force. I don't see, his past. That cop Chauvin probably had no idea what his criminal record was. So going back after the fact and going, well, hell, he was a bad person anyway. To me, it's despicable. People need to just learn how to think better. And I'm not the end all and be all. All I'm saying is that before you go, casting stones or aspersions, you need to take a self-assessment. You need to think about what this stuff says. And you can do it the night before. You don't have to do it on the fly.
Right.
So anyway,
I agree.
I just think that we need to be much more careful. And when I say we, I mean all of us, much more careful about, 70% this. We need to be prepared to back the shit up. and I saw it on a video or I saw it on 100 videos is not evidence.
No argument here.
Juan and Solid Snake, y'all caught me half drunk and kind of musing and about ready to sign off. Damn it, Juan and Solid Snake. I would love to have y'all up here, but I am literally Solid Snake. Hit the link. If you want to host a while. Well, there's only a few people in the audience, and they're probably better shows to go to. That's the other thing that pisses me off. I am so boring. It is fucking like 11 o'clock and 8 people in the audience. I need to figure out how to be more entertaining. This morning was pretty entertaining.
Oh yeah, I think the shows are great, man. It's not you, it's me, man. Nobody be up here listening to me, man.
No, believe me, John. It is the John Gall Urban Landlord channel for a reason. I just like the news and kind of being too serious about stuff. I am not the entertainment, but I serve my purpose.
Well, I enjoy a good conversation with you every time I come up, man. I
have a good time.
I am going to sign off. It's way past my bedtime.
You know what? Me too. And, so let me do the sign off part. And no, I might go live tomorrow morning. It won't be at 3:45. I'm pretty much committed to that early show, Monday through Thursday. And then, over the weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, if something interesting or I get bored. But it's an old man thing. And in the summer I actually do have things to do during the day occasionally. So everyone, please make sure you hit the damn like button. We are always light on likes. And subscribe to the John Galt channel if by chance you're new out there. It's always interesting. If not enlightening, it's at least going to be interesting. So support your host, support the show. Definitely support Portia J. She deserves better. She deserves better than Stanley has given her on this damn Stanley versus the World. I feel it in my bones. Portia tends to just shake her head and go, God damn it, what have I done? Creating this dumbass show with this host who will go too far too often. So give her her reparations, make her feel better about her bad decision. And I'm so sad to admit it. So make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. I have this video half done, and I was going to do it today. And then I just kind of hopped on YouTube to avoid responsibility. So, Deacon Dave, it is always good talking to you. Juan, damn it. I'll catch up with y'all tomorrow. Jewel of Aquarius, stop being a stranger. There's Solid Snake. Yeah, I guess we'll have to say hi, but dude, I'm tired. Dave is tired.
I know, right? I woke up this morning. I went to sleep early tonight because I got tired of waiting on you to come on. So I ain't give me like 4 hours of sleep yesterday trying to wait on you to come on so I could riff on you for a minute. And then I had to get up at 9. Well, get up for work at 9. I just got off at like 10 o'clock. So I worked from 9 this morning to 10 o'clock.
I was on way past 9.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was just waking up. I was like, oh, now you want to come on. Man, I'd be like,
No, I actually started later. Started about 4:30.
oh yeah, I
And
was gone.
well, sleep is more important. But I
Yeah.
actually, between Vance, New York Times interview, we watched a little bit of, Biden, the new book about Biden with Jake Tapper was one of the co-authors. And then we got into Trump and the South African president. And I heard that, Trump just like beat up this guy. Nothing of the sort.
Nah.
Someone said, well, Hood had a 20-minute segment. He really made good points. And I'm like, if Hood did it, that means I need to watch the whole hour. Hood will cherry pick. All these far right MAGA types cherry pick. They stop every sentence to take things out of context.
But I mean, you like the exact opposite of that, though, right?
Yes, I hope so.
That's what I'm trying to say. You like
And by intention.
So I mean, by nature, you got to cherry pick also, right?
No.
I don't think anybody can ever see the whole picture from both sides. It's never possible.
Okay, but here's the deal.
I'm
Here's
gonna
the
be honest.
deal.
I think that's an impossible truth. I don't think anybody.
Well, let me
or a lie.
let
or
me
whatever.
give you a quick example. Okay, I didn't do a Hoodservative 20 minutes. I found the whole interview, all hour in 4 minutes from whitehouse.gov. Okay, if I can't trust Trump in a film his White House put out at length, the whole hour, not 20 minutes, the whole hour. And I, did comment throughout, but I don't really like commenting. I like the whole thing to play through for context, and then we deal with it afterwards. Bottom line is watching that whole hour. As a matter of fact, the South African president came off.
I didn't mean to cut you off, but I really respect you for that. Because when you watch a video with somebody and every 2-3 seconds they pause it, oh man, I can't believe or every 5 minutes they got a reaction. I mean, you know what? Hey, let's watch it together and let's discuss it afterwards. Or we could do it like,
or we can stop it midway. I'm not against stopping it. What I'm against is stopping it every sentence, because you wind up losing the context if you do it that way.
Oh yeah, see, that's what I'm trying to say. I like that. I appreciate that about you. See, that make my argument even stronger when I got to go at you. Hey, shout out to Deacon Dave on the panel, man.
What's up, Snake?
Yeah, man. I still find that crazy. One day, he bought one membership on Hoodservative channel. He bought one membership. And guess who got that membership? I was like, man,
well, apparently it wasn't me.
You know what's funny? That membership will get you out the clouds, man. No, you may not type in the chat, but it'll say one gifted membership to Stanley Cross. I'm like, man, what's the chances of that?
That would, if I would, Hood probably wouldn't have a problem with it. He'd probably like, oh well.
He probably stopped the show. Make sure you maintain the membership there, Stanley. While you keep it in the clouds, it got your ass.
I don't have a problem with Hoodservative. I actually think he's a nice guy. I'm just saying some of his takes, like that anti-woman bullshit. I've known so many good women, like actually good people. So I just
I get that, Stanley, but we're not talking about all women. Just like we're not talking about all blacks.
Then qualify it. Don't go bitches. Go some bitches.
I don't even think he does that.
But I think we got it. Like, we don't have to say that. I mean, it's like when you say motherfucker to me, I don't say it. I don't take it the same way as you saying it to somebody you actually like, but I understand. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that everybody always going to have a qualifier. I don't think it's always necessary. I think we all understand.
Well, the thing
we're
is
black,
when I say
and we
it,
like to enjoy
it's
the conversation of back betterment. But a lot
when
of
I
people
say it,
will not even come across these channels. They'll look at these channels and just say, "Ooh, I want to go listen to some hip hop, or I want to go watch some BET or something." You know, they want to go
you
do
know
something
what?
black, but they're not going to do this black. You know what I mean?
I am convinced that hip hop is better for your soul than
Oh
hearing
man, you know
me.
what I like? I think that reggae, the caper tone. I think caper tone good for your soul.
That too.
Yeah,
All
I think
right.
that.
Well, I must go. So, hopefully, Here for the Tea starts up a show. You know what? I love listening to Here for the Tea, like as I'm going to sleep. It is just a chill vibe over there until until tough guy Solid Snake turn up.
Oh come
You know,
on, man! Why you
then it
gotta say
tend.
that?
Well,
You
you
gonna
know,
make more love
y'all.
not let me on the panel anymore, man. Come on, man.
Oh well, no. It's not a bad thing. You spice it up.
I gotta hit their cash app in a minute, man. I know cause I love to hit their cash. I hit their cash app. I'm sorry, I do. I do stand. Cause one thing I do
Yeah.
appreciate more love do Sunday shows, and that's
Yeah,
something you don't
I've
do on.
actually listened to a few of hers. You know what? I'm not very religious, but I enjoy hearing them talk about religion.
And I like the way they carry on with it. They don't get all and all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's a real chill, relaxed, no cursing, no.
They don't get all Billy Graham.
Yeah, it's like Sunday morning for real, like it's supposed to be. So I'm glad to see that side of our community represented. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of what your opinions on what they say may be, but I appreciate that aspect of it.
I agree.
She can cut up on Saturday night and it's Sunday morning, and we going to church. We had a club down here in the South, well, not too far from me, but every Friday, Saturday night, it's a club. But Sunday morning, you got the pews in there, you got the church organ, and they be cutting up. And it's crazy. I be like,
all right,
they use
well,
the same building for the club that they use for the church. I mean, you actually got cities like that,
All right, folks. I insist. I must. You know what? I'm gonna read till I fall asleep. And if Mo Love is around, or I encourage everyone to go to Mo Love's show. She honestly, she and Mo Love and Here for the Tea. Those are look, they're my people. And too bad I'm 60. poor Mo Love would never stand a chance. I would just, hey, look, girl, I got a crush on you. that would be the best I could do. She would fucking laugh.
Apparently with the code switch.
She'd be like, what?
Oh, I'm just saying.
It's either me or American Man. Who's it gonna be?
Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. You see, not Stanley, you want me to cut up. See, when you do stuff like that, you want me to say something slick. I ain't gonna do it tonight, though. I'm gonna let you get your rest. I know you've been cutting up all day, man. I've been hearing you. I be like,
I have. I honestly don't like to go past like 6 or 7 hours, and it has been a time. So
I swear, I think I don't see you have been up what 16 hours straight, 18.
No, not straight, but all told. So anyway, everyone subscribe. Everyone, please hit the like on your way out. I gotta go. Won't be doing the 4 o'clock show. I might, maybe, depending on what John does, maybe tomorrow. maybe Saturday, definitely not Sunday. So everyone, please get your rest so you're spry and ready to fucking roast tomorrow. Somebody's gonna get roasted.
That's what's up, man.
I will see y'all later. Dave, Snake, good night.
All right, have a good one.
Good night, Dave.
You too.
All right, Snake.
Oh shit, I did not select a song. Oh well, here we go.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard. Put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard. Call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard. Twerk, 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 twerk.